Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
You are audible, but lot of disturbance is coming.
Am I audible? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Sakshi, I think Q2 system switch on at the time. Check once. Do you have any disturbances nearby, like mobile or some other systems also on?
Wait for 5 minutes. I will start the meeting. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Good morning to one and all. I welcome you all to second day of International Conference on Physical Science and Technology organized by Institute of Engineering Research and Publication in associate with our co-host CMR College of Engineering and Technology, Hyderabad and Vishwatmak Om Gurudev College of Engineering, Maharashtra. One day, one of ICPST 2022, 70 plus papers were presented with 2 technical sessions and 2 keynote sessions. Now, I will play IFERP video.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional
Welcome
associations
to IFERP,
operating
a
under the
forum where
Technical
innovations and research interests could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest.
Development in
In this
field of
video,
engineering,
we want you to
science,
dive
and
into our
technology.
world,
We are
giving
one
your
of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa, and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICAS-ETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Shimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organisations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Diverse scholarly events for presentation within the conference program. Event will run over a span of time during the conference depending on the number and the length of presentation. With its high quality, it provides an exceptional value for students, academics, and industry researchers. International Conference on Physical Science and Technology aims to bring together leading academic scientists, researchers, and research scholars to exchange and share their experience and research result on all aspects of physical science and technology. It also provides a premier interdisciplinary platform for researchers, practitioners, and educators to present and discuss the most recent innovation, trends, and corners, as well as practical challenges encountered and solutions adopted in the fields of physical science and technology. I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. Firstly, I would like to welcome our beloved Mr. Dhananjay Singh, Vice President Engineering, Invoti Solution, Bangalore, India. Thank you for joining us and imparting their expertise with us. I will also take this opportunity to welcome all our technical session chairs and presidents from reputed College of India as well as from abroad who has spared their valuable time in including with their latest research studies. Mr. Dhananjay Singh, Vice President, Engineering, E-Governments Foundation, Bangalore, India, has experienced 18 plus years of IT experience with 10 years in leadership roles, working as a Vice President, Engineering at Innovative Payment Solution, Bangalore, handling engineering team for national level platform Dignitaries for urban government, IIM Bangalore, GMIT, pursuing PGPALML from Great Lakes Institute of Management, exposure of handling 15 plus million GBP portfolio for telecom OSS platform, was part of top 20 high potential leaders of Infosys China 2012 HIPO, exposure of setting up office, engineering process and governance operations, P&LID and HR policies, manage large multiple geography engineering team for Europe, USA, UK, and LATM, excellent exposure in transformation, alternative product and platform thinking, outsourcing strategy, vendor management and startup environment, good exposure of managing large urban governance, telecom, healthcare, retail, manufacturing, CBG domain portfolios with team size of 600 plus, certifies in the areas of AWS, Python, and the service delivery. VP professional experience is VP Engineering, E-Governments Foundation, Head of Engineering, Principal S&IT at British Telecom, Group Project Manager at Emirates Technology, Senior Project Manager in Infosys Limited, Bangalore, Software Engineer with Cybrum Resources, Bangalore. I would like to invite Mr. Dhananjay Singh, Vice President Engineering, Innovative Payment Solution, Bangalore, India, to address the gathering.
Hey everyone, thank you for inviting me for this conference. So just brief about me before we start, right? So I have around 2 decades of experience, and out of which I have spent almost I think the entire journey in the engineering roles. So you can say like 1 decade has gone into typical coding and all those typical tech stuff, and then later moved into leadership role, obviously the tech leadership role. So 1 decade into typical coding, 1 decade into the engineering leadership. So when I started my career, I started as a Java developer. Typically, uh, everyone does. So I was a part of a company where we had an ERP product, and later spent a lot of time in managing customers like P&G, PepsiCo, Unilever, kind of a ERP implementation, and then spent good amount of time with British Telecom. So I'm sure some of you might be aware of British Telecom, who is a giant in UK for telecom providers. So in India, I was heading engineering team there, and obviously, and I can't close this introduction without mentioning one of my organization before my current organization, Ego Foundation, which was a mission-oriented organization. Basically, it was like building the entire government municipal corporation into digital India. So we did a lot of stuff for the Indian government. And right now I'm working as Vice President Engineering at Innovative Payment Solution. So I think you have already spent a lot of time in hearing out people, professor, and obviously most of the speakers whom you might have interacted with had a prefix doctor. I'm not a doctor, so I'm and not obviously PhD. So I'm a typical engineering graduate and did my executive MBA from IIM Bangalore. And just to keep myself updated with the technology and trends, I did my PGP in AI and ML recently. So today, and you guys also here to share ideas and thoughts. So I just thought of sharing my learnings with you, which I had in my entire career, right? So see, technology has become the integral part of our life. Most of the organizations are even, if you see, right, the lot of buzzword around for AI ML. A lot of organizations are hiring a lot in terms of AI and ML, and some of them are still clueless what to do with so much of data, right? So everyone is generating data. What to do with their data? So most of the people, what they are doing POC, right? Apart from few organizations, obviously they have done a lot of good stuff in AI and ML. They have solved the real time problems, right? So otherwise, some of the organizations are still doing POC and trying to figure out the use cases, right? So the most important part is to understand what are we trying to solve and improve, right? So I always suggest whoever, even the startups and all, which I have been mentoring, right? So always build on, always focus on building platforms, right? So see, product you will build, there is a possibility it might even phase out. But if you start thinking around, or if you start putting your thoughts around building a platform, right, where people can come and contribute, like take an example, Android versus iOS, right? So Android, why it became popular even though other things were around, right? So because Android gave a platform where people can come and build application on top of it, right? So that's how it became popular. It's like Lego blocks, right, where you keep on building a lot of things, you can build anything out of it, right? So that's how the platform thinking comes. So I always suggest people who are more into design thinking and on the technology side, right, always think of building platform where people can come, you can create an ecosystem, right, not just a product or which can be used by some of the customer. Create an ecosystem where people can come, contribute, and build things on top of it, right? Same thing. Other thing is which I suggest to people is like always see whatever you are building through technology, right? So it should have an impact on the citizens' life, right? Otherwise, you might be building something very commercial, but the kind of pleasure which you get, right, after you is, for example, let's say when I was in my previous organization for almost 3 years, right? So we built things where every day was like sense of pride, where you come to office and get a feeling that whatever products and platform you are building, it has an impact on the Indian citizens, right? When we used to hear the testimonials from the senior citizens that they don't have to walk now, they can just with single click they can pay their utility bills, and then they can generate the certificate and all those things, right? And I can proudly say that even the e-pass system and the certificate system which was built during the COVID time, it was built by my team, and then we handed over to NIC. So and when it comes to technology, right, there are infinite use cases, right? Be it agriculture, where if you see recently, right, there are many agri-tech startups which have come, and edtech was anyways very popular, where people are solving things by using AI and ML. Even if I, let's say, see in a very small city or even mid-tier cities, right, even the farmers, they come to the people who are selling these the big equipments of agriculture, right? So the farmers are also now doing Google and taking help from other people by searching, comparing product. Then they come to the shop and then buy things, right? So the technology has helped a lot. The lot of mediators have gone away. So even in the agri-tech, right, if you see the technology, right, where farmers used to struggle in terms of water and electricity and all. So now if you see even the basic technology help, right, where the laser technology labelers are there, where when you see when the laser labeler does the labeling the farms, it looks so flat. So government is giving subsidy. Why? Because it has a lot of water saving. Otherwise, when they used to do manually, somewhere the farm will be dig deeper, somewhere high, somewhere low, that the water flow is like unequal, right? So with the help of technology, how are you going to solve people's problem, or how are you helping the citizens? So those are the two suggestions which I will always give to people. Always think about building a platform, and whatever technology solutions which you are building, always think about the impact on citizens' life which you are trying to do, right? And obviously, I'm sure the way technology is improving and people are focusing more on the data side, data is a new currency, right? So there is a concept of financial fiduciary and the account aggregator, where till now people are using your data for their benefit, right? So these new concepts are coming, where even customers can use their data for their benefit, right? So a lot of analytics and email recommendations based on your data, where what should you go and buy and loans and everything. So a lot of new stuff are coming, and with the help of technology, even the multilingual OCR and all, it is helping a lot of citizens, and a lot of startups have come up to just help citizens of the local, with the help of local language and the local hyperlocal information, right? UPI, if you see, right? I think you'll second me that before UPI, it was very difficult to even think that if you don't have change, right? People used to even struggle or even think twice, if I don't have change, should I even get into the BMTC bus, right? So things have changed. Even if you go to a small shop, even for chai or anything, right? Right now, you can just scan the barcode and the QR code and just get it done, right? So the UPI, which was built by NPCI, is a great example of technology. With a small, I would say, a QR code, you can do a lot, right? So the concept of having a unique identifier without even having information of account number, MICR code, IFSC, you can just pay anything to anybody, right? So there are a lot of complex use cases in the payment industry, because I'm just talking because I am from the payment industry, right? So there's a lot which goes into the even the normal transaction which you do on a POS machine by just swiping your credit card. There's a lot of technology involved there, in terms of even the ecosystem, right? The acquiring bank, issuer bank, NPCI, a lot of things goes in the background. So the help of technology, this is how people are solving or improving citizens' lives. So I always focus on that. Those are my 2 cents for this. And last thing, but not the least, learning should always continue. So never stop learning, even at this age, or I would say at this juncture of the career. I always spend minimum 1 hour daily to learn something new, read some article, read some books, right? So wish you good luck. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Now we will move on to our technical sessions. Technical session 3 is on mechanical engineering, and technical session 4 is on civil engineering, and technical session 5 is on triple E. So now we will start technical session 3. So we will wait for a few minutes to join, to give time to join our session chairs and participants. We will be waiting for 5 minutes. Let them join. After that, we will start the session of mechanical engineering. And we are requesting to join the track 2 and track 3 by clicking on breakout room. Dear participants, those who are in track 2 and track 3, please click on breakout room and you can join your corresponding tracks. If you have any queries, give me a text in chat so that I will help you to join in a corresponding track. Let me inform once again, those who are in track 2 and track 3, please click on breakout room and join your corresponding track. if any track 3 participants, we are requesting to move to track 3. Still track 3 participants has to join. Dr. Ravi Kumar sir, may I confirm your presence so that we will start technical sessions?
Yes, madam.
Okay, sir. We'll start in few minutes, sir.
Shall I start, madam?
Yes, sir, within few minutes. We will confirm other session chairs presence also, so we can start within few minutes.
In track 1, first paper, effect minimization through casting simulation, a case study in small scale foundry by Mr. Ranjit Suryakant. Please be ready, Ranjit Suryakant.
Yes, sir.
Be ready with your paper, PPT and share it. Share
sir.
the screen.
Yes, sir.
We have 8 minutes.
Okay. So my screen is visible. Hello.
Hello, not visible.
Huh?
The PPT is not visible.
Sir.
Not visible. PPT not visible.
I check it.
Mr. Ranjit Suryakant,
Yes, sir.
share the PPT.
Sir, screen share. One option is here. Host
Yeah.
this.
Click at the screen. Host disabled participants resharing. Okay, wait. They will enable. All the participants are requested to be ready with PPTs so that when their turn comes, within a few seconds, you will be ready to share the screen. Be ready with your PPT.
Mr. Suresh, have you joined for the conference in track 1?
Yeah, now Ranjit can start share the screen.
Sir, my
Please wait. Madam, tell where to start.
Sir.
Shall I confirm Mr. Suresh presence here to host the technical session track 1?
Sir, my PPT is visible.
Yeah,
yes, visible, but put it on presentation mode. Slideshow, please.
Go to slideshow.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Can you start, sir?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Ranjit Suryakant Akiwate, study in ME Mechanical Part 2. My project work is the defect minimization through casting simulation, a case study in small scale industry. This project work is under the guidance of Professor Dr. J.R. Naik sir, the Department of Production Engineering, KIT College of Engineering. This is the my abstract. uh, Nowadays the conventional and manual manufacturing system is replaced by modern manufacturing technology. Then this modern technology has minimized the use of resources and also minimized the defects. Nowadays foundry industry also use modern technology with various softwares to improve the quality of the product. Computer simulation of costing process has advanced technology and it is helpful for proper design. Uh, in that, the computer program to control liquid metal behavior and help to eliminate defective parts, especially shrinkage porosity defects inside the casting. Various simulation softwares are available like AutoCast, SolidCast, ProCast, MagmaCast are used today. Present study analyzes the current process and suggest improvements based on the computer simulation and testing. Then next one is this is the problem definition. I am working in the Mane Foundry in Ichalkanji. In that, this first of all, we introduction the Mane Foundry Ichalkanji started 2008 with a logo statement which we create your ideas. They are the topmost supplier of SI and SG iron casting. The total turnover of the company is near about 12 crore approximately. Foundry supplies casting to Tata Motors, Mahindra and Mahindra, Johnson and Johnson, SKF, Bearings, Bajaj, and many etc. Then next, we first of all collecting the all these rejection casting data. Then casting rejection data is collected from the sponsoring Mane Foundry for analysis. The index percentage of casting rejection is drawn for study which was showing cumulative rejection of 9.6%, 60%. The major defects like shrinkage is 36.64%. Then sand rejection percentage is 20.4%, and mold crack rejection is the 17.37 percentage, are highest contributing in overall rejection for inspected casting. The rejection due to shrinkage leads to loss of 25% of total loss. So this table indicates the defects quantity and percentage rejection it tabulate. Then the total quantity of the parts is 39,774 pieces. The hello, the costing for the ductile iron casting is near about 120 per kg approximately. The weight of the casting varies from 10 to 15 kg. The total cost of per price is near about 1,200. The total cost of rejected quantity for 6 months is near about 45 lakhs 81,600. So hence it is necessary to study the process and predict the properties for casting, solidification, mold filling, mold design, etc. in order to reduce the defect, and finally we rejection and also reduce the financial loss. Then this is the methodology. uh, Create a 3D model for the casting, create the model, run the simulation, analyze the results. This is the figures. We using the solid cost software, and then how to, this is the steps wise figures how to work in that. First of all, the aim of this project to study the existing method of quantitative prediction method and develop some empirical model which will provide quantitative prediction of defects using casting simulation software for ductile iron casting, considering geometric and thermal parameters, prediction of the size and location of shrinkage and cold shut defects by considering geometric and thermal parameters during solidification in casting. The foundry has experienced costly outbreakers of high reject rates due to metallurgical casting defects. So this study will correctly diagnose the defect as well as find out the root cause of the defects. The so this is the steps are here. Then first of all, to create the 3D models, phase one, that then study the casting simulation tool for analysis, then study and compare the defect prediction models, predict the defects and validate it using benchmark casting. Then this step is the these features are shown here, how to create. Then consider the design modification analysis check. If design is not okay, then we go to the after design modification analysis check. Then finally we will conclude the reduce the amount of required to develop new part. Then because the very important part in today industry is the cost, so we reduce the cost of that project in the main aim. Then reduce the melting and handling cost by reducing shop floor trials. Then next one is the quickly resolve of quality problem in casting.
How you now reduced the amount of time quality?
Yes, sir.
Conclusion, you mentioned that time is reduced. How is it reduced?
Quickly resolve.
Time required to develop new part is reduced. How is it reduced?
Develop new part because yes, sir. Reduce the amount of time required to develop of new part.
You have not calculated any time now.
Yes, sir. We have calculate because we reduce the number of trials in on shop floor. At that time, if they reduce the trials time, then we spend this trials time to utilize the new product time. So
what is the time required for old product and what is the time required for new product?
New product time is using the casting solid cast simulation software. So it is very fast and hello, sir.
Tell me.
Sir. The time required to develop new part is reduced because consider if the you not using the solid cast software or simulation softwares, in that case we design the casting simulation and in that using the trials on actual foundry. In that if the rising or pouring defects, then after design another one way. So in that case we find out the actually design and actual what use of the product.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now you can do the presentation. Next participant, Chinmay Krishna, evaluating standard atmospheric parameters using MATLAB.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so good morning, everybody. The paper title is Evaluation of
We are
Atmospheric.
not able to see your first slide. We are seeing a graph. Of 6th slide, we are able to, yeah. Now go to slideshow. Presentation mode. Go to presentation mode.
Yeah, sir.
Just click on slideshow. It will automatically go to presentation.
I did not. Is it okay, sir?
That's not okay. Yeah. Yes. Start. Evaluation of atmospheric parameters using MATLAB. Voice is not coming.
Please unmute yourself if you're muted. Check your audio once.
Yep. Sorry, my bad. So,
Okay, now.
audible, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. So, good morning, everybody. I'm Chinmay Krishna Peri from CBIT. And today's paper title is Evaluation of Atmospheric Parameters using MATLAB. My guides are C.H. Indra Priyadarshini and Ratna Reddy. And I'm from Mechanical Engineering Department. Ma'am, it is getting stuck, ma'am, for some reason.
What happened?
It is getting stuck, ma'am. Yeah, now it is fine. So the abstract, ISA stands for International Standard Atmosphere. The values of ISA model is designed by taking various thermodynamic equations, which is defined by the ICAO, that is International Civil Aviation Organization. So basically, the ISA model doesn't depend on the season or region. It only depends on the altitude. Like the change in altitude results in change in pressure, density, and other properties of the atmosphere. It is important to know these parameters because using this we design various we do various calculations such as taking and landing of parameters of aircraft. Then the aircraft instruments are designed using these values. So basically, in this in this paper, I have. So basically, in this paper, I have made an effort to strike a relationship between altitude and the atmospheric parameters using MATLAB. So basically, the code which I've made takes the altitude as input and gives various parameters as the output. Moving on to the next slide. So basically, the description of the project. Basically, what is an ISA model? It stands for International Standard Atmosphere. It is a table of properties of different atmospheric parameters such as temperature, pressure, density, which are at different altitudes above sea level. So basically, ISA models has different layers of atmosphere, and also, yeah, as I've mentioned earlier, it plays a major role in a field of aerospace. It is used for length of calculating the length of runways, speed of takeoff speed, pressure and temperature required inside the cabin of an aircraft. It is also used for designing airspeed, altitude, and pressure measuring devices, and it can also be used for weather forecasting. Afterwards, ISA model is used as a reference to test the performance of different aircrafts. This is because the performance data of an aircraft or comparison the performance of different aircrafts have, they have a proper meaning only if they are with something that is agreed upon by everybody. Also, an important point to be considered is that the model is devoid of things like wind speed, water vapor, and turbulence. So because of these considerations, lapse rate may not be accurate. Hence, the flight crew needs to have some more reference tables. They need to carry some more reference tables with them. So basically, this is the standard atmosphere chart. So basically, the L1 is the lapse rate, which is basically the temperature gradient. So as the layers of atmosphere change, the temperature gradient changes. The troposphere layer is till 20 kilometers, and that is subdivided into two layers. And then comes the stratosphere, followed by the stratopause, then the mesosphere, then the mesopause. So moving on to the next slide. It is a brief information about the different layers of atmosphere. So troposphere is the first layer. This is the This is characterized by turbulent weather conditions. Also in this layer, the altitude increases and the temperature and pressure decreases. It is extended up to 20 kilometers. Then followed by the stratosphere. It is found above the troposphere. The highest point of stratosphere is called the stratopause. It is okay, and also we can see like airplanes and also weather balloons flying in the lower levels of stratosphere. This layer extends up to 50 kilometers, and there is a decrease in temperature up to 25 kilometers, and then the temperature again increases. The mesosphere, this is like above 80 kilometers. The temperature and pressure are very low over here. Then the temperature can go as low as minus 90 degrees Celsius. The highest point of this layer is known as mesopause, followed by the ionosphere. Basically, free ions are available in this layer. This layer can be extended as high as 500 kilometers. And also here the temperature starts to increase with the increase in the altitude. Afterwards, the exosphere. This is after 500 kilometers. Also, this is also known as the outer fringe of the Earth.
Okay, you have only 2 minutes time left.
Okay, sir. So these are the background equations: the hydrostatic equation, temperature variation, pressure equation, density variation equation, and pressure ratio equation, and density ratio equation. So followed, the methodology is very simple. Basically, the MATLAB code has been written using function blocks, that is constant function block, display function block, and the basic function block. Also, the code is a simple if-else loop. So yeah, these are the conclusions that I've made. So basically, I've entered 5 different values. First is the 5 kilometers. Here the pressure is 0.54 bar, followed by speed of sound 320 meter per second. Then density and temperature values are as followed by the 15 layer 15 kilometers. Here we can see that the temperature decreases. So here the temperature decreases. This is in tropopause region, followed by so by considering the first 2 layers, like this is parallel to our expectation, that is, as the altitude increases, the temperature needs to decrease. But after this, when we go to 25 kilometers, the temperature starts to increase, and then it still increases, and it keeps on increasing. This increasing temperature is because of the absorption of the UV radiations. So basically, this is because of the absorption of UV radiation by the atmosphere, that in turn protects humans from the harmful radiations. Yep, that's it. So yeah, this is the appendix. These are the different values that I've mentioned in the formulas. I'm done. Thank you.
Which software you have used here?
MATLAB, sir.
What is the original novelty in this one? So the pressure atmosphere parameters, animal parameters are known. Why again you have to use MATLAB for evaluation?
So basically,
what is the advantage of using MATLAB for this evaluation?
Sir, yeah, sir. So MATLAB is basically a tool, sir. In this, there is a in this there is a part called Simulink, sir, which is which has different block sets, sir, like aerospace block set, and for electric people there is a different block set, sir. So here I have used the basic MATLAB block, sir. So the advantage of using MATLAB is it is basically like it makes calculations easier, sir, like compared to Python and all. This makes the calculations more easier. So basically, as I mentioned earlier, we only have this ISA model, sir. Like for every, like suppose if we want like values at 20 kilometers, we'll be getting the value of temperature only. But like from the code that I have made, at 20 kilometers, we'll be getting all the necessary values. Like at 15 kilometers, we have the pressure, sir, then speed of sound, then density, then temperature, then pressure ratio, and density ratio, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, effect of plate-lating centrifugal pump impeller using corrosion-resistant materials are Navanita. Next participant are Navanita. Next participant are Navanita. Effect of bladelet. Effect of bladelet in centrifugal pump impeller using corrosion resistant materials. Anybody on behalf of our Navanita, effect of bladelet in centrifugal pump impeller using corrosion resistant materials. Okay, next batch. Performance of thermoset powder spray coating on mild distilled aluminum 061.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, start the presentation.
Okay, sir. Sir, is my screen is visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, visible. Go to slideshow.
Okay, sir. It's okay, sir, no?
Yes.
Okay, myself, Pallatan Kumar from CMR College of Engineering and Technology. And my paper title is Performance of Thermoset Powder Spray Coating on Mild Steel and Aluminum 6061 alloy.
Yes.
And this is the abstract. This abstract says that the regulations are becoming more ironclad and awareness of consumers to protect environment by the use of volatile organic compounds. The main motto is to reduce the environmental problems, and powder coating is a kind of solution without any solvent. It enhances the performance, eco-friendly nature, and many applications like you seen in metal coatings, automotive industries, etc. The materials which are coated has high resistance to under certain weather conditions than that of the uncoated materials. The substrate materials are of mild steel and aluminum 6061 Li, which are coated with light ivory, glassy VG 1008 and HNS hexa nitro steel benzene 0012 respectively. The challenge is to obtain a dense, homogeneous coating on metallic substrates. The surface roughness, microstructure, and corrosion resistance of coated materials is analyzed and compared to uncoated materials. And this is the introduction. This is the introduction of the powder coatings. Powder coating is nothing but a free flowing of dry powder method. This is different from conventional paints. This conventional paints consist of volatile organic compounds and many harmful agents which may cause harm to environment. And many researchers are working on various alternative approaches. And the coating is basically applied to electrostatic gun, and then cured under heat to flow to form a layer. The raw material is in the form of powder is sprayed and form a layer in the base material. Powder coating can provide a variety and high quality finishes, make it popular alternative along with environmental safety and ecologically sensitive climate for future generations. The powder is made of thermoplastics and thermosets also. It is used to create a hard finish layer than conventional paints. Coating are mostly used for metals, home appliances, aluminum extrusions, automotive and bicycle parts. And this powder consists of combination of pigments which is used for coloring agent and filler material for smooth surface and resins that melts and fuses everything together. And this all results in giving a better surface finish, which is an incredibly durable and polymer-like finish. And main advantages is that it doesn't contains any solvents, liquid elements, and VOCs, and completely dry process and solvent free.
Okay, go to methodology.
It is a perfect finishing method for when a parts need a solid and durable finish and resistant to impact and abrasion. And it finishes from glass, metallic, flat, and pearlescent. And due to the special properties, it is mainly used in antibacterial for medical and anti-graffiti for outdoor uses. And this is the literature. These are the literature used. So many researchers are working on this based on REFEB powder technology and DSC, FTIR, and these are other. And the methodology main we followed is substrate material selection. First thing is substrate material selection. We selected as mild steel and aluminum 6061 Li. And surface preparation with the help of the emery papers of grade 1, 2, 3. The surface are prepared. And next thing is cleaning process. For mild steel, we gone with phosphoric acid, and for aluminum 6061 alloy, we gone with deoxidizing agent HNO3, nitric acid. And after that, drilling a 5 mm dia hole on the substrate material for hanging in the spraying booth, and with the help of the electrostatic gun, the powder is coated on the substrate materials, and the coating by electrostatic gun and curing in oven for 10 to 20 minutes at elevated temperatures of 160 to 180 degrees. So thermoset powders are they give a permanent matrix solution on the mild steel and aluminum. And these are the equipments: electrostatic spraying gun, powder supplier, spraying booth, and exterior of the curing oven for holding the specimens, and interior of the curing oven. And these are the results. The following tests are performed on this tally surf and salt spec corrosion test and microstructure. This mild steel and aluminum, and these tests are done according to ASTM B117 method. And equipment uses salt space chamber. This is the uncoated and coated metal of mild steel, and uncoated and coated of aluminum 6061 alloy. A red rust is observed on sample after 24 hours on uncoated material. And after coating, red rust observed only on the edges of the sample. Aluminum somewhat rust observed on uncoated, and no rust is observed after 24 hours on coated material. This is the tally surf roughness test values. Mild steel, sample 1 uncoated, CLA, center line average value 5.59 micrometers, RMS root mean square 7.1. The main thing is after the coating with various thickness levels, the roughness is somewhat decreased and it gave a better surface finish. And these are the pictures of that coated and uncoated specimens. We basically carried out on 50 mm and 69.5 micrometer thickness, and this aluminum as 55 micrometer and 68 micrometers. And these are the RZ values: 3.16 micrometer and 2.25. Can you see the basic variation in this 10.8 value is 30.94 after coating of sample 1 with 50 micrometer 3.16, and after that 2.25. Here also there is variation in between the 10.8 values, means the surface finish is achieved better than the uncoated materials. And this is the microstructure of the mild steel and aluminum 6061 alloy. And in the etchant used for this mild steel is nitrile, and for aluminum is Kellars. Microstructure consists of perlite and ferrite for mild steel, and microstructure consists of grains with intermetallic compounds in aluminum matrix and free from eutectic melting. No microporosity, stringers and segregations are observed. And this is the conclusion. And the conclusion is powder coating is achieved by dry finishing process. It uses fine particles of pigments and resins, electrostatically charged onto electric sample pass, and this pass is free from solvents, volatile organic compound. And it doesn't require any venting, filtering, or solvent recovery systems compared to liquid coatings. After coating, different thickness of samples are achieved, and the coating thickness is inspected by the help of dual scope MP40 thickness gauge. And the specimens are tested under salt spec corrosion test. After coating on mild steel, a little rust is observed on the edges, but uncoated is fully red rust is observed. On aluminum, a little rust observed on uncoated, and after coating, it is perfectly all right. And uncoated mild steel shows a high roughness value, and the coating samples are shown 3.16 micrometer and 2.25. Uncoated aluminum shows a roughness value of 11.6 micrometers after the coating with various thickness levels 2.96 and 2.17. And the better improvement is surface roughness is achieved after the coating. And microstructure and grain size are tested by the help of optical microscope, and it is shown that mild steel consists of perlite and ferrite. Aluminum microstructure consists of grain with intermetallic compounds in aluminum matrix and free from eutectic melting, and no micro porosity stringers. And this is the conclusion. These are the references. Sir?
How the coating is done?
With the help of the electrostatic gun technology, sir. The powder is negatively charged and the substrate is the positively charged. Due to electrostatic attraction between the powder and sample, the coating is attracted to the
So
sample.
what is the advantages of giving coatings on mild steel aluminum? Why you have to give coatings without coating also can use? Why you want to test by giving some spray coating?
Sir, the spray coatings are very better than paint, sir. As this paint consists of volatile organic compounds, and it may damage the environment, and it is not eco-friendly. And this powder coatings are very efficient than that paints, and it can withstand up to and it give a better corrosion resistance.
What are the applications of these parts where this coating?
Sir, the applications are shown in the end, sir.
Okay, again, once again, I want to.
The applications are automotive, home appliances, aluminum extrusions, bicycle parts, like tire rims, car wheels, alloy wheels.
So where good surface finish is required, there
Sir?
that use reporting subgroup.
Your voice is not on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Next topic.
Hello, sir. Can I continue?
Who is that?
Sir, I am Suraj Jadhav. Can I call participants?
Yes.
Okay, sir. The next presentation is generative shape design of automotive rear up. No, sorry, extremely sorry. No, generative shape design of automotive rear upgrade using Fusion 360 presented by B. Yamuna.
Yamuna and anyone on behalf of our batch of the paper.
Yes, yes, sir. I'm present. 1 minute, sir. I'm sharing my screen.
Okay.
Is my screen audible, visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible.
First of all, a very good morning to all the respected faculty and all the co-participants that are present in this conference. My name is Venkata Umesh Chandra, and I'm studying my final year in mechanical engineering from CMR College of Engineering and Technology, and my research paper is about generative shape design of automotive rear upright using Fusion 360.
Carry on.
Yeah, 1 minute, sir. Introduction. So before we go into the details, we need to know about the upright. So what exactly is an upright? An upright is basically an automotive component which carries the wheel hub of the automobile, and also it is attached to the upper and lower arms, and it is primarily present in the racing cars. These uprights are designed according to the each vehicle's individual own requirements and optimized accordingly. The main optimized factors in this upright are cornering, braking, and repeated loading. The automotive rear upright is designed in such a way that it can take a sharp cornering, or instantaneous braking at a higher accelerated speed, and continuous loading and unloading of loads on it. So in order to bear with all of this, the strength of the upright must be higher. But only after considering the strength of the upright, if we design the upright with a thicker material and higher weight, it may actually hinder the overall performance of the vehicle. So we need to keep in mind that the upright must be lighter in weight as well as with a higher strength. So our main objective is to design an upright which is actually lighter in weight, and can take the frequent loading and unloading of the vehicle, sudden braking and sudden sharp turning of the vehicles. This is the methodology which has been followed in the research paper. First what we had done is literature study. We have studied up about rear upright from various other sources and materials. After that, what we have done exactly is that we actually designed an upright in using a Fusion 360 software. And in the Fusion 360 software, after designing the upright, we have given the upright certain input constraints, and then we have run it through the generative shape design. So what exactly generative shape design does is, it is actually a feature in the upright, and its main purpose is to run all the possible iterations of the upright, and generate a new designs according to our need, generate a new designs according to the various needs and various shapes. So what next is done in this research paper is, each of the upright design that are generated from the generative shape design are actually imported into the ANSYS software, and both static and dynamic analysis are performed, and a suitable design is selected as a ideal design. So these are the dimensions of the rear. These are the dimensions of the rear upright, and the designing, entire designing and generative shape design of the upright is done in a software named Fusion 360. So what exactly is Fusion 360? Fusion 360 is actually a cloud-based 3D CAM software. 3D CAM software from the Autodesk. It is actually in which not only the design can be stored in the device, but also it can stored in the cloud database, which can be retrieved from any system anytime. So these are the two designs we have that we have generated from generative shape design. So yeah, a material selection. Material selection. There are two prominent materials that we have considered as a base material for the upright. The first one is AL7075. AL7075 is actually an existing material. It actually been used frequently for designing of the rear upright. AL7075 is actually an alloy with a very high corrosion resistance, so that corrosion doesn't occur that naturally. And also, AL7075 has a unique property, which is the overall strength and integrity of the material actually increases when there is a decrease in temperature, and conversely, when the temperatures are at a higher elevated temperatures, the overall strength and integrity of the alloy may decrease. So considering all the new factors, we actually consider another material which is named as basalt fiber. So basalt fiber is a material which is made of extremely thin fabrics of basalt. It actually consists of materials like plagiocase, pyroxene, and olivine. Plagiocase, pyroxene, and olivine. The composition of the basalt fiber is same as fiberglass, but the structural integrity of the basalt fiber is much greater than the fiberglass, and also the cost of the basalt fiber is very cheap compared to the carbon fiber. So analysis process. In analysis process, there are two key terms that we need to know about before diverging into it. First thing is meshing. What we know about complex designs is that if our design is in a complex structure, we cannot actually perform the analysis without on the complicated structure with accurately. So what exactly we does is we undergo a process named as meshing. So what meshing exactly does is that it actually divides the complex structure material into many smaller components of unilateral shapes, such as triangles or square or pentagon, etc. and performs analysis on each and every single smaller component that are present in it. It is done with the help of elements. It is done with the help of elements and nodes. Yeah. So if we divide the complex structure into fewer parts, that we can actually perform the analysis on it. But if the material is actually divided into even finer part, the more times the element is divided, the greater accuracy of the result that we obtain. So here are the properties of both the materials. So yeah, these are the both static and dynamic analysis. Static analysis that is performed on both the designs. As we can see from the given data, basalt fiber has actually performed better in various other factors compared to AL7075. This static analysis is performing by following the following procedure. First, we will give a certain boundary conditions to the given material. We will do that by taking the automotive rear upright and give the fixed position to it. The fixed position will be the hole which is present in the middle of the upright. after we fix the whole of the upright, we actually apply a certain force in the center of the upright. The force is valently equal to 1.5 into 10 power 9 Newton. So the factors here that are calculated are input is the load that we apply is the input. So the various other factors that we obtain from this static analysis is deformation, stress, strain, safety factor. Deformation, stress, strain, and safety factor. So the material we actually consider and design optimal or usable if its safety factor is above 1.5. Above 1.5. So as we can see in the optimized design one, the optimized design one, when made with basalt fiber, has a better mechanical properties when compared to that of AL7075. So yeah, this is the static analysis of design, where we can see on overall the design 2 has actually performed even better than the design 1, and in every other factor. I mean, if we consider the safety factor, the safety factor is around 1.5 in the design 1, whereas it's 1.9 and 2.3 in the design 2. So yeah, this is the way it's performed in it. Next, we actually performed dynamic analysis on the rear upright. So before talking about the dynamic analysis, we need to talk about natural frequency. Frequency is the main thing that is actually tested in the dynamic analysis. So yeah, natural frequency. Natural frequency. What exactly is it? What exactly is frequency now?
You have only 2 minutes time left.
Yeah, okay, sir. So what exactly is frequency? Frequency is a sound rate which is generated due to a vibrating of a medium. The frequency at which the object tends to vibrate when it is struck, beat, or touched is known as natural frequency. All objects have a certain natural frequency. All objects have certain natural frequency. So what exactly happens in dynamic analysis is through the 6 modes known as mode 1, mode 2, so on to mode 6, we actually induce 6 different types of vibrations. 6 different types of vibrations into the input material, and we know conversely we record the vibrations that are happening around it. As we can see, the vibrations of basalt fiber are more than IL7075 in design 1. Similar thing has actually occurred in design 2. Similar thing has actually occurred in all the designs. So why? So we need a higher vibration values because the automotive is subjected to higher vibrations during its motion. So the higher the vibrations that are that occur in this design, the better it is for it. So from the dynamic analysis, we can actually conclude that the basalt fiber is a better material. On the overall conclusion, we can actually say that by changing it to basalt fiber, the performance, the strength of the material has been increased 24%, and also the material's weight is at 2% lesser compared to its counterpart. To its counterpart. If designs are concerned, optimized design 2 with basalt fiber is actually a better performing model than the other models that are present in this research paper. That's it, sir.
So what is this natural frequency? Why you found that one?
So yeah, natural frequency is the frequency with which the material actually vibrates when it is subjected to a load, or when when we actually hit the material, or move the material, etc. So that exactly is natural frequency, and we need to actually test the natural frequency because rear upright is actually an automotive component. Automotive components are actually subjected to higher vibration intensity when they are in moving conditions. So yeah, that's the reason we actually tested the vibration.
So what is the load you have given?
1.5 into 10 power 9 Newton, sir.
Can you show me that slide?
Yes.
This one. So what you put deformation, stress, back, strain, safety factor. So where you have applied the load?
Yes, we actually applied on the center. We actually applied on the center. we actually applied on the center of the rear upright. This is which is between these two columns, and the bluer the areas which are marked navy blue are the areas which are subjected to lesser stress, and the areas which are marked as red, which is under the hole, is actually subjected to higher stress compared to other areas.
You might have increased the loads and you have noted the deformation and you have plotted a graph.
Yes, sir.
Now, what is the observation? Why the deformation is increasing, stress is decreasing?
Actually, basal fiber has a higher value of elasticity, so that's the reason it actually subjected to higher deformation compared to AL7075. But the mechanical properties of the basal fiber are greater compared to that AL7075. That is the reason when we consider the other performances like stress, strain, and safety factor, the values of basal fiber are far lesser than compared to AL7075. Yeah.
Have you compared with experimental values only, or these are theoretical values?
Sorry, sir, I didn't get you.
Did you did any experimentation and so that it will be compared with experimental values? These are only simulated values.
So far, actually, the experiment we actually done is only the analysis. We didn't do any practical experience in the in 3D form. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Next paper.
Next paper is analysis of shell and tube heat exchanger using CFD, present by E. Samia.
Analysis of shell and tube heat exchanger using CFD. Yes, Sai Aditya and Samaya. Okay. Start the presentation. We're not getting you. Your audio is muted, unmute, and start the presentation.
Okay.
Clear one is okay. All right.
Just a minute, sir. Okay. Is my screen visible, sir? Hello?
Yes, the presentation is visible.
Okay. Good morning to respected faculty and everyone. I am Sayaditya Kandakuri from Mechanical Department of CMR College of Engineering and Technology. And my presentation is about analysis of heat transfer in shell and tube heat exchanger using CFD. And coming to the abstract of our presentation, our main motto is to design a model of shell and tube heat exchanger and perform analysis with various nanofluids such as aluminum oxide, copper oxide, and water. That is, in order to decrease its, increase its efficiency and performance, and making it ready to work under critical situations such as high temperatures and pressures. And coming to the introduction, heat exchangers are the mechanical devices which are used to transfer heat between two streams. That is, in order to transfer, or in order to remove or provide hotness or coldness. And there are many types of heat exchangers that are available in the market, in which the shell and tube type is widely used one because of their robust constructions and shape. These are suitable for high pressure applications. And heat transfer between the fluid plays an important role in engineering concepts, as it is employed in many applications such as air conditioned systems and refrigeration systems. And shell and tube heat exchangers have large heat transfer surface which provide to operator under high pressures. And this is the schematic diagram of shell and tube heat exchanger, which consists of baffles, tubes, and shell, and the shell inlet, shell outlet, tube inlet, tube outlets. And this is the process flowchart of the shell and tube analysis of shell and tube heat exchanger. Firstly, title selection is prominent, and then undergoing to various literature studies to better understanding of the concept behind them. Also, selection of required processes required, and then choosing the material for heat exchanger materials and nanofluids for the working as the working fluids. And also considering the input parameters as the temperature of input, cold inlet and hot inlet. And then a solid geometry is made using designing software like Fusion 360. And then the designed object is imported into the ANSYS software. and then perform the analysis on simulation. And then recognition of output parameters is required. After that, considering the best output and then concluding. And these are some of the literature studies that I have undergone. And in these literature studies, the authors have performed the simulation using other nanofluids such as silver oxide and copper oxide with different percentages. And coming to the methodology, firstly, we need to design the model of shell and tube heat exchanger using any design software like Fusion 360 or CAD. We have designed using Fusion 360. And also the design object is to be imported into the simulation software like ANSYS in order to perform an analysis and simulation. And then after computing the required values, we will compare with the theoretical values and we get the efficiency. And here the material used for, material used for the nanofluids are copper oxide with 135% and aluminum oxide with 135% and water. And this is the first diagram represents the model of shell and tube heat exchanger designed in the Fusion 360. And the second diagram represents the simulation of shell and tube heat exchanger in the ANSYS. And third diagram represents the meshing of shell and tube heat exchanger in the ANSYS software. And these are the results by using these nanofluids one by one and by performing the simulation of shell and tube heat exchanger using ANSYS, we get the cold inlet, cold outlet, hot inlet, hot outlet, and net transfer heats as follows. And these are the temperature, pressure, and velocity diagrams of copper oxide 135%. And these are the temperature, pressure, velocity diagrams of aluminum oxide of 1.35% and water. And coming to that, these are the graphs that are plotted for cold outlet and hot outlet with the nanofluids that are being used. Conclusion, after performing analysis with these nanofluids as the working fluids of shell and tube heat exchanger, we got the best efficiency and performance of shell and tube heat exchanger using copper oxide of 5% as nanofluid, as copper oxide is highly thermal conductive. That's it. And these are the references I have undergone. Thank you, sir.
So what are the different nanofluids you are using?
Sir, aluminum oxide of 135% and copper oxide of 135% and water. Total 7 cases.
What is the basis for this taking 1%, 3%, 5%? Why you have not taken 2%, 4%, 6%? What is the strategy?
Sir, actually, we have started from 0, 1, increasing order, but without going to higher, for 135%, we got the good results, better than 5, 6, 7 higher values.
So, this is 1% of Al2O3. What is remaining 99%?
Water, sir.
99% is water.
Yes, sir.
3% of Al2O3, remaining is water.
Yes, sir.
So, where these nanofluids are used as the applications of heat exchanger?
Actually, the fluid flows through the tubes and the nanofluids flows through the shell. The fluid flowing temperature will be reduced by these nanofluids, sir.
Temperature is reduced now.
Reduced or can be increased, sir.
Okay, do you have any data of what is the temperature without nanofluid and what is the with nanofluid?
Yes, sir. Here are the features, sir.
Graph.
Yes, sir. I have, sir. These are the graphs.
Water. So, what is the result you are saying? Conclusion?
Sir, after performing these with these nanofluids, copper oxide with 5% gave the best results, sir. I mean, high net transfer.
Why don't you take 7%, 9%, then you will give best results, no?
Sir, actually, that didn't give the best results, sir. These have been performed well.
Then you have to show that also.
Okay, sir.
By using some, so 5%, 7%, 9% also you have to indicate 7%. The graph has to be increased. 25% is best you have to say.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next presentation is on design analysis and optimization of automobile chassis, presented by A. Hari. A. Harish, please present.
I'm presenting.
Yes. Good morning, sir. Myself, I'm R. Sharat Chandra Reddy from CMR College of Engineering and Technology from Mechanical Department. Just give me a second to send it, sir. Sorry, sir, my mouse is not working. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Go to slideshow.
Yeah. Actually, my trackpad has stopped working, sir. That's what I'm trying. FI is also not working. I'm trying.
Like that you can do from beginning. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, sir, for the inconvenience. So
no problem. We will wait for 1 minute to start the slideshow.
okay. So my research paper is based on the topic called design, analysis, and optimization of automobile chassis. So the basic idea which I have taken. So the basic idea which I have taken this concept like automobile chassis is because we general topic like in the society we are facing while we are traveling in a bus or any kind of heavy weight loading vehicle. So the main problem comes with the number of passengers or the amount of load which has to be directed or which has been applied on the chassis has extended its limit because every material has a limit. But during let us consider the topic of RTC buses, like generally while we are traveling. So when we observe,
Slideshow.
I'm presenting it, sir.
Slideshow. The slide is not moving. You are in first slide only.
Oh, is it not showing abstract, sir?
An abstract is not visible for us. Only we are watching first slide.
I will do it again. Okay, now first page, sir.
Now first page.
Now second page came, sir.
No.
I'm sharing it, sir. Actually.
You close it and come again.
Okay, sir.
You open again. Resume slideshow. You click.
Now is it visible, sir? Next page.
No.
I don't know what is the problem right here. Sir.
Now you click on from current slide. From current slide.
Is it came, sir, like contents is visible?
Okay, we are watching second slide, but it is not in presentation mode.
Wait a second, sir. And now is it showing abstract? Hello? Hello?
Now abstract didn't come.
Is there any alternative for this sir, right now? Because I think it's facing some kind of issue. Wait, I will just close it.
Click F5.
Yes. I'm just.
Yes.
It changed, sir?
Yes, changed it. Good.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. And sorry for the inconvenience again. So, as I am previously discussing that, let us take an example of the RTC bus. So, we can really observe that while we are coming to the college, the bus is completely stuck. Excuse me. The bus is completely stuck, and it has already reached its limit due to this situation or due to this over population in the bus. The chassis or the chassis gets breakdown due to heavy load. So our the main objective of the project is to improve the efficiency of heavy duty chassis with three types of sections: C, I, and the box. As you can consider that C, I, and the box are already existing in the current society, but the way we are optimizing is that we are just analyzing it and we are suggesting the best suitable fare for the suitable purpose of heavy duty vehicle using CAD tool or SolidWorks. These assemblies consist of major components. They are mainframe, stiffer, and long which require dimensions, and importing components which are developed in CAD tool into CAE tool to answers for analyze. So just let us take a summarize that we are designing the cross section of the C, I, and the box with three different types of materials in CAD tool. And after we have designed it, we are transferring for analyzing it by using ANSYS software to analyze. So by giving the exact dimensions, the stress efficiency, safety factor, along with another considerations, the weight. So we are analyzing it completely. So introduction. First, we need to know what is chassis. A chassis is the load-bearing framework of an artificial object which structurally supports the object in its construction and function. An example of a chassis is a vehicle frame, the underpart of a motor vehicle. We all know that because the chassis plays a main the chassis is the main component in a vehicle because it is the main part of the body. If the running gears such as wheels, transmission, and sometimes even the reverse seats are included, then assembly is called as rolling chassis. Heavy duty chassis, the topic which we are going to discuss. A chassis consists of an internal framework that supports a man-made object in its construction and use. It is analogous to an animal skeleton, like how our skeleton supports our muscles and body. The way this chassis also supports the complete vehicle. So this is just an diagrammatical representation of a chassis. So this is the literature review which I have referred and which I have taken my thesis. So the main objective of the project. The objective of this project is to design an analysis of heavy load vehicle chassis to avoid any possibilities of failure of the structure and thus to provide enough supporting member to make the region stronger in terms of deformation. Finite element analysis enables to predict the region. So the way we, according to have described it in my research paper, we have done two types of analysis for this project. One is static analysis and one is dynamic analysis. So these are the boundary conditions. To calculate the results here, so this is the structure which we have taken into the ANSYS software after designing. So applying 93931 in loads, we are applying this load because the force which has been considered about 120 to 130% based on this. So we have just taken a load of 93931 theoretically, as we have all, I have studied from the literature. So the main concept is that the three materials which we are taking into consideration are ASTM A710 steel and ASTM A710 steel and ASTM A302 alloy steel. So coming to the design, the first two pictures shows us the design in SolidWorks, like it's an horizontal top view and it's a side view. So the right side picture shows us the C section cross sections work after design. This is the I section design, and this is the box section design. After we have analyzed, we got the selections like from the material selection aluminum 7075 TC. Young's modulus we have got it like 717 E at the power 9 pascals, Poisson's ratio 0.33, density 2810, yield strength. And for steel, ASI 710 is Young's modulus 205, Poisson's ratio, density, and yield strength. has been shown. So this is for the steel 4130 next module. So geometry, right? We are showing it in a step-by-step process in the software, like geometry, right? Import geometry, import. Like this is the step-by-step process in how like we have inline. After importing model, just click on the geometry option. This is the system. So the main concept after the analyzing is the meshing. After completion of material selection, here we have to create meshing. For each object means it is converting single part into number of parts, because we are taking each and every part into consideration. Like the force, the stress can be applied at anywhere on the chassis, right? Because it is not distributed uniform. It is distributed based on the load applied on the various locations. After completion of meshing, only we can solve our object. Without mesh, we cannot solve our problem. So meshing plays a key role in our research. So these are the results, like from the C section. So let us take a C section as the example, and we can observe in the stress form, like the red color shows the maximum stress where the load has been applied, and the second and this one, this picture shows about the strain and along with maximum shear stress. This picture shows the safety factor and the weight which where they are all falling. So these are the results which have been taken from the static analysis. The C section results deforming. The main concepts we are taking into consideration, like the main factors are deformation, stress, strain, maximum shear stress, safety factor, and which are shown in the diagram. So these are from the C section, these are from the I section, and these are from the box section. So 3 different types of materials, 3 different cross sections, 9 a total of 9 results has been came out. So the concept natural frequency is important in these situations, because it is an like it's a general structure is rectangle. So all things in this universe have a natural frequency. The to and from motion or anything, if you know an object's natural frequency, you know how it will vibrate. So by knowing the frequency, we can get the reduction of the vibrations, and the more stress or the more elongation we can take. If you want to make specific kinds of wave, you need to create objects with natural frequency that matches the waves you want. Like we can take this factor into consideration of shock absorber. So these are the dynamic analysis. Like dynamic analysis results is nothing is completely based on the natural frequency, is completely based on the frequency. Mode 1, mode 2, mode 3, mode 4. These modes are just what we can say that the trials which we have given by increasing the amount of load on each and every time. So these are previous ones are the C sections, I section, and this is for the box section. So the conclusion, in conclusion, the conclusion of this is the main object of the project is to improve the efficiency of heavy duty chassis with 3 different types of cross section, C, I, and the box of heavy duty vehicle using CAD solid works. This assembly consists of major components they are made. So from structural analysis results, here I section. So before I told you that we are giving, these are the existing solutions, but we are giving the optimization results for which factor, for which situation it will work differently. From structural analysis results, here I section is having high strength compared to remaining 2 models, and it also has less stress values among all box chassis. Among all box chassis is having high amount of weight, and it has the second best strength result. So that compared to remaining 2 models, I section is having a high strength to weight ratio. So this result is just showing us like according to our budget or according to our conditions which we need to satisfy, we can select anything. We can select the I section which have more high strength and less stress ratio and more strength to weight ratio to get more accurate knowledge about each model. So we have considered 2 cases. The case one is our final thesis conclude with I section chassis when weight and strength matters. Here I section is suggested with aluminum 7075. In the 3 materials, we are selecting aluminum 7075 material. From the case 2, with dynamic stability required, box chassis is suitable to remain more than other 2 things. So these are the references which we have considered. Thank you, sir. This is end of my paper.
So what is the best section?
The I section is the best section based on our current situation.
That is already proved. We have studied in
We have, as I have previously told you, sir, this is just an optimization which we have done for the existing solution. Previously, they are not using aluminum 7075 material. We are suggesting high section chassis with aluminum 7075 materials. This is our thesis study.
So, based on what parameters you decided that I think is best?
We have decided, as I have already told you, that we have decided on all these 6 parameters: deformation, stress, strain, and the maximum shear safety factors. These are the parameters which we have considered.
Why you consider only steel and aluminum for comparison?
Because we have selected 3 different 3 materials which are currently in use, and we have, like I have already told you, sir, the 9 possibilities, like 3 different materials and 3 different cross sections. We have analyzed each and every situation, and we have given the best out from all of this, because in the current situation they are not using high section with aluminum 775. So we are suggesting aluminum 775 with high section. This is our result.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. The next presentation is design analysis and optimization of automatic ramming machines, presented by K. Rajesh.
Hello, sir. Is my voice clear, sir?
Yes.
Sir, are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Sir, is it now in slideshow, sir? Can you please confirm?
In presentation mode, you can start.
Okay, sir. Very good morning to all the respected faculty and the instructors and my co-presenters. And my name is Anil Kumar. I'm presently studying in mechanical engineering from CMR College of Engineering and Technology. My paper title is Design and Analysis of Automatic Ramming Mission. These are the contents we are going through this presentation. Yeah, come to the abstract. In the abstract, I'm going to say that we all know that molding is a main important metal forming process in a manufacturing components. The manufacturing is related to different kind of appliances. It may be the industrial and different automotive components and many other things in the present coming technology. We know that this casting is very important step. So we have gone through our academics, and we also studied about the foundry section, casting, and these all things. So there we are fond with ramming process. So we usually do the ramming manually by using a hand rammer, or manually by hand by using some equipments like that. So here we are mainly, our intention is to design a automatic ramming mission which is mainly irrespective different from the manual process. So here the automatic ramming mission can be found many applications in this manufacturing industry, and we are also analyzing the ramming mission under different constraints and the different loads, and how it's getting deformed, and according to how it's going to the environment of the foundry. This is the abstract. Coming to the interaction, we all know that pattern is a replica of the original casting product, and there are different allowances to eradicate the defects which are caused in the casting. We are going to provide different machine allowances, shrinkage allowances for the solidification of that poured metal in that casting product. So therefore, to prevent the defects caused in the casting, we need a proper compaction which can compress the sand with a uniform permeability. So by that we can just reduce the defect caused in that process. So for that process, we are just converting that manual process into the automatic ramming process. We are using here some electronic components like pneumatic cylinder and pneumatic components, connecting rods and all the things, and we are making the manual process into the automatic one. So the main objectives of this invention and this innovative process and innovative design is to reduce the work time and reduce the time of the ramming process, and it also encourages the mass production in castings. and it mainly increases the accuracy and the precision and the quality of the product that is manufactured from the casting. It mainly also reduces the human effect in the casting process. We usually we keep the lot of efforts, human efforts are required in the process of the casting. So by this innovative idea, and by this research, we can come to know that the human effect can be reduced by using this kind of automatic machinery. Coming to the material selection and the methods we are going through, the materials which I have considered in this research are steel and other steel alloys, and some different steel alloys like stainless steel 304 and stainless steel 440 grade, and also rubber. So I have taken these metals. These are the, we all know that we know that steel is a composition of that iron and carbon, and some other alloy metals like manganese and chromium, nickel. These kind of things are included in the alloy steel, which can be which are used to attain a good steel which has a high strength and high hardness, and high malleability, and these all the fatigue strength. These all the things which are mainly required for making a good machinery component. So these are the density, Young's modulus, and Poisson ratio, and yield strengths which undergo this materials which are used in this research. And the methods which I have followed in this is the initially the title selection, and after that we have studied some literature and some research paper, gathered some research papers, what are the methods they are following and which method is best suitable for the design. And after that we are designing the models required and material selection, and we are assembling the things, and after that we are analyzing under different categories and different methods, and then we are going through the results and conclusion, and we are choosing a best method and best material which is suitable for the making of machinery. And this is the design, modeling, and simulation process. We are designing the each and every component and using some of the dimensions by using the SolidWorks software. And here we are just making up the things and extruding the parts and components, and one by one I will show in the final assembly. Those are the individual parts, and this is totally the final assembly which you are able to see. And this is the base frame, and these are the wheels which are 4 in number, and which makes the machinery component portable from one place to another. And this is a flask box which we are going to insert on the this base plate. And this is a pneumatic cylinder where it can be actuated by using the electronic elements like solenoid valve and electronic system. And by the reciprocating movement of this piston and the connecting rod, we are able to compress and compact the sand which is there in the flask box. And then the replica and the replica can be created, and a very accurate product can be acquired from this design and from this automatic process. And coming to the analysis part, here we are going through the two kind of analysis part. One is static structural analysis, and another is dynamic analysis, which is going to the second part of this presentation. And firstly, here we are importing one model from the design, and this is the imported model, the first picture you are going to see. And next is the meshing. And here what is the meshing means? Meshing is a process of turning the irregular shape into more recognizable volumes called elements. Here we are studying each and every element that can be called as finite element analysis. Here we are making the problem into a solution by using the finite element analysis. So these are the imported model and the meshing part. So here coming to the structural analysis, I have gone through the structural analysis for stainless steel 304 and normal steel, and but here I have mentioned only stainless steel 440, because I can able to come to conclusion that stainless steel 440 grade is better withstanding in the both the static structural analysis and dynamic analysis. So here I considered the deformation and stress and strain and safety factor. Coming to the deformation, here the one which is in a red color, and the point at the piston rod, that is the maximum area where it is going under deformation, and the other, the blue color area, it is a minimized deformation. Coming to the stress also, in the similar way, the stress is maximum at the this point of contact where the piston rod is positioned, and respective the strain and safety factor accordingly. And these are the results from the static structural analysis. These are indicated in the graph wise. This is the deformation, the stress, strain, and safety factor. These are the values, and this is the maximum 1.98 deformation, which is in mm and millimeter. And coming to the stress, this is a maximum is 148.32 megapascals, and this is a strain, and this is the safety factor, and these are different grades of steel. And this is the coming to the dynamic analysis part. This is under the dynamic analysis. That dynamic analysis is somewhat different from the static structural analysis, where we are there is undertaking of the time varying loads, and it is consist of the inertia and some damping effects, uh, uh, which are activated on the total frame and the components of the machinery. These are some different modes under where the dynamic analysis is done, and the maximum and minimum are indicated in the figures. And this red portion and this is the maximum where the deformation, and the blue portion which is minimized in the deformation. And these are different modes in the dynamic analysis. And coming to the results tables, result table and the result values, what I have gathered from the total analysis and design parties. These are the steels, and these are the different withstanding of the deformation. And this is for static analysis, and this is for dynamic analysis. From all these results, I have come to conclusion that to get the more accurate and clear knowledge about each material, here dynamic boundary conditions are applied on it. For the calculator, some natural frequency results we are going through, which are like frequency waves. In addition, results indicates that which material can bear more vibrating conditions. If the material has high natural frequency range values, then it can withstand more forced vibrations on it. From the results, here we are concluding that stainless steel 304 has some poor natural frequency value. It means that the stainless steel material can withstand high structural loads but give poor performance in dynamic conditions. Finally, this research is concluding the stainless steel 440 can perform optimum under both the structural and dynamic conditions, and it can increase the object performance. The stainless steel 440, the composition of 78% iron and 16 to 18% of chromium and 1.2% of carbon, and other minimal percentages of molybdenum and like that. Here the more advantages are possible by using the steel 440 for the manufacturing of the machinery component. It can enhance the strength in nearly 80% compared to regular steel, and the corrosion is also in very decreased amount, and it is also some negligible cost which can bear we can get the more performance. And this is a conclusion, and these are the references I have gone through. That's also. Thank you for giving me this great opportunity to share some of my things.
Thank you. On what basis so you selected the best one?
Sir, by the deformations in the analysis part, sir, we have just compared the steels, different alloys of steel, and we have come to one conclusion.
What is the reason for getting that deformation?
We are applying some loads on that frame, sir, and that pneumatic cylinder, so that according to that deformation and how can it able to withstand that amount of loads. So by that what little deformations and little stress and strain it's going through, so we have taken out that all results, and we have compared, and which is one best suiting the material. We are concluding by the steel 440 by that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. The next presentation is evaluation of process and parameters of a double pipe heat exchanger with protruded surface. It presents by E. Samia.
A very good morning, sir.
Good morning. Start presentation.
Just give me a moment, sir.
Okay.
So is my screen and my voice is audible?
Yes.
Thanks for confirmation. A very good morning to all the respected panel members and my dear participants. My paper is on optimization of process parameters of a double pipe heat exchanger with protruded surfaces. So what is a heat exchanger? Heat exchanger is a system used to transfer heat between two or more fluids. Heat exchangers are used both in cooling, heating processes. The fluids are separated by a solid wall to prevent mixing, or they may be in direct contact in some cases. They're widely used in heating, refrigeration, air conditioning, power stations, chemical plants, petrochemical plants, and refineries. The problem definition is the double pipe heat exchanger designs are simplest type. suitable for high temperature and pressure applications. They are easy to repair, and due to straightforward design, they are widely used. But we cannot achieve maximum heat transfer. So this was our problem with the double pipe heat exchanger. So we made a design with a protruded surface which increases the efficiency. So this is our abstract. Heat exchangers are used industrial and household processes to recover heat between two processes. In our project, we are investigating on the optimization process parameters of double pipe heat exchanger with protruded surface and comparing the results with the without protruded surface. The working fluid in both cases is water, and the inner tube and outer tube is made from carbon steel. There are several constructions which transfers the required heat, but in our project, we are increasing the efficiency of double pipe heat exchanger using optimum sizes and calculated the initial conditions. The fluid inlet, outlet, and the flow rate is specified. Those we can compare the results of the both, and we can select the efficient model. So our design methodology goes like we designed a 3D model in SolidWorks and imported the project to the ANSYS workbench and created a mesh and went for the analysis part. So these are the process parameters and conditions we have: the velocity, temperature, pressure, heat transfer rate coefficient, and cold domain inlet temperature at 303 Kelvin, hot domain inlet temperature at 333 Kelvin, hot inlet flow 0.072 kg per second, that is 6 LPM, and cold inlet flow is varies from 3 LPM to 15 LPM. So the results of the double pipe heat exchanger without protruded surface, which with cold rate of 3 LPM and hot flow rate of 6 LPM, we can see the results here. The pressure is throughout same, and the temperature is also decreasing. At the hot inlet, we can see it is the maximum, and throughout the end, it's decreasing and it's working fine. Here, the net outlet temperature is 307 Kelvin, and the net heat transfer rate is 7.41. The same is carried out with the protruded surface. We'll see in the next slide. The same is carried out with a cold flow rate of 3 LPM and hot flow rate of 6 LPM. We can see the results here. There is a lot difference. Here we have inlet net temperature has 307 and heat transfer rate, net heat transfer rate is 32.5. There is a high increase in the heat transfer rate. Next, we are going for the 9 LPM and 9 LPM cold fluid inlet and 6 LPM hot inlet. So we can see the net outlet temperature is 307 again, and the heat transfer rate is 9.04. The same we did with the 9 LPM cold outlet and 6 LPM hot outlet. So these are the results. The same happened, same taken with the protruded surfaces. These are the results. We get net inlet temperature as 307 and heat transfer rate is increased again 10.63. So we did with this one, and final results were compared here. The double pipe heat exchanger with without protruded surfaces on the left side and the with protruded surfaces on right side. We can see there is a huge rise in the heat transfer rate when compared to the normal double pipe heat exchanger. So this was the conclusion. In this we double pipe heat exchanger developed with the help of SolidWorks tool and analyzed with ANSYS workbench. In this project, double pipe heat exchanger analyzed with cold water with different flow rates, that is 3 LPM, 9 LPM, and 15 LPM, and the hot flow rate is constant throughout the investigation. From the analysis result, the heat transfer values were increased with a huge margin. To enhance the performance of the objects, here we used protrusions on the pipe and applied amount of boundary conditions on it. While calculating heat transfer rates, we observed that the cold domain heat transfer values are increased nearly 3 times, and also the hot domain heat transfer rate values were increased 5 to 6 times. So adding protrusion surface increases the performance of object in terms of heat transfer value. Thank you so much.
So why these protruded surfaces are used?
Sir, this protruded surface increases the retention time and time for heat transfer rate. So we get the maximum heat transfer rate, sir.
What are these protruder surfaces called?
Sir, protruder surface are the nothing but kind of obstructions, we can say.
They are called fins, I think.
Yeah, sir.
So what type of fins do you use it here?
Not fins, sir, exactly. We call it as a protruder surface. They are different from
cross section of these surfaces.
Okay, sir. Currently, I don't have the cross section, but I can see you the. So can you see in the second figure
Yeah.
They're like kind of conical structure.
Cylindrical structure.
Yes, sir. Kind of cylindrical substrate, but not cylindrical. They're kind of opposite is the flow, which
Is it a hollow object?
No, sir. It's not in a hollow. Not a hollow object, sir.
Extended surface or protruded surfaces?
Protruded surface, sir.
Okay. So without protruded surface, with protruded surface, what is the result you are seeing?
So these are the results with or with when compared to the with and without protruded surface.
What is this liters per minute, 3 liters per minute, 6 liters per minute?
So it's the flow rate, sir.
Heat exchanger. Which type of heat exchanger? Parallel or counter flow?
We did in counter flow, sir.
Counter flow heat exchanger. So this is only simulation. Did you carry out experiments in experimentally, practically?
No, sir. We did the simulation part only for now.
You have to do practical. You have to compare the results.
Okay, sir.
The theoretical results may vary with practical results. There will be a lot of difference. There will be some errors. There will be some losses. So have you considered any losses during the simulation? Have you incorporated?
Okay, sir.
Have you incorporated in software about the losses?
Sorry, sir. Can you come again?
Software, have you incorporated about the losses?
Yes, sir. In SolidWorks and Analysis, we imported the project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you. The next presentation is on design and analysis of analysis of connecting road under static loading condition, present by V. Shravan Kumar.
Sir, I am Praveen Dhawan from this behalf of.
Okay.
Sir, can I share?
Share it.
Sir, it is visible, sir?
Yes.
Sir, my name is Praveen Dhawan. I am from Mechanical Department. So this is my topic, design and analysis of connecting rod under static loading condition.
Go to slideshow.
Yes, sir.
Go to slideshow.
Sir, it is visible?
Visible, but it is not in presentation mode. Go to slideshow. Start from current slide or click F5.
So it is visible, sir, first page?
First page is visible, but you present it in presentation mode. You move the cursor to slideshow. Top. Slideshow.
Sir, it is okay?
Not okay. Slideshow. From beginning, yes.
Sir, okay?
Not okay.
Close your presentation and restart again.
Yes. Close your presentation and restart again.
Okay.
Like Suraj Jalgaon said.
Sir, it is visible, sir? So I am restarted again, sir.
Reshare again. Share.
So now it is visible?
Yes, visible.
Sir, okay?
Not okay.
So sharing is going on, sir.
It is shared, but it is not in presentation mode. Click on from current slide. Next.
Sir?
Next one.
From current slide. So it is visible?
No. You click on F5.
Sir?
F5. F5. Click on F5.
Right. Done, sir. Sir, it is visible?
No.
Sir, now it is. Sir. Sir. Sir, it is visible, sir.
Raman Kumar, it is usable. Go to the presentation.
Okay, sir.
Sir, Venkateshwarlu sir.
Sir, Namaskaram.
It is not in presentation mode. I am telling him to come to presentation mode.
Sir, I am clicking slideshow, sir.
Hello.
Sir.
Hello.
Sir.
There is in last 76 there. Click on there. It is more visible.
So 76, sir.
Yes, there is positive sign is there. Click there positive sign.
Sir, I am done it, sir. Okay.
No.
Sir, this one slideshow, sir.
No, this is not side slow. I think you have a problem of your side.
No, sir. Sir, in my laptop it is visible, sir. Like a slideshow, sir.
Sir. Hello, sir.
Sir, it is visible.
Now okay. Continue.
It's now okay. Raman,
Okay,
it is
sir.
okay.
Okay. You can start your presentation.
Okay, sir. Good morning, sir. My name is Praveen Dumal. I am from Mechanical Department. Sir, my topic is in design and analysis of connecting rod under static loading conditions, sir. Under the estimated guidance of V. Shravan Kumar, sir. So this is our content. Sir, in our abstract, sir, the primary objective of the article is to design the connecting rod by using Fusion 360, sir. In this, we are going to analyze of connecting rod by the best method of under using sending the manufacturing materials. In this project, we are going to find out the total tensile strength and stress zone factor of safety as output parameters for a safe design of the connecting rod by considering a load material forces as input parameters we are giving in this Fusion 360 software. The testing is done by the using Fusion 360 and ANSYS software, sir. Next, our introduction is, as we can see that the automobile engine connecting rod is critical component that is manufactured in a large quantities. So in this, it links the revolving piston to the spinning crankshaft, transferring piston thrust to the crankshaft. The formatters will need to create these components incorporating the applicable criteria that follow. As we can see in this most part, connecting rods in a vehicle's internal combustion engines are made of metal, but they can also be constructed by using aluminum and or titanium. For high performance engines, motorbikes and scooters, we are used forged iron, because in this we have a more strength as compared to the, we can see normal in nowadays they are using mild steels or normal cast irons. In that we can use forged steel. Forged steel is forged iron is more comfortable as compared to the other. So next, our objective is done by in a Fusion 360 by using different materials for structural analysis and static analysis. We use ANSYS softwares. Forged steel and gray cast iron and mild steels are our main components or materials used in analysis, design optimizations, and weight optimizations is performed in this project. It utilizes integrated CAD and CAM to streamline your additive and substitute manufacturing. It has the tool we need to make amazing parts in a single time. So we use this software CAD and CAM for the making the our different materials to use in this Fusion 360. The software implements equations that govern the behavior of these elements and solve them all, creating a comprehensive explanation of a system which we use in whole materials. As we can see, we use three materials: forged steel, gray cast iron, mild steel. We can see in the tabular column the more tensile strength as compared to the other material we got in forged steel, where yield strength also having 230 Newton per millimeter square, and modulus elasticity I have 2 into 10 to the power of 5 Newton per meter square, sir. Now in our designing process, we use the first we use design software like a Fusion 360. In that, start required solver by 2D or 3D modeling, sir. After that, import the guide design objective as we have done in the software. Select the required solver formulation and the basic equations to be solved, laminar or for turbulent chemical species or reactions. We can take it in Fusion 360. Heat transfer models, etc. These are main we use in our software. Also identify additional models needed. Fans, as we can see, normally the materials are also used in fans, heat exchangers or porous media. So behalf of that, we use also in this Fusion 360 specify the material properties and specify the boundary conditions given to the output parameters of our material. In our static analysis, these are the main, we got the output. In forged steel, we can see that the more tensile strength is high as compared to the other gray cast iron. We can also use gray cast iron and mild steel also. So behalf of that, we can use forged steel as more comfortable. As we can see here at the downside of the slide, there is a table where the material are given. We have got ASI code as compared to the other material. The densities were medium as compared to the other steel. Forged steel having 850 kilogram per meter cube, and yield strength also having a minimum, means having a less yield strength as compared to the other, and young modulus also in 205 GPa, and Poisson ratio is 0.29 as according to other. So in our conclusion, sir, existing design of connecting rod is re-optimized by considering same boundary and loading conditions, sir. In this work, the weight of the connecting rod is reduced, sir, by the as compared to the old version, old connecting rod, and 3 models of connecting rods are modeled in Fusion 360, sir. The results are compared with the existing design or static analysis. The stress is found maximum near the end of the shank or piston. We have also used 3 types for making this. We use pin and shank section and crank end. We look the as the part also to observe the weight or high performance as compared to the old version. So fatigue strength, tensile strength, stress and strain, which is the most important driving factor in the optimization of connecting rod, is improved significantly for the forged steel. As we can see, forged steel material, the modified design assure weight reductions as compared to the other material. We have a weight reductions, so improved life and manufacturability for the forged steel connecting rod. So these are the references that we have taken from the A. Merehai and M. Hidayati Jad A. Jaffrey. These are the main references taken from the
Praveen, okay. So what is the remodification you did for existing design?
Sir, we have reduced the size. We have not reduced the size. We have reduced the weight and stresses, sir.
You are reducing the weight.
Yes, sir.
So how the weight is reduced?
Sir, it is reduced by the.
Any dimensions?
Sir, we have so dimensions. Sir, we have reduced the dimensions up to some 50 grams, like that, sir.
Why?
Sir, as compared to the other vehicles, we have a very high, means high weightage rod, sir, connecting rod. So we are trying to reduce the weight of connecting rod, sir.
If you want to reduce the weight, so what is the load applied? And based on the load, you have to reduce the dimensions.
Sir, we have reduced the
stresses developed based on the stresses. What are the dimensions? You have to select like that. And based on
sir,
the
we have
dimensions,
reduced.
the weight is optimized.
Sir, as compared to the old, we seen the tensile strength are 850, sir. 850.08. We reduced up to 700 something, sir. As per the yield strength also.
Thanks. Next paper, Suraj Jadhav ji.
Okay. Next, just a minute. Ravi Kumar is okay. Next presentation is on characteristics of elements of a coating to improve mechanical behavior. Present by Ravi Kumar Pathangi.
Yeah, it's myself, Ravi Kumar Pathangi. On behalf of me, my co-author will present the paper. Gauri Priya, please present the paper.
Sir, is it visible?
Yes, yes, visible. Start the presentation.
Good morning to everyone, to respected faculty, instructors, and co-presenters. My name is Gauri Priya. I'm currently studying in mechanical engineering. I'm going to present about characteristics of elements for coating to improve mechanical behavior by the guidance of Ravi Kumar sir and Santosh Kulkarni sir. So the contents are abstract, introduction, methodology, results, conclusion, references. So the abstract goes like this. The study of coating is done to increase the mechanical properties such as to increase their high durability, corrosive, oxidation resistance, and to be cost efficient, and the mechanical properties such as hardness and creep resistance and so on, which is crucial. While their use in industrial sectors such as marine industries, automobile, and aerospace, and such as turbine blades, boilers, and etc. are it is very crucial to know the overall component efficiency. And here we have used thermal spray coating, which provides a good corrosion resistance and increases hardness, which also acts as a sacrificial coating on the substrate to provide good galvanic protection. So zinc metallizing and gray cast iron are as substrate are selected for this paper. Then introduction. The introduction briefly discusses about the how the zinc thermal spray is reliable and cost efficient. So thermal spray coating is a process where it uses the thermal and kinetic energy in combination, where the particles in the atmosphere flatten and spread on the surface of the substrate, creating a complete coating on the substrate. So in this zinc thermal spraying provides high effective galvanic and corrosion resistance onto the iron and steel by spraying the melted zinc alloy or zinc, which usually provides a thickness ranging from 20 mm to several microns. So by using thermal spraying, which is a bottom first surface coatings, it is used to spray this zinc molten state to form a protective coating onto the substrate. And methodology. This consists of work material, selection of work material, coating procedures, and experimental procedure. So the work material used for this is based on this availability in the industry. We have used gray cast iron as a desired substrate, and the gray cast iron pieces which are cylindrical, which with the dimensions 100 mm and 20 mm dia are taken as work material substrate for the zinc thermal spray process. It has its wide applications of uses, applications in automobile parts, and as it has high thermal conductivity is gone in its customary assistance. From the table 1, we can see the chemical composition of the gray cast iron. That's it. And the coating process goes like this. In this coating process, we have used a thermal spray process. In this thermal spray process, zinc, it is also called zinc spraying or zinc metallizing, where zinc is sprayed onto the surface of the substrate using oxyacetylene gas and compressed air from 98 to 100 psi using the air pressure, and the coating that is available was 50 to 70 microns onto the substrate surface. So here are some metallizing parameters. That equipment used is wire flame spray gun, which is from a company MEC spray jet, and wire electrode is used. Wire electrode, which is used as zinc, and wire size is 3.17, and the coating thickness is 50 to 70 microns. Air pressure 7 centimeters. Temperature is used around 700 degrees Celsius, and gases used are acetylene and oxygen. And oxygen acetylene pressures are given respectively as 40 psi and 47 psi. So experimental procedure is where the molten zinc electrode is sprayed onto the surface of the substrate, where the substrate is at low temperature or is at room temperature. So it is called a cool process. Since the obtained materials or the substrate is unfinished, we need to machine it to get it to required shape and size. So the substrate should be made free from dust, oil, and other impurities. prior to the coating, there should be a sandblasting that will be carried out to form a bond between the substrate and the coating. And this is the flame spraying gun with wire, where the fluid gas inlet, oxygen inlet, and spray wire are shown, where with the high temperature the workpiece is coated with the zinc spray. The coating process basically describes the thing where the gray cast iron is sandblasted before the coating, prior to the coating process, where it is firstly made to be ensured of from any impurities such as dust free and oil or grease, and then it is sandblasted to the sandblasted to SSPC, SP5, NaCe, number 1 white metal. After the blasting is done, it forms a rough surface where it helps to the zinc layer to bond to the gray cast iron substrate. So from the zinc spray should be applied as soon as the substrate is prepared. And the setup consists of a nozzle in which the acetylene is mixed with oxygen and burned at the sandblasting nozzle base, and a flame extended into its air cap. The wire, rod, and cord is fed axially and continuously at the velocity, such that the tip is melted in the flame spray coating. The spraying is done horizontal and overlapping lines to develop a uniform coating, and the surface area is coated with the zinc layers. The metallized coating is verified by eddy current gauge with a varying thickness in microns. This is the setup of the metallizing system, where it has a gas control unit. It is a multi-stage unit where it controls the high pressure oxygen and fuel supply, and it gas flow meter. Another is gas flow meter, provides an accurate regulation of the flow of oxygen, that is fuel gases 2GF and 3GF type. It detects the leaks and restrictions in the gas supply. Air control unit control air and filters out the oil, vapor, and moisture from the air. And a wire, reel, stand, and with straightener. It helps in straightening the zinc electrode wire, which is in circular form to straight before entering to the gun. And hose unit. Well, the hose unit is for oxygen, and there's a hose for air, and one hose for fuel gas. This is the flame gun spray gun characteristics. These are the standard characteristics which are by the company MEC. So the wire used is 3.17 mm. The types of wires that can be used are aluminum, zinc.
To read those parameters.
Yes. And the results which we calculated are microstructure of uncoated and coated substrate, viscous hardness test, corrosion test, and chemical composition test. And the microstructure of the coated and uncoated substrates are, for the uncoated substrate, a small piece is taken into the workpiece and is observed under an optical and metallurgical microscope, where the specimen is surface finished with emery and this surface grinder, and after that it is etched with 2% nitrile to get a clear view of the microstructure at 100x magnification. And the microstructure consists of graphite flakes as in gray cast iron with 1% distribution, B55% and the C45% size, and ferrite 20%, perlite 80%, remaining graphite in the matrix. And this is for coated substrate. It is also etched under 2% nitrile, and the figures are under 100x and 200x magnification under the microscope. There is a discontinuous steelite percentage and graphite flakes, and the distribution is 90% and 10%, which shows the microstructures of these coated samples with the zinc onto the gray cast iron. So microviscous hardness test is done onto the coated and uncoated substrates. This determines the overall hardness, and it is used. So it is here. Then hello.
Time up. Only 1 minute left.
Yes, sure. Yes, sir. The codes, the results are uncoated, cast iron uncoated is 240.5 microns, and with the varying microns 55, 60, and 65, we have 454, where the hardness has increased with a percentage enhancement between them. And the corrosion resistance test is done for 6 hours between interval of 2 hours, and with a solution of 5% NaCl at 7.1 pH and 35.1 degrees Celsius, which is close to room temperature, with the with NaCl volume of 1.2. This is before and after the corrosion test. This is a chemical composition test of the gray cast iron before.
Effect on surface roughness about this coating.
Surface roughness is slightly rough, sir, because after sandblasting, the surface is rough so as to bond the zinc and the gray cast iron surface.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Next.
Hello, Miss Gauri. Can you tell me zinc is act as anode or cathode?
Zinc acts as anode, and the works substrate acts as a cathode. Cathodic gives cathodic protection to the substrate.
Okay. Zinc is more electropositive or less electropositive?
I didn't understand.
Zinc is act as more electropositive or less electropositive?
I'm not sure about it, sir. I'll get to know it.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you, sir.
We have only 10 minutes left, so I want the other 3 participants to be quick to conclude within 15 minutes, 5 minutes each. So next paper, CFD analysis. So Suraj Jadavji.
The next presentation is CFD analysis of the enhancement of a heat transfer in a heat exchanger with a plain tube and cut with tap insert, presented by KPV Krishna Verma.
Start the presentation. Is it visible?
Is it visible, sir?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My topic is CFD analysis for the enhancement of heat transfer in a heat exchanger within plain tube and cut twisted tapes with inserts. And my name is G. Vinith Reddy. And 1 minute. This is my table of contents. First one is introduction, literature review, objectives, methodology, analysis, and results and discussion. And this is my introduction. First of all, heat exchangers are widely used in automobiles, condensers, chemical reactors, etc. Heat exchangers are a device used for transferring heat from one medium to another medium. There are different types of heat exchangers like parallel, counter, and cross flow. Heat exchange between flowing fluids is one of the most important physical processes of concern, and there are variety of heat exchangers are available. The heat transfer depends upon thermal conductivity of material and turbulence created. By using cut twisted tapes, we can increase the heat transfer rate by increasing the spiral motion of fluid, contact area, and creating turbulence. This is my literature review. We took 10 references for literature review, and next one is objectives. To determine heat transfer characteristics using CFD, heat transfer coefficient, Nusselt number, and their corresponding friction factor. And for the following cases, plain tube and plain tube with cut twisted tape inserts. This is my methodology, modeling of double pipe heat exchanger. And next one is meshing of double pipe heat exchanger. Meshing is nothing but representation of larger geometrical domain by smaller discrete sensor elements. And then next, applying boundary conditions. And next, analysis with water and combination of cut twisted tapes. And next, comparative analysis from graphs as well as contours. And next one is conclusions. And these are the boundary conditions. We are analyzing these boundary conditions from the literature review as well as references. And with the help of our guide, we took these boundary conditions for shell material. We took on our knowledge as well as tube material. This is my analysis. This is the pressure contour for the plain tube with water, and this is with the tube with the twisted tape insert. We can see here the pressure contour as well as here. We can see the differences using these colors based on the colors of green, yellow, red. And next one is the velocity contour. We can see the differences using velocity contour by the colors red, maroon, yellow, green. And this is for the twisted tape insert. This is the temperature control for the plain tube with water and tube with cut twisted tape insert. This is the difference. So here there is a lot of temperature here, and temperature is going on decreasing. Here temperature is high at inlet and low at outlet. These are the formula used. These three formulas are used for the finding of heat transfer rate, and the formula is used for Nusselt number. Nusselt number is nothing but ratio of convection heat transfer to fluid conduction heat transfer under same conditions. And next formula is for friction factor. Friction factor representing the loss of pressure of a fluid in pipe due to interactions between fluid and pipe. These are the results of the plain tube which we flow in LPM liters per minute 3, 5 to 15, and the heat transfer rate coefficient given here, and Nusselt number is given here, and friction factor is given here. These results are for plain tube with water, and next results are for cut twisted tape insert. This is the flow, this is the heat transfer coefficient, and this is the heat friction factor, and this is the Nusselt number. We can clearly see there is an high heat transfer coefficient in cut twisted tape insert. And conclusion: in the plate tube, the flow is found to be parallel to the tubes in the inner tubes. This results in the lower heat transfer coefficient and lower rate of heat transfer. Velocity variation in the tubes is found to be very less. There is very less turbulence along the length of the pipe. Hence, cut twisted tape are inserted into the tubes of heat exchanger so that the additional turbulence is created by the twisted tape inserts at the tube walls. From the above stimulation, it is found that the tube with cut twisted tape insert tape have heat transfer rate high. There is an increment of 44.2% cold side heat transfer rate, and the temperature drop is increased by 8 degrees centigrade in case of cut twisted tape, and velocity is reduced and increased turbulence. Hence, high heat transfer rate is obtained in cut twisted tapes. And these are my references I had gone through. Thank you, sir.
So what is the reason for this advantage of cutted twisted tape inserts?
Because because twisted tapes gives the spiral motion, which increases the more contact area as well as more time for the interaction with surface. That's why that heat transfer rate is high.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now the next presentation is study of effects of ethanol blades in direct injection, compression, engine with exhaust gas recirculation. Present by K. Srinivasa. K. Srinivasa Rao. Please share your screen.
Sir, is it visible, sir?
No.
No.
Sir, now is it visible, sir? Sir, is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes. Go to presentation mode.
Yes, good afternoon to one and all. My name is Rajesh. I am from CMR College of Engineering and Technology from Mechanical Branch. Today, my paper title is about study on effect of ethanol blend in direct injection compression ignition engine with exhaust gas recirculation technique. This is the abstract. We all know nowadays the fuel prices are hiked abnormally, which is a burden for the people using fuel-based vehicles. Also, the emission produced by the vehicles are harmful from the environment as well as health issues of a person. The use of the mixture of ethanol as a mixture blend is currently used in CI engine as an alternative to alternative. The fuel mixture blend ethanol diesel.
Mode.
Huh?
Is not in presentation mode. Come to presentation mode.
Sir, it is in presentation mode only, sir.
Now we are seeing only first slide.
Yes, once.
Come to press F5. Click that one. Slideshow.
Sir, now is it in presentation mode?
No. Yes.
Yes, what happened? Is that any problem with you?
I think
Yes,
he
sir,
has
that
lost the connection again.
it was struck, sir. Just wait for it.
Is it possible to solve it immediately or it will
Yes.
take some time?
Just wait for 2 minutes. Sir. Sir, now is it visible, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Start your presentation.
Yes, sir, it was again stuck, got stuck in the first page on this.
Okay.
I think you have a network issue. Please check.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I will call you next. I will call next paper. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. I will just resolve.
Yes, I will call out design analysis and optimization of a Carnival Prestige vehicle wheel rim. Mr. Raju to come forward and present your paper.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible. You can
Good
share your
afternoon.
screen.
Yeah, good afternoon. One second. I'll share my screen. Ma'am, is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, put it on presentation mode. Slideshow. Start slideshow.
Second. Is it fine, ma'am?
Yes, you can start.
Yes, yes, you can start.
Yes, yes. Yeah, good afternoon to one and all, and good afternoon to one and all. And my name is Sriharsha, and I'm present pursuing my BTech in CMR College from in the stream of mechanical engineering. So right now, today I'm going to discuss about my project design, analysis, and optimization of Kia Carnival Prestige vehicle wheel rim. Everyone thinks, right, why I have mentioned the Kia Carnival only specifically because this wheel rim is flexible to any wheel of other automobile cars. And today I'm going to discuss the contents of this and abstract. Yeah, in this project we are doing decreasing the wheel weight and optimizing the speed of the vehicle, and how and all I will discuss in the later slides. And introduction about of wheel rim. Yeah, everyone knows it doesn't require much introduction. It is the outer edge of the wheel rim, and which helps in holding the tire, and if in the it is mounted to the vehicles which supports the wheel comfortably. And these are the objectives. For designing, we have used SolidWorks, and in this we do analysis. And for this analysis, we have done structural analysis and dynamic analysis using Analysis software. And in this project, we have taken two materials. Both are of aluminum alloys. One is 7075 and 7068 are the materials used in analysis and design and this is a thing we have performed in this project, that is design optimization and weight optimization. And these are the things we have considered to select the material. We have considered Young's modulus, Poisson ratio, density, and yield strength. And of the Kia car wheel also, we have took the weight of the car and how much weight it can withstand. It can withstand up to 2000 plus kgs. And these are the details mentioned for the car. And we have considered the boundary conditions for 3 members, 5 members, 7 members, and 9 members. For 4 types, we have considered the boundary conditions, and the weights are mentioned here. And it also converted into newtons also. And these are the formulas we have used and calculated. And these are the wheel rim specifications like diameter, width, and shaft diameter, stud diameter, etc. And these are the designing process while designing in the SolidWorks. These are the few steps and these steps. So in this, everyone knows there are also some existing models in the about the material aluminum. We have many models, but this is the in the right side. This is the better in the market, but we have designed a model in the left side because in the right side model, the spokes are all making the stress at the center of the whole rim. Stress is falling on the center of it, but whereas in the left side, this is the design we have made. The spokes are the spokes design. It will make the stress distribute uniformly, so it is it can be strong whether it can when it faces the high strength also. And for each and everything, we have mentioned and given the structural analysis of each boundary conditions. So so we have took so in the existing design, as I told, that maximum load of the previous model is 6,480 newtons also only, and the design which we made can withstand up to 24,271 newtons. So we have considered our optimized design model only, and these are the results of that aluminum 7075 model. So I have just only mentioned a few of the pictures only because when I had many of them, it was clumsy. But finally, to check it, I have mentioned the structural analysis of both the materials. So we can check aluminum 7075 and 7068. In every boundary conditions, we can check that the safety factor is high for the 7068 material, and the deformation, stress and strain values are less. So whether to consider a material, we should have a higher safety factor, and deformation, stress and strain, it should have a less values. So we have considered 7068 material, and this is about natural frequency. If the like everyone knows, the natural frequency occurs more than one time in nature, and in object frequency it will vibrate because the wheel is connected to suspension while we going on the roads. If we face obstacles, the object will definitely vibrate, and so when the object vibrates, it creates also some vibes. Some waves also. So that is why we have created dynamic analysis results also, where we can see we have created 6 modes. In 6 modes, first 3 modes are transitional analysis, and last 3 are the rotational mode. So we can check that the aluminum 7068 has a less frequency, so it is better when we consider. So while we came to conclusion that when we compared the both materials, and we have applied different load and boundary conditions on different loads. So in the 3759 load, we know that 7068 has a good frequency values, so it can withstand with more number of vibrations. And as we have decreased the weight also, it has the least stress values, and it consumes also less fuel consumption. So everyone right now are thinking about less fuel consumption, so it can be a better thing, like it can add advantage for it. So and these are the references I have used. So and thank you.
Which parameter you concluded that yours is best? One material is best. Based on which parameter you considered one is best?
Sir, in structural analysis, we have considered all the 4 factors, and mainly we have also considered safety factors, sir. For any material, sir.
What is the variation about deformation? Is very less, no? 0.03 mm, based on which you cannot decide, no?
Yes, sir. But when we check in all the boundary conditions, there are only minute changes for deformation, stress, and strain. But we have to consider mainly when the values are different varily from deformation, stress, and strain, we can take material, but both the materials have same deformation. So we have to consider now safety factor. So which one have the safety factor? We have to take that material. In structural analysis, we have gone through that safety factor as the values are nearer of deformation, stress, and strain. And in dynamic analysis, we have considered less frequency, so it can have less vibrations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next participant, study on effect of ethanol blend.
Yes, sir. I'm sharing. Sir, now is it visible, sir?
Go to presentation mode.
Sir, is it in presentation mode?
Yes.
Today my topic is about study on effect of ethanol blend in direct DICA engine with exhaust gas recirculation technique. The abstract is, nowadays we all know that the fuel prices are highly abnormally increased, and it is a burden for the people using the fuel based vehicles. Also the emissions produced from the vehicles are harmful from the environment, as well as the health issues of the person. So we came up with a solution with using the fuel mixture blend. Ethanol and diesel is commonly known as e-diesel. With the fuel performing on the DICA engine, we are going to attempt the mixtures of 5% and 10% and 15% and 20% of ethanol as a blend in the fuel mixture of diesel. The emissions which are harmful, such as NOx oxides, HC carbons, and carbon monoxide, which are to be controlled through the only procedure experiment. We use the exhaust gas recirculation technique. Exhaust gas recirculation technique, which allows to reduce the NOx emissions from the diesel engine that exist. While the applications of EGR from the NOx reductions is the most commonly used for applying EGR in the modern commercial diesel engines, its potential application serves for the other purpose, which includes aiding NOx resistance and reducing the need of high load fuel enrichment in CI engine. These are the various research papers we have studied and concluded that we have done the exhaust gas recirculation and ethanol blend diesel. Exhaust gas recirculation is an efficient method to reduce NOx emissions from the engine. It produces the recirculating quantity of exhaust gas back to the engine cylinder. Intermixing the recirculated gas with the common air reduces the available O2 to the combustion and lower peak temperature of the combustion. The unburnt hydrocarbons present in the exhaust gas will be burnt again in the exhaust gas recirculation and increases the rate of combustion. Recirculation is usually achieved by piping a route from the exhaust manifold to the intake manifold. A control valve within the circuit regulates the time gate and the gas flow. Blends of ethanol with the diesel fuel are often referred to e-diesel. Sometimes ethanol blends are also called as oxygenated diesels, a term that is not particularly precise. Here we performed the engine specifications are engine type. We use single cylinder 4-stroke diesel engine, and the bore and stroke is capacity of the engine is 661.5 cc. Power is 6 HP at 15,000 rpm. Torque is 2.9 kg at 1500 rpm. Compression ratio is 17.5:1. Here the fuel specifications. Composition: E0 means pure diesel. The calorific value of pure diesel is 45.5 megajoules per kg. Density of pure diesel is 820 density. Viscosity is 5. Flash point is 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Fire point is 200 degrees. E5 means the 5% we use ethanol and 95% of diesel we use the calorific values and density are. And E10 means ethanol of 10% and diesel of 90%. And here we have used the compositions, fuel compositions. By performing an experimental result, we observed that the following graphs. The first graph shows the variation of brake fuel consumption with percentage of EGR. Here we can the variation of brake fuel consumption in injecting EGR percentage is shown in the figure. Increases in the percent of EGR decreases the brake fuel specific consumption of all fuel blends up to E15. This trend is increased further at very high injection pressure. Lowest brake fuel specific consumption with pure pure diesel E0 at 15% EGR. And here the second graph shows the variation in the brake thermal efficiency with EGR. From figure, it is observed that the brake thermal efficiency increases with the EGR percentage up to EGR 15%, and therefore the further decreases till E20. There is more efficiency of all observations in pure diesel at EGR 15, but when the ethanol is included, the maximum efficiency is occurred at E5 with 15% EGR. And here from the third graph, it is shown the variation of exhaust gas temperature with percentage of EGR. In the exhaust gas temperature for all fuel blends, it is recorded the highest highest percentage of EGR among all fuel blends, E20 releases the lowest exhaust gas temperature. And from the fourth graph, we variation of hydrocarbons with a percent of EGR. From the graph, it was investigated that the HC emissions in the exhaust increases by injection pressure from E0 to E20 fuel blend. The lowest HC emissions were observed at E20 with 0% EGR. The mainly due to addition of ethanol blend to the fuel, because diesel blends produces less HC compared to the diesel, because of oxygenated diesel promotes more complete combustion. And here the fifth graph shows the variation of carbon monoxide with percent of EGR. The variation of carbon monoxide, there is an increase of CO emissions up to 10% EGR and of all fuels, and there is a decrease in emissions with increase in blend proportion. The CO emission are observed from the all fuel blends to complete combustion. CO emissions from E20 with 0% EGR and its blend observed lower than pure diesel. This is because more oxygenate content of e-diesel leads to effective combustion. Variation of NOx emissions with percentage of EGR. The NOx emissions is decreased and the lowest is observed at the EGR 20 with the pure diesel, where when we include the percentage of blend and the lowest possible of NOx composition is observed at E5 with 20% EGR. There is an abnormal drop due to change in 10% EGR to 15% EGR with the E5 fuel. These are the advantages of the experimentation we have done. Ethanol is good for environment. Lower CO2 hydrocarbons and NOx emissions are observed. Ethanol is widely available and easy to use. Ethanol is good for economy. Ethanol is an anti-freezing agent. The biggest advantage of e-diesel is a renewable character, potential reduction of throttling losses on spark ignition as a part load, improved engine life through reduced cylinder temperatures. This is the conclusion we have made from the above graphs. Engine was made to run with all different blends at different injection pressure.
Why the brake thermal efficiency first increased then decreased?
Brake thermal efficiency, yes, sir.
Go to that graph.
Yes, sir.
Variation of brake thermal efficiency with respect to percentage of EGR. Now more or less the E20 and the E5 it is same brake thermal efficiency.
Yes, sir.
Then how do you justify it?
It is the brake thermal efficiency increases with the EGR percentage up to E15, sir, and there is further decrease till E20. There is more efficiency in
it is practically it is found that with up to 50 it is increased, then it is decreased. What is the reason? Brake thermal efficiency, why it is decreasing? Technical reason you should explain.
We didn't get it, sir. What is
the technical reason for the decrease of brake thermal efficiency from E50 to E20?
Because when the ethanol blends are used, the engine power is reduced, sir. As the ethanol is not as powerful as diesel, the spark ignition cannot be happen.
Then how it is increasing up to E15?
Up to E15, the concentration levels are in the proportion of spark ignition.
What is the compression ratio for the engine you have used?
We have used 17.5:1. So
what is the effect of this compression ratio on the performance? So that is linked to compression ratio. The performance is. Okay, thank you.
So this is the conclusion, sir. Brake fuel consumption at the lowest recorded with pure diesel at E0 at 15%.
You can close it.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Now, out of 14 presentations, 13 were given. Only third presentation is not given. I'm repeating. If Navanita is present, she can present. Effect of bladelet in centrifugal pump impeller using corrosion-resistant materials. Third one. In track 1 out of 14, 13 presentations were given, only third one is absent. Okay. Gomati madam and Suraj Jadhav. So track 1 mechanical is completed.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for your coordination, sir.
Okay.
So now we will give 5 minutes break for civil participants to join, sir. So after this, we will start civil session.
Kumar sir, thank you for your cooperation, sir.
Thank you, sir. Muthubalaji, sir. Now
Thank
the
you.
mechanical participants.
And Somir Singh, sir.
Track 2. He's in track 2.
Track 2, sir. Okay. Convey my thanks to him also.
Okay, it gives us immense pleasure to express vote of thanks. We would like to sincerely thank our professor and HUD mechanical engineer and Dr. Somir Singh Nayan, associate professor mechanical engineer. Thank you, sir.
Now the mechanical participants are informed to join again at 5:15 for the valedictory function. Thank you. Mechanical participants can leave now.
Okay.
Civil participants can stay.
Dr. Vengadeshwarlu, sir. Good afternoon.
Dr. Muthubala, sir. Good afternoon.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Sir, all our participants are joined, sir. Presenters.
Sir, how many candidates are joining? I don't know, sir, but somebody has to list is there, sir.
Sir, you are having on your own list, na?
Yeah. Roll list is there.
Okay.
Okay, let me read
somebody
out.
Has to join.
Yes.
Almost
a few
all
only joined actually.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Let me read out the participants' name so that it will be easy for us to continue presentations.
Okay, madam. Yes, continue. Read out the past participants.
And those who are having agenda with you, please see whether your paper is in track 2 or track 3. If you
sir,
are
this
in
is a track 1, ma'am.
Yeah, this is track 1. Those who are in
Yes,
track 2
ma'am.
and track 3, click on breakout and join track 2 and track 3. According to your corresponding track, you can join. So track 1 participants are Suresh Kumar, Kavya, Afifa Siddiq, Mr. Pramod Kumar, K.R. Yoganathan, then Mr. Karthikeyan, Subhash, Dr. V. Sheila, K. Hima Bindu, D. Pooja, K. Rohit, S. Monica. If any people other than this participants, please check your agenda and move to track 2 and track 3. We are running out of time. We will start the session within few minutes.
Gomadi madam, only call the name, madam. No need to paper title and other things. It will take some time.
No problem, sir.
Okay.
Sir Venkateshwarlu sir, shall we start the session? Shall we call for papers?
Madam, okay. You started.
Okay.
Intimated to the Suresh Kumar, yes, the first one, you got.
Yes.
So you have to. This is time of the conference. 1 minute, ma'am. This is time of the conference paper presentation. Gives you platform to interact with the people of the same field. So stick to the time. 8 minutes from the presentation and the questionnaire 2 minutes. You have to maintain the time is a very important. You have to don't waste of time and you have to fill up the subject. You have to explanation is a very important. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. I will call Mr. Suraj Gupta to call for papers now. Now I will ask Mr. Suresh Kumar to come forward and present his paper.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kumar. So I'll share my screen. So is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible, but put it on slideshow.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. Myself, Vanchinathan, and my teammates are Sivaranjan and Sabarishwaran, and our mentor is Dr. Suresh Kumar. And we are here to present on Bagase as a reinforcement for composites. This is a mini review. Then this is our contents. It will be followed in the further slides. Then abstract. So Bagase fibers are most commonly natural fibers that could be processed with sugarcane starch based on their requirement, and they are often utilized because of their quick accessibility, and they have reasonable mechanical strength and its properties. They can be further improved by using certain treatments, and they show superior quality when they are reinforced with the natural fibers. So they have many wider applications. Some of them are in automobiles, building constructions, and they can be used in cement composites for construction. So these are some of their applications. And in this mini review, we are going to exhibit the overall view on production and utilization of
Suresh Kumar, move the slides.
So is it visible, the abstract slide?
Abstract, no, you have to only title, first page in the title you are visible.
Actually,
no, abstract title is not there.
Just a minute, I will reshare the screen.
You move the slides. Presentation mode is a very important. Full.
Yes, sir, I've changed my slide, but maybe due to technical issue, let me just reshare it.
Okay.
So,
okay, right, you start.
Yeah, this is abstract and introduction. So sugarcane is one of the greatest and most conventional plantation crops in tropical and temperate regions around the world. Bagasse is a fibrous material which is obtained from the residue of sugarcane. Then bagasse is organic waste that is acquired in the production of sugar and ethanol. So it is a natural fiber that is incorporated in many applications due to the following reasons. That are it has less impact on environment while production compared to glass fibers. There was high percentage of fiber for equivalent characteristics to glass fibers. It has improved working efficiency, and they are lightweight. And while disposal also, it is eco-friendly to the environment. Then, like I say, fiber and properties. So here. It is a fibrous residue. As I said in the previous slide, it is extracted from the sugarcane stalks, and it is predominantly used in sugar mills. And it is sugarcane bagasse waste are chosen as complete raw material manufacturing of products because of its low fabrication cost and due to high quality green and material. And it is ideal for variety of goods. Its properties are shown. That is, its density is 1.2 gram per centimeter cube, and tensile strength in megapascal it's 290, and Young's modulus is 17 gigapascal, and it has a moisture content up to 8.8 weight percentage. Yeah. Then pre-processing treatments. As I said, bagasse will be it gives very much results when it is reinforced with another fibers, and it should be certain pre-processing treatment should be done. So for that, alkaline treatments that should be done. That can be done for to remove lignin content, and metallization treatment. It's a way of removing the surface impurities so that the fibers become soft and it could be reinforced easily. And alkalization is treatment used to improve matrix adhesion. Flexure and tensile properties could be increased using this treatment. And there are many challenges in converting raw sugarcane bagasse efficiently into usable material. So due to this problem, we use different pre-processing treatments to improve the functionality and quality of finished bagasse fiber. So they also help in a removal of dirt and foreign particles in the untreated fiber. So these are the reasons for which the pre-processing treatment should be done. And yeah, so some of the applications are they are used in sugar factories as a fuel, paper and board production in those areas to be done, and they are also used as a reinforcement in cement composite. In construction industry, they are used in building panels and blocks, and particle boards in particle, that is in MDF boards, they can be reinforced. And cement composites and wall ceilings are also some of the applications of bagasse reinforcement. And they are used in animal bedding, which is used in poultry farms. And non-woven, that is fabric that made from bagasse fiber, are an effective way to clean up oil spills. Carbonized pitch bagasse is being used as an adsorbent to remove contaminant oil from water. And those are some of the applications. And the advantages that these fibers are chosen as the perfect raw material in manufacturing newly invented goods due to its low fabrication costs and high quality green and material. And they are less expensive and more economically accessible because of their plantation is huge, so that it can be it is more accessible. And it has commercial potential as a cement composite reinforcement. Then the thermal aging of bagasse with PLA results in enhancement in tensile properties. There is up to 4 weeks of aging. Due to their low density property, the soil block which is used for building results in reduction of total weight of the construction. Then the results and discussion. So bagasse fiber possesses a lot of advantage, as we've discussed, and they can be easily obtained as it has large scope for the usage and cultivation of sugarcane. This fiber serves its purpose in superior manner if it is reinforced as composite with another fiber. As I said, it gives more better properties when it's reinforced with other fibers than that is it is in raw bagasse. So then, though bagasse has good number of advantage, they need to be addressed in the area of reducing the percentage of moisture. So every fiber has the tendency to absorb moisture. So in that aspect, bagasse is not that good when considered to moisture absorption. So this hydrophilic property should be addressed so that our mechanical properties can be improved when this moisture content is reduced. So for that, we need to do some certain chemical treatments or physical methods that should be done so that our hydrophilic property can be decreased, whereas mechanical properties will be increased conversely. Then conclusion, bagasse fibers can be produced at ease because of its source, and I mean, as I said, it has wider opportunity for cultivation. These fibers will be more effective when it is reinforced as composite, and it's discussed. They can be employed in variety of applications as discussed. Then they have the greater tendency to attract with water. So due to this characteristic, they lose their original property and provide poor performance. So in order to increase their mechanical properties, this hydrophilicity should be removed. So there's a scope of research in the reduction of hydrophilicity in this fiber. And these are some of our reference from which we have made this review. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Naresh. Very nice presentation. Thank you. Small question for you. Is bags good for the environment?
Yeah, it is good for, because from sugarcane only it is prepared. So I mean, the raw sugarcane stalks are dried and it is undergone some treatments, and it is economical, I mean, eco-friendly. So it is not harmful for environment also.
This is bags useful for cultivation, agriculture purpose. Is utilization from these bags?
Actually, they are not used in the cultivation because they are an byproduct from the cultivated crops, that is the sugarcane.
See, obviously bags used by the sugar industry.
No, they are not used in the sugar industry. They from sugar industry, they will be using sugar cane to produce sugar, right? So from the waste sugar cane, that is the raw sugar cane, are taken, and they are dried and chemically treated to convert into bagasse. Using that bagasse will be used in different applications, as I shown over here. In these applications, we'll be using those bagasses.
Okay. See, what is the bags material for your research?
Sir, sugar cane is the material, sir.
Okay. Does sugar cane have fiber?
Yeah, it is a fiber, sir.
Isn't it correct?
Yeah, it is fiber.
Okay, right. Very nice presentation. Thank you. The next presentation. Thank you. Is the next presentation ready to them?
Yes, sir. Shall I share my screen?
Oh, okay. Right, Kavya, go ahead.
Hi, sir. Sir, is my PPT visible?
Visible, Amma. Right.
Good afternoon. Myself, Kavya PV, final year MTech student at Amrita Vishwavidyapitham. And my paper title is The Performance of Geopolymer Concrete Beam with Hollow Spacing for Conduit. And the aforementioned project is carried out under the guidance of Dr. Santosh Kumarji, Department of Civil Engineering, Amrita Vishwavidyapitham. Moving to the abstract, the geopolymer concrete deputized as the most preferable green alternative material to ordinary Portland cement. And the notion of introducing a conduit in a structural member was developed to satisfy the need of optimizing the weight, conserving material, cost reduction, and more utility spaces. And the feasibility of designing the geopolymer concrete beams with holes or conduits is not studied in detail. Hence, the present study aims at evaluating the structural behavior of geopolymer concrete beam with a different array of conduit using finite element analysis. And the developed finite element model is utilized to record the structural behavior such as load deflection behavior, first crack load, ultimate load and its load carrying capacity, and cracking behavior of geopolymer concrete beam. And the performance of the proposed beam configuration is evaluated and compared with the control specimen, which is modeled without conduits. The main objective and scope of this work is sustainability can be achieved by adopting innovative material like geopolymer, which offers waste utilization and reduction of carbon dioxide. And by creating hollow space at the tension zone of the flexure member, the quantity of the concrete and cost can be reduced efficiently. Hence, the present study attempt to develop a numerical model using finite element software to address the following objective. That are, to explore the reduction of the concrete in the beam by providing hollow space below the neutral axis in the lateral and longitudinal direction, and to study the structural performance of hollow GPC beam with PVC pipes and the propagation of crack across the cross section. This is the methodology which include data collection, modeling of the beams, analysis and observation and result, and finally the conclusion part. Moving to the reinforcement detail, first is the control beam that the G. Balaji conducted an experimental investigation on the performance of reinforced concrete beam. Hence, the input parameter used in their experiment are adopted to model the control beam. And similarly, the P1B and P2B and P3B, that are the PVC pipes are placed in the longitudinal direction is marked as P and followed by the number of pipes as P1, P2 and P3. Similarly, these pipes in transverse direction is marked as Z1B and Z2B, that 1 and 2 represent the staggered and collinear arrangement of pipes. Next is the material property. Since this study is focused on a numerical study, the material properties are adopted from the literature pertaining to experimental data and the geopolymer concrete data that I have collected from Hadicho's model. And the mild steel properties are compares with the Indian standards. And mild steel and PVC pipes act as reinforcement, and PVC pipes are also act as reinforcement because of its reasonable load carrying capacity. This is the modulus of elasticity and Poisson's ratio that I have used. And concrete damage plasticity model data I have used for modeling the constituting model. CDP model introduces scalar damage variable for compression and tension to describe the constitutive behavior of concrete. And here I have used Hadidio's uniaxial compressive and tensile response of geopolymer concrete in the CDP model. And these are the values that I have used, stress strain values that I have chosen, and I have found out the elastic modulus, inelastic strain, and damage parameters. Similarly, the tensile behavior also. And to perform the analysis with this CDP model, some additional parameters are also required, that are dilation angle, eccentricity, then biaxial loading ratio, shape factor, and viscosity. This is the numerical analysis model. That numerical analysis was carried out using the finite element software called Abacus. And the beam was modeled using quasi-static analysis, and simulation was done under 4-point bending. And there are total 6 models, including control beam, that is depicted in this figure. Moving to the result and conclusion part, result and discussion part. This is the load deflection curve. The first one is the performance of pipe in the longitudinal direction graph, and the second one is the performance of pipe in the transverse direction. Here from figure, it can see that the beam with PVC pipe shows the highest ultimate load compared to the control beam, and a detailed table is explained in the next slide. Here is the table which include first crack load, ultimate load, ductility factor, and deflection values. From this table, it can see that the beam with PVC pipe show highest ultimate load compared to other control beam, and also it can be seen that the beam with pipes have higher deflection at the yield stage compared to the control beam. Ductility is an important factor in the case of concrete, as well as geopolymer is very brittle in nature compared to normal concrete. So the ductility of the specimen increases as the yielding increases, which helps to prevent the sudden brittle damage. Next is the crack pattern. The crack pattern for all beam specimen was observed as flexure shear crack. Flexure fracture are the predominated crack pattern which propagated at the middle bending span initially. And the crack pattern of the specimen is illustrated in this figure. Next is the percentage optimization of concrete, that while we are providing this hollow space below the neutral axis, that is in the tension zone, we can reduce the amount of concrete. And the percentage reduction in the volume of concrete can be obtained by comparing the volume of the different material. From the previous table, the ductility factor value is obtained more for double opening pipes, that is the condition of 2 pipes using in longitudinal direction. So for good practical use, up to 12.5% reduction of concrete can be done below the neutral axis, will not affect the performance of flexural member. Next is a comparison, that I have compared the proposed constitutive geopolymer concrete model was with the available experimental research on conventional concrete, which is conducted by G. Balaji. In that, the load carrying capacity of geopolymer concrete beam with hollow conduit was increased by about 8% more than the solid GPC beam, whereas in conventional concrete, when comparing it with the normal concrete hollow normal concrete, is only about 5%, and the first crack load formed about 41.45 to 69.57% in the GPC beam, while in the conventional concrete beam it is about 37% to 48%. In both GPC and conventional concrete beam, the hollow beams outperform the control beam in terms of ductility, and the crack pattern were initially dominated by flexural crack, which propagated throughout the midspan, and in both cases the failure pattern was a flexural shear failure. Moving to the conclusion, the deflection at yield stage is higher in hollow beam compared to the control beam, and the deflection at ultimate and yield point of GPC beam with PVC pipe in longitudinal direction is greater when compared with the PVC pipe arranged in transverse direction, and the hollow geopolymer beam are having greater ductility when compared to the control beam. Hence, the insertion of pipe reduced the rapid brittle damage and increased the strength as well. And the propagation of crack was lower in the hollow GPC beam when compared to the control beam. This might be owing the fact that the bending effect below the neutral axis is also governed by the material properties of pipe. And the flexural behavior of geopolymer concrete beam did not get affected up to 18.7% removal of concrete in the tension zone. And the different orientation of PVC pipe below the neutral axis result in a high load carrying capacity, about 8% higher than that of the solid geopolymer. And this concept of GPC beam with hollow core can be used in the actual construction practices after the validation of the present observation with the detailed experimental investigation. And these are my references. Thank you.
It's okay. Very nice presentation, Kavya.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. A detailed explanation from your methodology and result and discussion, your fiber concrete, geomorphic concrete innovation. This is a very good, nice presentation. I am asking from the question, what are the constituency of geomorphic concrete?
Sir, can you repeat?
What are the constituency of geopolymer concrete? Is geopolymer
yes, sir.
Is geomorphic concrete innovated?
Yes, sir. By
what is the innovative of?
yes, sir. In geopolymer concrete, we are not using this cement.
Yes.
So without instead of that cement, we can use waste materials from thermal power plant like fly ash, GGBS. And by using that, we can completely reduce the carbon dioxide emission.
What is the meant by geopolymer?
Geopolymer is almost like normal concrete mixing, but instead of OPC, we are using other materials like fly ash, GGBS, and all.
So already you have to explanation from your slide. Optimization concrete. How do you maximization of the strength of the concrete?
Sir, up to 12.5% removal of concrete will not affect because the ductility is increasing. Ductility factor is increasing compared with the control beam.
Okay. What impact did concrete have on strength?
Because this geopolymer concrete is very brittle in nature compared with normal concrete. So by giving this
this is for how impact did concrete have on society? Useful for society?
Yes, sir. It will reduce we can reduce the cost and we can reduce the usage of materials and we can completely reduce the emission of carbon dioxide.
Okay, right. Okay, you can go. Good presentation from Kavya. Very nice presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
The next one. Ready to next one, Siddiq. Next one presentation. You have to be ready. You have to start it. Who is the next one? Siddiq Sharma. Siddiq.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Audible. You have the presentation in the full from beginning mode of presentation full.
Is this now visible to full screen?
Not visible for full screen. Full screen not visible for full screen.
Is this visible now?
Okay, now you have started.
Okay. Good
Right.
afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry for the delay because I was having some issue with the mic. So I'm here to present a review on compressibility and shear strength characteristics of the treated and non-treated soil. Details about me: I'm a student of MTech final year from NIT Jalandhar. And in this paper, I have a co-author and my guide, that is Ms. Shailaja Bava ma'am. She's the assistant professor in my department. So I'll start with the abstract of this paper. Basically, why this research is going on, why we need to look on to improvement of the properties of the soft soils. This is due to the increasing urbanization, industrial development, and the commercial development that is going on. So there is very limited availability of space where construction is feasible. So as geotechnical engineers, what we do, we have to look for those lands which are not feasible for construction, but we can improve them because there are various techniques which are used abroad and India to improvise these properties of the soil. Some techniques which I will mainly focus on are preloading method, one the conventional method and the vacuum. The other encasement of columns with and without geosynthetics. Now coming to the description, what preloading actually means, it is just an application of the load. It is a traditional method where we simply put the earth fill over the piece of land which we require to consolidate. Then when the right consolidation occurs as per our feasibility, we remove it, the load, either fully or partially. What this helps in is basically it reduces both primary and secondary consolidation and it improves the strength parameters of soils. There is another technique for the preloading, that is the vacuum preloading, where instead of fill material, a surcharge roll is replaced by the atmospheric pressure. So a kind of vacuum is created, which in turn increases the rate of consolidation. It is also inculcated with the vertical drainage systems, which help in the early consolidation. Now coming to the stone columns. A stone column is the widely used technique. It is used in India, abroad, to stabilize the soils, usually the poor soils over which construction is not possible. But we can use other materials to encase the stone columns. Because with encasement, it usually enhances the properties of due to their own properties of the materials which we use. Like geosynthetics has a property of high tensile strength, elongation characteristics, stiffness characteristics. So they impart to the improvement in the bearing capacity, shear strength, and permeability of the soil. There are various geosynthetic materials, as you can see: geotextiles, geogrids, geonets, geofoams. They are used in various forms to improvise the soil. Now coming to the literature review, which I've studied for this paper. For preloading, usually it starts very back. It starts very back, but there are many places where preloading is mostly used. In China, like Won and Chu, what they did was they combined both vacuum as well as fill surcharge preloading to improve this soil foundation. And the conclusion of this paper was that 80% consolidation was achieved, more than 80% was achieved within the limited time. Also, like Chu in his paper, what he did was he used preloading but with vertical drainage system. And what result he concluded was that the rate of consolidation was greatly accelerated, and we can also accelerate it by adjusting the spacing of the drain. So that is what he did in his paper. Also, coming to the next paper, like Ernesto Cascone and Biondi, what they did was they fabricated vertical drains over an alluvial deposit, mainly containing of silt, because it is very difficult to construct over silt soil. What they later observed was the differential settlements or other distortions were within the allowable limits. So all this literature review, which I have studied for the preloading, suggested that with preloading we can achieve consolidation at a faster rate. as compared to without preloading the material. Now coming to the stone column with encasement and without encasement. Like the paper which I have studied for the Jamal, what he did in the paper was he encased the stone columns for the clay soil. And later on, the response was that the stress settlement was, it was improved by reinforcing the column with geosynthetics. In the similar way, what Iman Hussain Puri did was he compared embankments, two test embankments. They were constructed on the similar soils, but one was the one embankment was where the vertical drains were used, and the other was where the geotextile encasement granular columns were used. And it was proved later on that the encasement of the geotextile columns showed greater results as compared to that vertical drains. Also, Murugesan and Rajagopal, they reported a performance of stone columns with and without encasement, and also showed that they offer the encased columns offer more lateral resistance due to the confinement of the aggregates in the column. Also, the paper of Muthu Lakshmi, it investigated the locally available soil in Tamil Nadu, and what the paper used was the geosynthetics such as textile geogrids for improving the properties. And the results showed the twofold increase in the strength characteristics. Also, the CBR ratio was also improved, the unsoaked CBR. The paper of Malvarazi and Ilampurthi showed that the stone columns, when encased by geogrid, and compared to the conventional stone columns without using the geogrids, they show that the treated stone columns were given a result of more than untreated results. So, what is the basic reason behind all this? Is the summary. I'll just elaborate what I have, concluded through reviewing these papers. That preloading is beneficial because it is easy method. It is traditional, and we can just improve the soil properties by improving the rate of the consolidation of the soil by preloading. Whereas geosynthetic encasement, it is superior than the preloading one. Because when we use the stone columns along with the encasement, the properties of not only geosynthetics is exhibited in the stone column, but the confinement of the aggregates within the column is also improved. This results in the higher lateral strength resistance and also the considerable increase in the bearing capacity and other characteristics of the soft soil is seen. Now the conclusion. What I wanted to actually, see by all reviewing all these papers is to find, combine all these techniques together. Like when we have a material, a soft soil plot or area, we can combine all these three techniques, and it would be very beneficial if we combine all these three techniques. Like first we preload it. It will improve the bearing capacity and reduce the compressibility. But when we are putting the stone columns along with the encasement, it will enhance the other properties of the shear properties of the soil. So my base conclusion was that to combine these all three techniques together to look for the improvement in the soil and compare with it the results of unreinforced soil. So this is the whole conclusion of this review paper. Also, this is the biography and the research papers which I have went through to get this review done. Thank you so much for listening to me. And if you have any queries.
So, okay, you have a nice presentation for Vivek. One more, I'm asking from the question, which is the most reliable method to determine the shear strength of stability?
A reliable method?
Yeah.
Basically, I used all these techniques in my MTech project. So what the method I used was a plate load test. It requires a lot of labor, but the results are easy because we use a loader to get the results, which is automatic. So it is not that cumbersome to write down the load what we have written. It all it is all given on a computer system, so it is easy to use. So I think plate load test is a reliable method to conduct the shear strength characteristics of the soil.
What factors have affected the shear strength?
Can you please repeat?
So what factors affected the shear strength?
What factors affected shear strength?
Yeah, you have to done by the research work. What is the factors affected the state strength?
Basically, the density of the particles. It was the most important thing, which, while I compacted the materials, the property was changed. So it is basically the density of the soil particles which affects the shear characteristics of the test.
Okay, right. One more question. How do you increasing the shear strength of soil?
Increasing the shear strength by
Soil.
yeah, improvising it with other materials. Sometimes if the soil is very poor, we can mix it with the other materials which have greater shear strength properties. But instead of using materials, there are other techniques, like I suggested, like preloading. We can improve the shear strength by using the stone columns. We are inculcating the properties of the aggregate into the soil, which will improve it.
Okay, nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. And next one, be ready.
Yes, sir. I'm Suraj Jadhav. I'm help you to call everyone. The next presentation is experimental investigation of mechanical properties of geopolymer concrete using hybrid fibers. The presenter is M. Pramod Kumar. Mr. M. Kumar Pramod, please share your screen.
Sorry, sir, some technical issues is there. So please give me 2 minutes, sir.
Pramod, next. Take the time.
Is that issue?
Yes, sir, give me 2 minutes, sir. Yes, sir, give me 2 minutes.
Okay, right.
Okay, do it fast.
Or not? You have any technical problem? Another person you presented. Suresh sir.
Okay. The next presentation is on mechanical properties of self-computing contract using copper slag as a fine aggregates. Present by K.R. Yoganathan. Hello, Mr. Yoganathan is there? Hello, Yoganathan, sir. Please share your screen. Hello, Mr. Yoganathan. Please start your presentation. Yoganathan.
Mr. Yoganathan, please check your audio. We will call you next. We'll move on to next paper presentation now. Next, I would like to call Mr. Karthikeyan to come forward to present his paper. Mr. Karthikeyan, confirm your presence.
Mr. Karthikeyan.
Shall we move to next paper, sir?
Okay. Is
The
that
next
any
I would like-
problem there?
They are facing audio issues, sir. Mr. Yoganathan facing audio issue.
Okay, okay. Nobody can tell. Is that any problem or not?
Okay. Next, I would like to call Mr. Subhash. I request others to put your audio on mute.
Next presentation is comparative study on cement and flash by reinforcing PPF as a flyer in bituminous mix. Present by Subhash SM. Is there Subhash is present in meeting? Please confirm your presentation. Mr. Subhash.
Okay, we will move to next paper, Suraj. If no one is
Okay.
responding, we will give a call twice. Otherwise, we will move to next paper.
Okay.
Suraj, you
Next.
our presentation for Pramod Kumar is ready.
Okay.
Who is ready? At least give a text in chat so that we will call your paper.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, next participants are Sheila, Hima Bindu, Pooja, Rohit, Monica. Whoever is ready, please put a text in chat. I will call them next. Sir, Mr. Pramod Kumar is ready, right?
Okay.
Mr. Pramod Kumar, if you are ready, share your screen.
Excuse me, madam. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Sheila. I'm ready.
Just a minute, ma'am. Please don't interfere here. Please put a text in chat. Sir, Venkateshwarulu, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Tell me, ma'am.
Sir, I think you informed that Pramod Kumar is ready. Shall we call him
Okay,
or will allow anyone
Hello,
to
ma'am.
present now?
Okay, ma'am. Don't worry. For chances is there anyone you have to allow, ma'am.
Okay, then I will ask Ms. Sheila to come forward and present her paper.
Yes, madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Please share your screen and you can start presentation.
Okay, madam. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
No, ma'am. No.
Okay, please.
Madam, not visible, ma'am.
Sir, I am trying. In 1 second, I will do it, or else I will inform. Madam, is it shared now?
Yes, it is visible. You can start.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon, sir. The title of my research is Experimental Investigation on Vermiculate Concrete with Supplementary Cementitious Materials, Fly Ash, and Silica Fume. So the objective is to see how well vermiculite will function in concrete as a fine aggregate replacement. And for this research, M30 grade concrete is selected and made with cement, fine aggregate, coarse aggregate, vermiculite plus water, and mineral admixtures such as fly ash and silica fume. The literature I have studied is Vishal Gutke as shared the silica fume research to replace Portland cement, and silica fume is non-metallic and non-hazardous industrial byproduct. It's ideally used in concrete mixers and increases concrete qualities like compressive strength. And the major goal of this study is to figure out what replacement percentage are best for Indian conditions. And Vinod Gaud has utilized fly ash and waste produced by thermal power plant, and he has used in cement concrete, and he has studied the effects, what is the results. And then Sir T. Subramani, he had partially replaced cement with fly ash and completely replacing sand with M sand, and he had done his experiment with the procedures like strength test, flexural strength, split strength, and compressive strength. So now materials what I have selected for this concrete is vermiculite. It is a low density non-structural construction material, and it is thermally and acoustically insulating as well as fire resistant. And the proportion of exfoliated vermiculite aggregate to cement as well as the vermiculite grade can be adjusted to achieve the desired attributes for the concrete, such as strength and insulation. And cement is used. The code refers IS 456-2000, and silica fume, which is a byproduct of carbothermic reduction of high purity quartz, electric arc furnaces, has been used, and it's an ultrafine substance made up of spherical particles with a diameter of less than 1 micron and an average diameter of 0.15. And now I've shown the properties of silica fume and chemical composition of silica fume. And then fly ash is utilized. Then the sand is replaced by M sand, where because of the deficiency of natural river sand, so M sand is utilized, and the aggregate is coarse aggregate. Now vermiculite, it has an absorption property also. So it is an hydrous phyllosilicate mineral. It expands dramatically when comes into contact with the heat, and it's an exfoliated it is exfoliated due to the heat, and then it is it's a natural mineral, can be found in variety of applications, also used in agro chemicals. And then water. So the compressive strength test is conducted, and a split tensile strength is conducted for 28 days, and then the results are shown now here. And then it shows that the comparison of the results of 14-day test to the results of 7-day test, and then strength obtained gradually increases in compressive strength over the conventional specimens. But when comparing the results of the 7-day test, the strength obtained decreases. Vermiculite achieves the highest value of 40%, representing a rise 11% above the conventional. After adding 40% vermiculite, strength steadily decreases, similar to 7th-day test. Each specimen exhibits a considerable gain in compressive strength over conventional specimens of 28 days of testing. How the results percentage decreases when compared to the 14-day test, vermiculite 40% achieves the highest value, representing a 9.4% gain over standard concrete. After adding 40% vermiculite, strength steadily decreases, similar to the 14-day test. So I have shown here the split tensile strength of concrete. And then the results reveal that adding vermiculite up to 40% as a partial replacement of fine aggregate increases after further addition of vermiculite is gradually reduced after 7 days of testing. Where the results reveal that adding 20% vermiculite increased by 6% and adding 40% vermiculite increases strength by 16%. This is the greatest value obtained by concrete. The use of 60% vermiculite results in a 2% drop over normal concrete, whereas 80% and 100% vermiculite results in 12% and 30% decrease over conventional concrete respectively. So the conclusion, the combination of vermiculite, silica fume and fly ash leads in an increase in compressive strength of vermiculite concrete with a maximum strength of 10% more than ordinary concrete after 28 days. The use of vermiculite leads in a considerable improvement in split tensile strength with a maximum strength of 5.4% compared to standard concrete. Vermiculite has a bigger impact on compressive strength but a less impact on split tensile strength as shown in vermiculite concrete. As can be seen from the findings, adding more than 40% of vermiculite causes a steady loss in all strength parameters due to the specimen's low self-weight, which results in reduction in strength. We infer that non-structural elements such as bricks, blocks, and wall panels can be made using this vermiculite concrete. So I've referred all these papers. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Very nice presentation for you. Simply and sweet presentation for so how to components of vermicomplete. It is a very nice presentation. How many days it is decreasing or increasing the presentation in India utilization from the vermicomplete.
Thank you, sir.
This
Thank
is
you,
very
sir.
nice. And I'm asking from the question, ma'am. How
Okay,
long does vermiculite concrete take to dry?
It is a usual procedure as concrete, ordinary normal concrete does. There is no difference, sir.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Can you mix the vermiculite with concrete, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Sir, vermiculite is naturally like a micaceous layer.
Yes,
It
ma'am.
resembles also like sand granules, sir. So we don't
Okay.
have only layers. We have a variety of categories in vermiculite. It ranges from microns to mm. So whatever grade we need, we can use. It can be granule, it can be aggregate, or it can be a micron size material.
This is for what is the vermicomplete used for in construction, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Now, normally, this vermiculite is agro material. They use it for retaining water. For the purpose, internal curing, we use this, sir. Like a self-curing concrete, we have internal cured concrete. Same like we are replacing this vermiculite in concrete, which also can absorb water, and then in time duration, it evolves water when the hydration of cement takes place.
Okay, ma'am. Nice presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Next one, be ready.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Next presentation is exploratory survey on durability concept of a high strength content with copper, slag, and carbon fiber. Present by K. Himabindu.
Sir, I'm unable to share the screen, sir. Hello.
Hello, ma'am. What happened?
I'm unable to share the screen as other person is sharing the screen. Hello, is it visible, sir?
No.
Is it visible? Now can you able to see?
Wait, wait.
Is it okay, sir? Is it okay?
Miss
you
Emma,
able-
work in progress. Your screen is sharing, but take some time.
Yeah, sir.
We are not able to see your screen. Yes, yes.
You can able to see?
Yes, we are able to see.
Yeah, voice is clear, sir.
Voice is clear. Start your
Yeah,
presentation.
sir. Myself, K. Hima Bindu, I'm assistant professor working in Generative Engineering College. I'm going to present on explanatory study on durability performance of high strength concrete with copper slag and carbon fiber. Coming to the contents, present scenario of the concrete, challenges of concrete material, objectives of present work, introduction, literature review, experimental investigation, results and discussion, conclusion and references. These are my contents. Coming to this present scenario of the concrete, generally concrete is considered as a major construction material, and as it plays a major role in development of current civilization, is considered as the most consumed substance on the earth. The construction industry is the most largest industry of the country after agriculture. Development of construction industry is increasing enormously all over the world, and so increase in demand also increasing cause due also impact on increasing demand of raw materials of concrete. Today about 3 tons of concrete are used annually per person. And current challenges of a concrete material, as depletion of river sand practices are happening frequently due to the most urbanization practices and construction developments. My present research work has been focused on sustainable materials in construction practice, as well as to reduce the usage of natural resources, particularly the river sand. And due to the several mining activities taking place, the river sand beds also was deepened a lot, and it impacted on the weakening of the structures. Structural stability also get loosened, will be lost. And copper slag is one of such alternative material which can be obtained by the byproduct from the copper industries, and the safe disposal of copper slag has also been a great problem to the industries. So in order to get rid of the problem, the dumping of this land would affect the environment, causing pollution. We are using sustainable materials such as copper slag and carbon fiber in my research. So this waste material in concrete was found to be cost effective and sustainable, and several attempts has been done in past, but only on the normal concrete several attempts were done, but on the high concrete not yet done. So our concrete has very low tensile strength, and cracks are generally formed due to the application of load. So because it is weak in tensile strength, and also if we able to introduce the carbon fibers in order to make a carbon fiber reinforced concrete, the problems such as to low tensile strength, poor fracture and toughness of cementitious materials also will be get reduced. Carbon fiber is a material consisting of fibers having a 5 to 10 micrometer dia, and also is mostly consisting of carbon atoms. Objectives of present work. My objectives of present work is in order to reduce the global warming issues happening all over the world. Usage of supplementary materials in place of fine aggregate is necessary. So the present research is most focused on the durable characteristics of concrete with the partial replacement of copper slag and carbon fiber as an admixture. This experimental work is focused on fine aggregate replacement with 10%, 20, 30, and 40 and 50 percentages with copper slag along with super plasticizer SP430. Durability properties were observed in the slides. Introduction. While increasing demand of natural available researchers thought that more of the technological development must be needed for raising the effluent levels that in the infrastructure world after depletion of global pollution. If we are able to copper slag if we are able to substitute the copper slag in place of river sand, we can able to utilize, we can able to have a successful material that can replace the river sand, which is eco-friendly and cost effective. The safe disposal of this waste is also considered as costly, and it seems to be very costly and causes a great pollution to the environment. The only safest place is using is this waste material as a as waste material and byproduct in our as a partial substitute in concrete. When it is introduced in concrete as a replacement material, it reduces the environment pollution and also open dumping in open land problems, and also reduces the cost of the concrete. These are the advantages we will be having while consuming this one. And carbon fiber also is considered as a good resistance to corrosion, and also it will arrest the cracks. For example, if we repair a concrete beam, by applying the carbon fiber to only the affected areas, it will act as a glue to without any of the concrete cover, that which we usually practice for steel reinforcement. Means whenever we'll be having any of the cracks, defected parts in our construction, we can able to apply this concrete. By disposing of this concrete fibers in concrete, we'll be observing a improved spalling resistance and also a substantial reduction in this width of the crack. And it's imparted as a safe application. The beam tends to bend well in advance, therefore avoiding failure. Means it will be elongating, but it won't break. In my experiment with the materials used was cement, fine aggregate, coarse aggregate, copper slag, and carbon fiber, water, and super plasticizer, especially as Conplast SP430, in order to reduce the excess of water content. These are the pictures related to our materials: ordinary Portland cement, OPC 53, and fine aggregate and coarse aggregate size of 10 mm, and super plasticizer. And supplementary materials are these copper slag and carbon fiber is added as an admixture. And these are the different variations have been observed from the river sand chemical composition compared to the chemical composition of copper slag. You'll be observing silica content is more for the copper slag, and is less for the copper slag compared to that of silica content of normal river sand. It is consist of 92%. And if the silica content is more, we'll be observing a lot of cracks in the concrete. So there was a lot of variations in the composition we can observe in this table. And also carbon fiber, these are the carbon fiber properties. We are having chopped carbon fiber of 6 mm and carbon content of 95 mm and electric resistivity of 1.6 into 10 power minus 3 omega centimeter, and elongation at 1.8%, tensile strength of 4250 MPa megapascal, and tensile modulus of 230 gigapascals, bulk density 350 gram per liter. This is a filament dia 7 micrometer of the related to the carbon fiber. And these are the list of experiment I conducted in order to obtain the durable, in order to satisfy the durable characteristics: acid attack test, and abrasion resistance of concrete test, and rapid chloride permeability test. These are the 3 tests conducted by me. And representation of these mix notations like this: RM is considered as a reference mix, and M1 is mix 100% copper slag, 100% 10% copper slag, and 90% fine aggregate, along with 0.25% carbon fibers. For M2, M3, M4, M5, the change is only a percentage of addition of copper slag, and constant proportions of copper fibers are used. Coming to the literature review, the durability studies on copper slag admixture concrete, the D. Brunda and S. Nagan have conducted. What they have done is they have added copper slag in order to reduce the pore spaces that has been formed, and makes the concrete impermeable. In this paper, what they have done is they have conducted RCPT test, rapid chloride permeability test, and the mixes they have prepared were S20, means 20% of copper slag they have replaced with sand, and 40% to 60%. These are the various percentages they have replaced with sand. And for cement, they have replaced in 5%, 15%, and 20% with cement. These are the different type of mixed proportions used in their study. And for control mix, you can observe from the results they have obtained, average charge passed was to be 406.18. For the slag admixture, means very low passage of current was observed. The maximum charge passed was 810.5 after 90 days of curing, means it's a high after 90 days of curing, it is a charge. It is also low. It is also considered low after 90 days. The amount of charge, the charge passed for copper slag admixture has shown slightly higher than values than concrete, but within the limits only they have been as per the designed concrete codes. And the copper slag admixture concrete is graded under the category very low because it is having the required limits. It is under the required limits as much. It is indicating it is very less permeable. And from acid resistance rate, it was observed that concrete containing copper slag was very found slightly low resistant compared to that of resistant to H2SO for sulfuric acid than the normal concrete. So copper slag exhibits good durability characteristics such as an alternative to, it is considered as an alternative and utilized in cement in the all the type of for making different type of blended cements in this from this literature review. And coming to this second literature review, they have conducted experimental studies on behavior of carbon fiber reinforced. In this, they have investigated, the work has been carried out for M25 grade of concrete with the different dosages such as 0%, 0.75%, 0.1%, 1.25% by weight of concrete. The strength and durability characteristics are studied. And here 150 mm size cubes were immersed in H2SO4 and sodium sulfate Na2SO4 solutions at 5% weight of water for 60 days. This cube were immersed for a period of 60 days and weight loss measures were taken. And by these experimental results, they have been observed that addition of 1% fibers, very low weight loss, 0.9 as compared to that of nominal concrete, 0.7% loss has been weight loss has been taken place. And also in the compressive strength 14.31% by adding fibers they have been noticed. And by compared to the normal concrete as it is having 30.35% after hydrochloric acid curing for 60 days, loss of compressive strength also you can observe a drastic improvement, 46.10% and 7.50% for nominal. And it's very higher for nominal, it's very low compressive very low loss of compressive strength have been observed from the results. And we can able to say that we can able to conclude that more resistant the copper slag the carbon fiber added concrete were more resistant to sulfate attacks. But for these observations 1% is more resistance compared to all of the different percentages that have been taken in their study in their experimental process. This is the mixed design for my concrete. And acid attack test from this acid attack test difference mix weight loss is 1.27 and 10% of copper slag with 25% 0.25% of carbon fiber is 0.477. Maximum amount of percentage weight loss very little amount of weight loss has been observed for 30 CS30 mix, means the copper slag replaced at 30% and 0.25% carbon fibers. And again the loss has been increased with the addition of copper slag in 40% and 50% with constant carbon fibers. Compared to the nominal mix, they are within the boundary. This is the proof weight of cube after acid attack, and this is the graph drawn between placement of fine aggregate with copper slag and average weights of cubes. There was a drastic changes from origin to the point, the gradual increase of copper slag in different proportions. And coming to this average compressive strength values, those are the loss of weight, and these average compressive strength values also there is little amount of reduction in compressive strength, that is 0.88% only compared to that of referent mix as it is having 15.25. Large amount of compressive strength loss has been occurred when there is no addition of additives or replacement of carbon fiber or copper slag. And you can observe after 30% addition of copper slag with constant addition of carbon fibers in a concrete mix, there was a gradual increase in loss of compressive strength with increase in proportion of copper slag. And this is the graph. Through the graph I have been represented, percentage of fine aggregate has been drastically decreased compared to that of nominal mixed concrete, and again it has been raised at 50% after replacement of increase in copper slag percentages. It's a rapid chloride penetration test. This rapid penetration test, you can observe the maximum amount of charge passed is at CES 30 for copper slag replaced with 30% replacement of copper slag, 30% replacement of fine aggregate with copper slag and carbon fiber 0.25%. It is very considered as very low among all the mixes that have been increased. And very high is difference mix 4051.8. The mix is the mix which is not having any of the replacements. Abrasive strength, the abrasive resistance of concrete. The abrasive resistance of concrete, I have taken several time periods, 0 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours. For every 12 hours, we need to take the readings, 48 hours, 56 and 72 hours. These are the mixes I have been designed. And these are the loss in vibration values. They can able to observe from this CS30 mix have performed 0.0034 loss compared to all of the mixes, as nominal mix is having 0.214. As we increase beyond the 30% replacement of fine aggregate with copper slag, the changes are in such a manner. The graphs tend to decline at 30 and tend to slight rose above 40% replacement of fine aggregate with the copper slag. These are the different type of, these are the pictures related to the abrasion resistance of concrete. Conclusion, the increment proportionality of copper slag as a partial substitute of hikes the durability. And the utilization of copper slag depicted many of the benefits, such as toughness of the material, and is also acted as a good binder, and is also resistant to chemicals, and has good exposure conditions to environment, and is considered as most environmentally friendly material. And the loss in percentage strength was very low, and it is considered as is very low at CS30. CS30 is the correct proportion where we can able to utilize this particular mix for any of the construction practice, because it has suitable parameters. We have noticed from all these, from all my experimental results. And by usage of this admixture as constant 0.25%, this is considered as good stiffening and good temperature tolerance, which is lightweight characteristics with good characteristics. And it has a loss of strength was observed for CS10 and CS20 mixes. That was 7.214 and 6.367 was observed in experimental results. Further, there was a lot of loss reduction in strength values. In the percentage of loss of weight in reference mix, the mix has lost much of its weight compared to all of the mixes. The passage of current through rapid chloride penetration test specimen for CS30 mix was very low, and further previous mixes also the current passage is low but expected. But also you can observe that rapid chloride penetration test for nominal mix, it is very high, and after increase of copper slag, the current passing ability through the concrete has been reduced, and a CS30 mix, it has been very low. It has been reduced much compared to that of CS10, CS20, and again it has been increased its current passage of current through the concrete because of increase in percentage values of replacement values of fine aggregate with copper slag. When the abrasion test specimen has been examined, there was a lot of drastic differences has been observed before going to conduct test, and after conducting test, the dimensions also there was changes in dimensions. And we can observe there is the mix which consists of 30% copper slag and 0.25% carbon fibers was a feasible one, which has been subjected to much heavy loss of heavy loss, and there is also no much change in dimensions, no reduction in dimensions, and also weight of the concrete also haven't there was no loss of weight of concrete, and I have shown good resistance to abrasion characteristics. These are the references. Concrete with copper slag is a fine aggregate, and the utilization of copper slag in cement and concrete. And these are the ICI committee American concrete standards, and these are the different references I have been referred. Durability of concrete with copper slag and fine aggregate. Study on effective utilization of copper slag with fine aggregate and high strength concretes. These are the references I have been used for my research work. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Yovind, Madam. Very nice presentation for your research work. So discussion from about all aspirants you have to done by the research work. Very nice presentation. Simple question I am asking from you. What is the durability of reinforcement concrete, ma'am? What is durability of reinforcement concrete?
What is durability of reinforcement concrete? Means durability in the sense it is having the characteristics long life, sir. It should long lasting properties it need to have. We should able to use that fiber reinforced concrete for a long period of time. Should contain such type of properties.
So you are done by your research work. Is higher strength concrete more durable?
Yes, sir. It is more durable as per the results I have been observed. It's more durable because I can observe a lot of changes compared to that of nominal mix.
So which of the following method is used, ma'am, your research?
Following what, sir? Following methods.
Yeah.
Following methods. Following in the sense test, sir.
Yeah.
Acid attack test, sir. Acid attack test and rapid chloride permeability test and abrasion resistance test. These are the three tests I have been used for my research.
Okay. What are the reason for cracking of concrete, ma'am? You are how to find out your research, ma'am?
Once come again, sir.
What are the reason for cracking of concrete? How do you find out?
A cracking of concrete by connecting the compressive strength values, sir. And also I have observed without addition of carbon fibers, I have conducted several tests, sir, and including carbon fibers and copper slag, I have understood from the tests I have been conducted, sir.
Okay. Right, ma'am. Thank you. Nice.
Okay. Thank you.
Very nice presentation and very long presentation. The next presentation is on experimental investigation of a self-computing quantum foundry science, present by B. Pooja. Miss B. Pooja, please present yourself.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir, I am Dr. Subhash. Excuse me. Sir, my presentation is before them, but you didn't call me.
Okay. Are you ready to present yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Share your screen.
The screen is visible, sir. My voice is audible.
Yes, your voice is audible and screen is visible. Now you start your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so good afternoon to one and all present here. So I'm going to present my title as comparative study on cement and fly ash by reinforcing PPF as a filler in bituminous mix. So myself, Dr. Subhash, working as associate professor in Department of Civil Engineering, Gurnanak Institute of Technology, Hyderabad. So this is the outline of my presentation. I'm just going to give the introduction, what is the materials used and like that, and why I have chosen this study. What is the review of literatures, and what is the gaps which I have found out, and what is the objective of my study, and which methodology I have carried over, and depend upon the methodology, what is the investigation done, and final the conclusions. So generally we know transport system is meant to play a vital role in development of any country. In transportation also, the highway is meant to be the highest point to have the connection of all the Indian road networks. So from the year of 1947, it is only 0.4 million kilometers of road, but at present we are having 5.47 million kilometers, and we are standing as a second largest road networks. So this is the basic payment. In that, my study is going to be done in this surface course and the binder course. Okay, so it's as a flexible payment. The load is going to be carried over from the top layer to the bottom layer subgrade. So my title is meant to be act as a filler in these two type of courses. So why I have chosen this study is, so India is one of the largest coal producing countries in the world other than China and USA. So India is the third largest production of coal, and we are producing around 120 coal thermal power stations, and we are producing around 250 million metric tons of fly ash. But what is the utilization of this? So regarding the utilization, you can see USA, Netherlands, Denmark, they are using around 60, 86, 100% almost. But India, they are using only 60% of the materials which is collected from the coal power plants. So since the generation of fly ash is going to be generate around 300 million metric tons at the year of 2031, but the utilization is only 60%. So balance 40% is meant to be not in the use. So we need to use those things. So what I have made a literature is, so how to utilize this fly ash, and to improve the strength of the fly ash, I am using the fibers, how fibers can improve the bearing strength. So I have taken the literatures. So from the latest of 1996, they have started the research on using the fly ash. So earlier they have used this fly ash in the form of embankments. Okay, so they make a trial, and after 2001, at the year of 2001, Rusto has made a survey that this CCP, coal combustion products, can be limited and cannot be used in various purposes. It has to be researched further. So at the year of 2004, the Prabhakar et al. He has mentioned that fly ash can be used in the streets as a base material. And at the year of 2007, Monica and Bunjo, they have made that class F fly ash has to be used. So I also using those type of class F fly ash in this research, since it is having the more binding and pozzolanic characteristics. And similarly, at the year of 2009, they have approved that this ash can be used as a embankment. And the latest research of 2012 and 2017, they have made it research that this ash materials can be used in various proportions to the pavement, and they can made as a stabilizer for soil, and they can be added as a additive for a soil. Okay, so and another thing is role of fibers. So how the fibers can be improved the bearing strength. So here I have used the polypropylene fibers, since the cost is less and which is having the good aspect ratio and good power, good flexible characteristics. So I have used these fibers in the as a filler. So the year of 2007, they have made the waste fiber in the like scrap tires and polyethylene fibers. In that I have chosen this polypropylene fiber. And then the triaxial test, they have find that these fibers are improving the flexure, improving that fiber strength. And the year of 2014, that is about 0.2% fiber can improve the tensile strength of the soil. So these are the some of the literatures. They have given the advantages of using polypropylene fiber in the soil and in the some of the pavements. So I have made a findings from this literature. So from 1996 to 2009, so ash metals can be used in the road embankments. So the usage of this ash material as a filler is meant to be limited. So I have finded that gap, research gap, and I have used this ash material as a filler in the road pavements. And PPF is used as a flexible characteristic in the soils. So rather I can use this PPF as a filler also in the road pavements, so it can improve the stability characteristics of the pavement. So this point I have taken as a research gap, and I have done my work. So these are the three key objectives. So first I'm going to use cement as a filler, because cement already we know generally it is using in the construction, but I'm making as a controller, controlling placement as a cement. And then I'm using the fly ash, and I'm using the PPF, polypropylene fibers. So this is the general methodology. So first I'm taking the aggregates and bitumens, I'm doing the common general test. Okay, whatever the aggregates or whatever the grade of bitumen we are using, this is the common test we have to do. So in this Marshall stability test, I'm using the filler as a PPF, cement and fly ash. And after that, I'm doing the Marshall susceptibility test and coming up with the certain conclusions. So this is the investigation. So first step, I have taken the aggregates. So for the chosen aggregates, I have done the experiment, and those experiment results are comes under the permissible value as per IRC. Similarly, the specific gravity of the film. So I have taken the cement and fly ash as a filler. So this specific gravity is meant to be similar to the specific gravity of the aggregates. So these are the tests which I have taken, basic test of the aggregates relating to impact, crushing, and specific gravity of the respective aggregates and fillers. So the bitumen has been tested as per the IS codes, IS 1203, 1205, 6, 8, 9, and we have done the basic test on the bitumen of grade 30, BG30. So these are the basic test of the bitumen which have been carried over. And now this is the experiment which I have done for the Marshall stability. So after making the basic test, I have added the cement is a filler. Okay, so cement I have been added as a filler to the respective Marshall stability samples. And then it is has been mixed. So similarly, this is a fly ash which is added as a filler. And this is a fly ash with the polypropylene fiber added as a filler. So three proportions we have been added. That's a cement, fly ash, and fly ash with the polypropylene fibers. So we have made a sample at a 5% and 5.5% and 6%. So we have made and find the results, and we have determined the volume of voids, volume of mineral aggregates, and the volume of the filled bitumens of various content of 5, 5.5 and 6% of the bitumen. So similarly, we go for the testing and determine the flow values and stability values. So at the point of 5.5, we obtained 7.65 as the highest stability value. Next, it is the results tabulation which showing the fly ash as a filler. Similar to the cement, we have added as a fly ash as a filler, and same similar to this, we have obtained the stability value. For the 5.5 bitumen content, we are obtaining the 6.87 stability value. And next will be the fly ash as a filler, that is reinforced fly ash is nothing but, and we are using the polypropylene fiber. Okay, so polypropylene fiber mixed, and for this also we have obtained around 10.44 as a stability value. So comparatively, if you made a graphical representation, we can see this red line. So which means that fly ash and polypropylene fiber having the highest stability value of 10.44 and compared to the cement as well as the fly ash. Okay, so I'm considering cement as a controller, and if compared to this waste fly ash, which is having higher stability value, once we are adding the polypropylene fiber of only a 2%, very limited quantity. So you can see the flow value is also improving, and its better content, everything is improving, voids and all that red line you can indicate, we can see that respective mixture of fly ash with polypropylene fiber has improved its density and every values. So once the experimental investigation, the master stability has finally gives that the fly ash mixed with the polypropylene fibers can improve the stability nature of the respective specimens. So I have done the moisture susceptibility test. So why you are doing this susceptibility test is, since bitumen is water is made of the biggest enemy for the road pavements. Okay, so once water enter into the bitumen, it will result in the potholes and it will damage the total roads. So first you have to do this moisture susceptibility test. So to avoid the entry of this moisture or water inside the road pavements. So this test has been conducted, okay, and it is having, since the polypropylene fiber is present, which is meant to be repellent of the water, which is having 24.9 as a highest stability nature, highest moisture susceptibility. So it is the life of the pavement can be improved. So the maintenance can be reduced. Okay, so you can see this. So comparatively 33.79 is the moisture susceptibility test results, which shows that this fly ash polypropylene fiber mixed with their respective percentage can be used as a road pavement top layer. Okay. So with this experimental investigation and with this susceptibility test, we come with certain conclusions that moisture stability test can use. So we can use cement, fly ash, and fly ash with filler can be used as a filler, and polypropylene fiber can be used as a filler, depend upon the respective pavements. If the load is meant to be carry over higher, we have to use the polypropylene fiber with fly ash. Okay, so for this optimum binder content for us, we have find 5.5% as a optimum binder content. But respective to the each locality, the binder content can be changed. I have chosen as a VG30. So if you go in for various grades of bitumen, the various grades can be obtained. So the moisture susceptibility test also informed, given the conclusion that this fly ash with polypropylene fiber giving the highest value of 33.5 kilonewton as a moisture stability and moisture susceptibility value. So the moisture cannot enter easily inside to the road pavement. So the life of the pavement can be improved. So with this, I will complete my I complete my presentation. So thank you all. If you have any queries, you can ask.
This discussion for you and good explanation for your topic and your research work. Nice presentation, Subhash. Okay, I'm asking from question. So, how does fly ash react with the cement?
No, sir. Fly ash we not included with cement. Fly ash separate, cement separate. Fly ash and polypropylene fiber only I am combined, sir. Because fly ash cement both having the silica properties, so I didn't combine the fly ash and cement.
Okay, which cement is best for filler?
I'm just tried for OPC, normal OPC cement. I didn't go for any other type of.
Okay, which is the best quality of vitamins mix? Why do we need your research design vitamins?
I just go for a well-graded type of things. So in a well-graded only we can find the good quality densified pavement, so that we can improve the stability.
Okay, you have to done by your research work vitamins. What is the role of filler in the how much of percentage you are mixing in vitamin your research?
I'm missing totally 1200 grams. In 1200 grams, I'm taking only 100 grams as a filler. 105 grams, 106 grams. For a moisture stability test, totally 1200 grams required for a test. So I'm taking only, that is less than 1% as a filler.
Okay. I'm asking from the general question for you. Why fly ash concrete is not commonly used?
Actually, our Generally, they are requesting fly ash will give the strength in late manner. It won't give the quick strength, yearly strength. Compared to cements or other pozzolanic property cements, they will give the yearly strength. But fly ash will give the strength later. So our people are not that much patient to take those type of things.
Is fly ash good for the cement?
Yes, sir. Cement actually fly ash can be better alternative other than any other alternatives for cement.
Okay, right.
Class A
Thank
fly
you.
ash.
Very nice. Okay, right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Subhash. Very nice presentation for your brief discussion from the session.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next one, be ready. Right.
Okay, next one, next participant is Pooja.
I'm ready, sir. Sir, my audio is audible?
Yes.
Actually, screen is with
Sir,
Sir, I am unable to share the screen, sir.
What happened? Is that problem
Fine.
with you?
Okay, fine, sir. Sir, is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. You can start your presentation.
1 minute, sir. 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. So today I am explaining about my paper presentation about the experimental investigation of self-compacting concrete incorporating waste foundry sand. So my name is Pooja and my paper ID is ICPST-2022 31033 and my guide name is Dr. K. Bhaskar, Department of Civil Engineer. I'm from CMR College of Engineering and Technology, sir. So coming to the abstract. So self-compacting concrete, a relatively new breakthrough in the field of new technology in concrete field. So it provides number of benefits over the standard concrete. As the name implies, self-compacting concrete does not need any external or internal compaction since get leveled and consolidated as a result of weight of the surrounding environment. And the self-compacting concrete can be spread and fill the corners of the formwork only by using of its own weight without any using of vibrating and other things. And coming to the main thing, which is I'm using that foundry sand. So it may be ferrous and non-ferrous material. Casting industries utilize foundry sand as a molding material because it is good quality and it is used as molding material by foundries. It may be reused multiple times in the foundry, but after a given long length of time, it became waste material. So that is referred to used for the strength of foundry sand since it is no longer usable. So it is classed as non-hazardous and it is not toxic and it is not corrosive. So we can use for reuse for the replacement of our concrete things. And this research shows that potential of employing scrap foundry sand as partial substitute for the sand in the concrete. So this experimental research was carried out to determine the strength and durability qualities of concrete in which the natural sand was partially replaced with the waste foundry sand. The main goal of inquiry was to determine the strength and durability properties of concrete, and I'm using the different percentages of the waste foundry sand in replacement of the normal sand. So that is comes under 0%, 5%, and 15, and coming to 20%. So, and next coming to the mechanism of self-compacting concrete. So it is a considerable influence of the self-compacting concrete maybe has the both qualities of the material used and the amount of each component included in the mixed material. When it is coming to the designing, and it is a critical to use the logical mixed design procedure. It has been proposed by Okamura and Ozawa to use the fundamental mixed proportions approach to the based on the promises of the continuous supply from the ready mixed concrete plant. And in addition, since the course of coarse aggregate and fine aggregate contents are fixed and self-compatibility may be achieved simply by varying the water powder ratio and the superplusterized dosages rather than the alternate other parameters to mix design. So because of the nature of the material of self-compacting concrete necessitates higher level of the quality of control than ordinary lump concrete. And next, coming to the objective which are used in that research is foundry sand. So that it is waste foundry sand. So what is the waste foundry sand? So waste foundry sand is nothing but a foundry manufactures the metal casting by pouring the molten metal into the prefabricated mold, which result the hardened cast into the consequence process. So ferrous materials like iron and steel and non-ferrous materials like aluminum, copper, base, bronze are used in the production of metal casting. So foundry sand is high quality in silica sand that used can be molding material by the ferrous and non-ferrous materials. And this foundry sand, after some use of the length of the time, it became waste material in the foundry. So that can be, we can refer to use of the spent foundry sand. So it can be useful by replacing our normal sand which is used for the concreting. So for the most part, wasted molding materials are classified as non-hazardous. And coming to the types of the waste foundry sands, we are having two types, and that is also classified based on the binder system. So coming to the first one, it is about the clay bonded system that we can call as green sand also, and chemical bonded system, and it is clay bonded system. So mostly we can use green sand only, that is about clay bonded system. And the main need of this research is, so when it is coming to the construction business today, there are a number of situations in which lump concrete may be more appealing to the alternative than the alternate lump concrete. So the construction sector, which includes the contractors, manufacturers, and property owners, is under immense pressure to produce the higher quality buildings at the lower labor, material, and the equipment cost. So this is especially true in the United States. So if we talk in another way, so the great environmental and safety regulations also, in addition to increase the inauguration prices of the labor savings, time savings, and the result enhancement, productivity, and more design and execution of the flexibility. And a result of this self-compacting concrete may be helpful in any areas indicated below. It seems that major barrier increasing the self-compacting concrete are lack of past experience of process, the lack detailed instruction, standards, and specification. So we can we can use them by this use of waste foundry sand. We can achieve more, like we can restore our resources. And coming to the advantages of self-compacting concrete, so in this we can install the fish concrete into forms. There is no need to wipe out the concrete throughout the process, and concrete is less difficulty to lay than the other materials, and it is feasible to achieve quicker and more efficient placement of fresh concrete by using a special equipment. There is a reduction in overall amount of time spent on the concreting, and the reduction in the quality of energy used has been achieved. And coming to the enhancements to the durability and strength, hardened concrete have been seen in a number of cases, and the loudness of the vibrator noise can be also we can reduce it. And coming to the disadvantages of self-compacting concrete, a rise in the price of raw materials, notably admixtures and cementitious components had occurred, and rise in the form of expenditures also, and livelihood, the increase in the form of pressures as well as requirements will leak. Rise in degree of technical knowledge. Without technical knowledge, they can't mix properly. So for this self-compacting concrete, we don't need any vibrators or not using any physical direct methods for the vibrating. So we need to mix properly. Like they have the labor should have the proper knowledge. Then only they can mix the proper mix of the concrete. And these are the some typical physical properties of the waste foundry sand. So that will be used as below that specific gravity as by noted of Javed and Delaware. It is 1994 2.39 to 2.55. Generally, the specific gravity of the foundry sand is about 2.66, 2.29. So in this between it will be there. So this is a different authors which they are given the values about the physical properties of the foundry sand. That is about fineness, modulus, unit weight, absorption, moisture content, and the material fineness. So next, coming to the various applications of the waste foundry sand. So these are the different applications the author used in that about foundry sand. So the Javed and Lowell is used in the highways, and some other person is used like Brahma. It is used in the hot mix hash plate. So these are the different author names which they are used in the application about the waste foundry sand. And coming to the test results, so these are the tests I conducted for the fresh concrete test results. So that is about slump test, V funnel, L box, and U box. So I use the percentages as before I mentioned 0%, 10%, 50%, sorry, 15% and 20% of waste foundry sand by the replacement of sand. So that is given for the 0%, it is 605, and for the 10%, 625. So these are the height of the slump after the test is conducted. So these are the V funnel, how many seconds it is done, and L box height differences. So these are the results about the fresh concrete test results. And coming to the compression strength of the specimen, as I use 150 by 150 by 150, that is the standard size of the cube. So about that, I use the 10% as it is 15 and 20. So these are the results about the 7 days, after 28 days, and after 56 days. And these are the average percentage of the compressive strength after 7 and 28, 56 days. Next, coming to the splitting tensile strength of the concrete mix by using the waste foundry sand. So these are the results which I got after 7, 28, 56 days by the percentage of 0%, 10%, 15, and 20% of replacement of foundry sand with the normal sand. Next, coming to the compressive strength of concrete mixes after immersion of 50 grams per liter magnesium solution. So that will be after 7 days of compressive strength and 28 days and 56 days. So these are the values which I got replacement of the foundry sand. And coming to the conclusion, so present work investigated influence of the waste foundry sand as partial replacement with 20% of fine aggregate, which we can call sand. So the properties of self-compacting concrete is on the basis of the result which I present study which I gone through, and remaining 25 and 30% need to more investigate. So, but up to 20% we can replace the waste foundry sand with the normal fine aggregate. So that will be give the good result we can use for the construction purpose. So this is about conclusion, and these are the reference which I use for the research. So this is about my presentation, sir. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
So thank you, Pooja. Very nice presentation for you.
Thank you so much, sir.
So I'm asking from some questions, but one thing, what is the slump value of self compactive concrete?
Sir, can I?
What is the slump value? You have to done by the research work. You have to some PPTs is there. How much of percentage slump value of self compactive of concrete?
No, audio is not.
We don't know. How is
No,
self?
no, sir, I'm not getting that. Hello.
What is the slump value of self compactive concrete? SCC.
चल रही है मार्क में आज
Yeah, that is about
25 prepared
25 mm.
How is prepared self compactive concrete?
So that will be done by ready mixer. So we give the percentages of cement and fine aggregate, coarse aggregate. So that will be without any vibrating. So that is the main factor, sir, for the self compacting concrete. No need
What
of
are the
any.
material? What are the material used for self compacting concrete? Amma?
So for this, I used the fine aggregate, coarse aggregate, water, and cement, and which I use. The main thing is foundry sand with a replacement. That is about that. It is comes under fine aggregate only, and admixture, which will increase the strength and the durability.
What is the copper slag as a fine aggregate?
Slag.
You have to done by your research work on copper slag.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So how much of percentage in the fine aggregate?
So it is 20% around, sir.
It's okay. So you have to done by your research work utilization of high carbon fly ash and copper slag in you have to test it in electrical conductivity.
No, sir. It is directly with this test only I done, sir. So that is foundry sand, right, sir? So it is about foundry sand, which it is two types, green and chemical bond. So that green is nothing but aggregated, and the chemical is nothing but which is having some plastics and different other materials. So by these two, I done that thing, sir.
So what are the admixture used in self concrete compared to concrete amount?
Sir, admixtures I used 1 minute, sir.
It is okay, Amma. Very nice presentation. Thank you. Next one, be ready to presentation.
Next
Okay,
presentation is trend characteristics of reusing demolished construction material in corners. Presented by K. Rohit.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Can I share my screen?
Mr. Rohit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Share your screen.
Yes, sir. Is it clear, sir?
Yes, it is visible. You can continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Rohit. I'm from CMR College of Engineering and Technology. My paper was on strength characteristics of reusing demolished construction materials in concrete. And it was guided by Dr. K. Bhaskar, sir, a faculty. And coming to the project, buildings are the essential components of economic development in any sector, and they use resources not only during construction but also during operation. Building consumes a lot of energy, water, and building materials, and generate a lot of trash and pollute the air and water during this design. However, demolishing existing structure caused a slew of problems. One solution to this problem was to recycle the demolished construction waste in concrete. The process is called, the resultant mixture is called green concrete, where the waste is used as a material in the concrete by substituting the aggregates. So here are my project themes. For decades, people are migrated from villages, towns, and small towns to developed cities. The movement of this large number of people have caused problem for housing and related facilities in these developed cities. Providing housing for these migrants is in limited place has caused many problems. On the other hand, especially in developed cities around the world, space for new construction is not available, forcing the construction industry to move from horizontal to vertical development by destroying the old constructions. This technique solved the problem a lot, but presented the problem for effective treating the large amount of construction and demolition waste that resulted from the demolition of old structures due to the lack of space to fill with. The industries have transported too much of waste, increasing a lot of cost of the project. So this waste was dumped and used for landfillings also. So dumping also created the aesthetic problems and environmental problems, which is not good for the environment. So there should be an implementation of waste management. So here comes our green concrete, where the waste is recycled and used in the concrete itself. And the research paper was done on the base of the green concrete, where the different proportions of wastage is used with the normal concrete and tested with the different examinations have been done for this. And it also reduces the hazardous impact on environment, and it will be economical, and it also reduces the cost of the project. There are many literatures regarding this from decades regarding the usage of green concrete, but the implementation was to be because there is much more work needed to study in this area, in this particular area of research. When building is destroyed, it leaves construction waste as broken bricks, broken concrete, fiber compost, biomass, polymers, rubber, foundry, sand, glass, plastic panels, etc. So we need to use them to maximum potential without losing any characteristics strength of the concrete. So as mentioned earlier, this construction and demolished concrete waste can be used in large quantities when used as coarse aggregate in new concrete. So here, the green concrete is nothing but the wastage used in the concrete with different proportions and tested with different experiments. This also reduces the cement in some approaches. Concrete, the reduce. So here comes the source for our aggregates, the demolished waste of the buildings and different structures. These are the source for our aggregates. So we'll be using coarse aggregate of demolished waste by incrementing 20% from 0 to 100% in intervals, and we have we have prepared the specimens here, and they were cured for 7 days and 28 days, 14 days too, and they were tested with a different tests. Here are the tests we have conducted. The absorption test, we have the results like this. For about the fresh concrete have got 1.5 value of absorption test, and with respect of 25% of recycled aggregate, 50, 75 and 100. In the same way, we have crushed values of the aggregates too, which are already used and we have got them back. Have used Los Angeles abrasion test. Here are the values I have got from this test. And coming to the compression test, this is very important for a structure or in the construction industry. So the compressive strength for 7 days and 28 days of M15 concrete have different mixed designs of M15 and 20 for these experiments. So I have tested for 7 days and 28 days of M15, and as well as have tested for 7 days and 28 days of M20 concrete too. Here are the compressive test results I have plotted on the graph. I have tested for tensile strength for about the percentage of aggregate was 0, 25, 50, 75 and 100, and tested for after 7 days of curing and 28 days of curing. I can conclude from my research paper that the research paper told me that the aggregate from 25 to 100% have different results, but 50% of concrete recycled aggregate is replaced with natural aggregate. Gave me the satisfactory results from this. And these are my reference papers I have referred. Thank you for the opportunity.
Rohit, briefly your explanation from your research topic and a nice presentation for you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm asking Rohit, small question.
Yeah, yes.
See, one thing you have to research you have done by the strengthening in construction, use the concrete in
Construction
strength.
waste materials used as
Okay.
aggregates. Sir.
So I'm asking for on the small question. What are the main challenges in green building construction?
So we can implement this right now for the small structures, but we don't have machinery to. We need to. We can't directly take the materials for usage. We need to treat them. We need to crush them. So we need to machineries, and it will be a bit challenging for now in the towns itself. So that was a main problem, and the strength was it is more research has to be done on this because it is giving satisfactory results, but compared to normal concrete, we need to work on it. So if we add only 50% of the aggregate, if we replace it 50%, it will be good, sir.
What is the characteristics in civil engineering?
Lifespan, strength, and economical, sir. It should be economical, and it would last for more time, and it should be good. It should have good strength, sir.
Okay. How does the construction industry can help the environment?
Sir, the production of cement have regress values of environmental destruction of carbon emissions, sir. So we have different studies regarding this for substitution of cement. If we proceed for this, cement industry will be, the construction industry will be helping for environment, sir.
Comparison strength of M20 concrete. Why is used for M20 concrete in your research?
Sir, M20 concrete is generally used in buildings, sir, for construction.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it will be helpful, and it will be it is practically very useful in various constructions right now in the cities, sir. For
Why
small
M20
construction.
strengthen specified in the construction design?
Sir.
Why M20 strengthen in specified in construction design?
Sir, not only M20, we can go for upper grades, but up to the standard values and loadings of the building design for residential purpose or for those things, M20 is enough, sir. The strength of the M20 concrete is sustainable, and it also increases the cost when it is go for the upper grade, sir. We need to overcome all these things to construct or design a structure, sir.
Okay, thank you, Rohit. Very nice. Right, keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
Ready to be next one? Be ready.
Sorry to interrupting you, sir. My name is Pramod Kumar. I didn't present my PPT due to some technical issues. Please, now I can share my.
Okay, right.
Hello. Now can I share, sir?
Okay. Proceed.
Okay.
Okay. Next presentation is experimental investigation of free rock concrete present by S. Monica.
Should I give the presentation
Yes,
or
sir.
should Pramod carry on?
Sir, wait a sec, sir. I will give that.
What happened, sir? Is that any problem?
Sir, is this visible, sir?
No.
So now it is visible. Sir, is this visible?
Yes,
Hello.
it is visible. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, one and all. This is Pramod Kumar. I'm from Civil Department. My topic name is Experimental Investigation of Mechanical Properties of Geopolymer Concrete using Hybrid Fibers. And coming from abstract, concrete is one of the most widely used construction material. It is usually associated with Portland cement as the main component for the making concrete. The global warming is caused by the emission of greenhouse gases such as CO2 to the atmosphere by human activities among the greenhouse gases. CO2 contributes about 65% of global warming. These effects include the utilization of supplementary cementing materials such as fly ash, silica fume, etc., and rice husk ash and metal and finding Portland cement. Coming to interaction, there is often confusion between meanings of the terms geopolymer cement and geopolymer concrete. There are two main constituents geopolymers, namely source materials and the alkaline liquids. The source material for geopolymer based on aluminum silica should be rich in silicon and aluminum. These could be natural minerals such as kenonite, clays, etc. Literature review studied the efficient advantages of the low calcium fly ash based geopolymer concrete with respect to the environmental friendly concept. The basic concept of my mixed design remains same apart from the water to geopolymer solid ratio. Results and discussions. So mainly this is used for concrete replacing the fly ash by the cement because these fibers are very useful to give the compressive strength and tensile strength to the concrete. That's why in this steel fibers are used in this concrete. After curing 3 days and 7 days and 28 days, we tested on that specimen. Give the results better than day by day. Increase the strengths and tensile strength. Um, and this will also increase the fibers percentage day by day. It gives the high tensile strength. The conclusions. Geopolymer concrete can be widely used in the manufacture of the precast structures. It can be used in areas where faster strength achievement is needed. And the compressive strength due to eminent curing for combination of fibers based on the geopolymer concrete does not depend on the time period. The additions of superplastizers and taken difference ratios. 2% of superplastizers get the best results for the compressive strength. So these are the references of my project. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Yes, session chairs will raise questions. Please wait.
So, Pramod,
Sir.
what is the fly ash based on geopolymer concrete?
So it is decrease the cement and increase the fly ash by using more compressive strength, sir. Because
so why you are useful for your research work? Fly ash used in the concrete?
Yes, sir. Greenhouse gases like CO2 decreases. CO2 emission is decreasing by using the fly ash, and it is wastage converted into useful materials, sir. In this thermal power stations, we are taking wastage. Fly ash is wastage thing, sir. We are using this type of concrete material, sir. It is very better too, and cost wise we are improving.
It is possibilities how thermal variation affected in the durability strength.
Give the fibers, sir. We give the not in the fly ash, sir. We also give the fibers to give the strength to it, sir.
How do you increasing the work time of concrete? How to find out your research work?
Sorry, sir, I didn't get.
How do you increasing the work time of concrete? It is possibilities there. You have to be increasing for working time because of you have to based on the strength and construction. You have to polymers. How to go fly ash based on the geopolymer concrete in increasing the work of time. Your research work of time is increasing the concrete.
So natural concrete is taking time to get the strength is 7 to 14 days and 28 days. But we are using a fly ash and natural some fibers using the concrete. We get the we decrease the time period to get the strength. Time period also we decrease it, sir.
Right. Okay. Nice.
Thank you.
Who is the next one? You have to be ready.
Sir.
Miss Monica is ready for presentation, sir. We'll
Yes,
call
sir.
her next.
Sir, to start my screen sharing, Pramod should stop his share, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Pramod, stop your screen share.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I did it.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for your response. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Monica from CMR Group of Institutions. My research topic is Experimental Investigation of Ferroc Concrete under the guidance of Professor Dr. B. Prasad, sir. Before going into the topic, I would like to give you a glimpse of the project. Why is it relevant and how can we implement this kind of technology in our constructions? As we all know, cement is a major component of concrete. But do you know how it is affecting the environment? And that is one of the reasons for global warming. It is estimated that nearly 6 to 8% of total carbon dioxide in the world is due to production of cement, which leads to global warming. Now the question is, how CO2 is being released while its production? The answer to this question is calcination. When clay and limestone, the raw materials, are heated in kilns, in this process of calcination, the material splits into calcium oxide and carbon dioxide, which is being released into atmosphere directly. To overcome this problem and to promote the utilization of waste products for environment, this ferroc concrete can be promoted. The composition of ferroc in this project is taken as iron powder as 60%, fly ash 20%, metakaolin 10%, lime powder 8%, and oxalic acid as 2%. In this mechanism, the iron dust reacts with water and carbon dioxide, which forms an iron carbonate matrix, which later hardens and becomes rock-like after when it dries. Unlike cement, which uses water for strength, ferroc uses water for mixing of materials and carbon dioxide for gaining its strength. The curing of ferroc is done by carbonation process. Carbonation curing is done by injecting carbon dioxide gas into curing vessel at room temperature. It diffuses the carbon dioxide into the fresh concrete under low pressure and transforms the gas CO2 into solid calcium carbonates. Since it is a highly exothermic reaction, concrete is solidified at much faster rate. That is, we can cure this concrete within around 3 to 7 days. Now coming to my topic, based on previous researches done, I have replaced cement with different percentages of ferroc. Different tests like compression and flexure tests are done to find optimum ratio of replacement, which gives higher strength. The composition of ferroc is taken as said earlier. The test results, which are done on 7, 14, 28 days of curing period, obtained were indicated that this project can be used for further constructions. The material used in this project are cement, ferroc, fine aggregate, coarse aggregate, and phenolphthalein indicator solution for testing of carbonation. Testing on materials were done and test results were shown here. In this project, OPC of 43 grade is used, and these are the physical properties obtained after the test results. These are the test results of ferroc and physical properties of them. It is very similar, and here we can say that it is quite similar to cement. These are the test results on fine aggregate and coarse aggregate. Based on the results obtained in testing of materials, the mix design for M35 concrete of OPC 43 grade is done as per the code. The mix proportion obtained is 1:1.75:2.4 with a water cement ratio of 0.45. The cubes and beams were casted according to the mix proportion. Hand mixing method was adopted. Cubes and beams of standard size were casted and stored for 24 hours. After that, demolding is done and specimens were kept in curing tank for the desired period. The cubes were tested at 7, 14, 28 days of the curing period. Now look at the graph and all these colorful bars. These different colors represent different replacement proportion of ferroc in cement. And as you can see here, it shows that 20% has higher strength and later it got reduced in all 7 and 14 days respectively. And we can also say that this concrete is has more strength than conventional concrete. These are the results for flexure strength. And here also we can observe a quite increase in the strength. Now coming to the carbonation depth test. This test was carried after testing of material or specimen is done. The phenolphthalein indicator solution is sprayed on the inner surface of concrete. Within 5 to 10 minutes, we can see the result. This is the phenolphthalein indicator I have used for my project. And this is the conventional concrete and ferro concrete. Here we can see a tint of pink color. It is because it shows that when it turns into pink, when phenolphthalein indicator is added or sprayed on a concrete, when it turns into pink color, it indicates the non-carbonated part in the concrete. And this is the ferro. As we can see, there is no color, that means colorless, which means it indicates the carbonated part, which means the concrete has absorbed a certain amount of CO2 in the air. For measuring this depth of carbonation, the depth of uncolored layer in mm is measured from the external surface, from external surface to the gap between these two. This is measured from 4 to 8 position, and the average of measurements can be taken. The depth of carbonation is proportional to square root of time. For example, if 1 mm of carbonation depth is seen, then for 1 year old of concrete, then it will be 3 mm for next 9 years and 5 mm for next 25 years, and so on. Coming to the conclusions, these are the conclusions based upon my research work. As we have seen earlier, 20% have given more strength, and I concluded that it is the optimum replacement percentage. And ferro has more strength than concrete. From the carbonation depth test, here we can say that instead of emitting CO2, it is rather taking for its strength process for gaining strength. Another distinct feature of ferroc is that to exposure of salt water, it gains more strength. So it is very ideal for construction material, for using as a construction material in constructions like marine constructions and other coastal areas. These are some of the constructions made now recently, like adobe, stucco, greenhouses, dome structures have been built, and study on these structures is going on. The main thing is that we can absorb CO2 instead of emitting CO2. These are some of the references I have taken to carry on my research work. On short note, I would like to thank IFERP and our college for giving us this opportunity to publish our research work. Thank you. Sir?
So, thank you, Monica. A very nice presentation from different topic for your project work. So this is ferric concrete available in India?
Yes, sir. It is available. Sir, it is very recent, sir. We have to make the concrete, sir. It is not directly available, but we have to we are making the concrete, sir, by adding different proportions.
So what is something unique about ferric concrete?
Sir, CO2, sir. It will absorb CO2 instead of emitting the CO2, sir. And all percentages, sir, every fly ash or metallizing, in every study we have seen a separate percentage of replacement, but we can replace 100% of ferroc with cement, sir, but it should have carbonation curing. Since our college does not have carbonation curing, I have decided to go with replacement, sir.
So my question is, ferric eco-friendly, what is the most environmental friendly concrete?
Simple, sir. Iron powder, it is also waste. It is 90% of waste material, sir. Here iron powder, fly ash, metallizing, everything is a byproduct, sir. And from using byproducts, we are making a new cement, sir.
So your research work is the ferric is stronger than to concrete. Is there anything stronger than to concrete?
Yes, sir. There are other projects, such as fly ash, metallizing, fiber reinforced concrete. But other than that, this is very different, sir, because it is absorbing CO2, and moreover, this can be 100% replacement to cement if carbon curing is done.
This is helpful for the construction industry, can help the environment.
Yes, sir.
How does the estimation of this one, your project?
Sir, if we imagine small constructions or small fields, there will be less production in cement industries, which means emission of CO2 will be less and cost of CO2 demand will be reduced. Instead of disposing waste, many sites will be dumped. Due to that, pollution will not be there.
So
and moreover,
why because of not pollution?
Which means, if we dispose all waste byproducts, sir, it will create pollution, no, sir. Instead of disposing, we use it in the concrete. And moreover, it is a good helpful for our marine works, sir, where concrete has very less strength.
Okay. See, last one, a simple question. What is ferric cement?
Sir, it is nothing but composition of composition of iron powder, fly ash, metakaolin, lime powder, and oxalic acid, sir. That is the only composition of ferroc.
Right. Okay, nice presentation.
Thank you,
Monica. Next one, be ready.
Next one, I will like to call Mr. Deepak Anand. We are running out of time. We have to start the next session by 3:30. So I would like to tell participants to close the session now. I request the last presenter, Mr. Deepak Anand, to come forward and present his paper.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
What happened? Any issue, Mr. Deepak?
Yes, sir. Basically, I am not getting anything on the documents.
Is it possible to get ready now?
Yes, sir. Wait. Just wait for a few seconds.
Madam, another Yoganand or Karthikeyan is there, ma'am?
I have requested, sir, but no one messaged in chat. Mr. Yoganathan, are you there? Mr. Yoganathan. Sir, no response, sir. I think he is not there.
Technical problematic is left. Okay, ma'am. So another one, Karthikeyan.
Apart from Deepak, is anyone ready to present?
Hello, is my voice audible? Hello.
Yes, may I know who is
Uh,
speaking now?
This is Dr. Kalyan Challapalli, CH Nagasai Kalyan. Need to present a paper in 3:30 to 5:30 session. Can I present here now?
That is triple E, right?
Yes, yes.
Triple E, people, please wait. We are going to start the session shortly. Now, this civil session is going to end. Okay, please wait. We will call you.
Sir, I am also in triple E session.
Deepak Anand is also triple E session, ma'am. Yeah.
So, triple E session not started yet.
Okay, okay. Then
take your time.
I have to wait then. Okay.
We are calling for civil peoples alone. If
Civil
anyone
engineer.
is pending,
Okay, sir. Okay.
Pending for presentation, please come forward.
Sir, Nikhil Garat, ready to presentation.
Sir,
Madam,
Venkateshwar,
our
shall we
session
wind
only.
up the session, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Our session only for 2 members are not presented, ma'am. One is Yoganandan and one Kartikeyan, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Then we will wind up the session.
Not available for. Okay, right, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for joining and sparing your valuable time on this Sunday, sir, because this is not working day, but you people still shown your interest in joining us. I feel so
Okay,
glad to have you here. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dhanyawad. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, Suraj.
Thank you, sir.
Next we will ask triple E people to join. So by 3:35 we will start the triple E session. So we have to get confirmation from session chairs about their joining. So after that we will start the session shortly by 3:35.
Okay.
And triple E participants, kindly convey if you have any neighbors or your friends, if you want to inform about session starting, means please inform. We are going to start the session shortly by 3:35.
Okay.
Thank you, Suresh, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Disconnect. Audible out, sir. Hello.
Mr. Deepak Anand, stop your screen share.
Okay, ma'am.
Now we are starting EEE sessions. So I would like to inform to each participant, those who are having your paper presentation in track 2 and track 3, click on breakout room and join the corresponding tracks. Let me inform once again, those who are having your paper presentation in track 2 and track 3, click on breakout room and join your corresponding tracks. Others, you stay back here. Track 1 will be in main hall.
Hello, once again, please confirm, is this triple in track 3 or track 2?
This is track 1, sir. If you want to join track 3, click on breakout room and join track 3.
Okay, thank you, madam.
I may confirm that session chairs of track 1 have joined.
Yes, madam.
Okay, sir. We will start the session, sir.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all. Kalyan, sir, you are in track 1 only. Keep here itself. Please be stay back here, track 1 only. And in
Sorry
this
for
track,
the interruption. Shall I read out the list of participants in track 1?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So that it will be helpful for them.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, let me read out the list of participants in EEE track 1. Mr. Deepak Anand, Mr. Srinivasa Rao, Mr. Suresh Kumar, Mr. Nagashai Kalya, Mr. Srigan, Mr. Venkatakrishnan, Mr. Prabanda, Mr. Akshita, Mr. Rajesh Kumar and Ms. Priya Raj. Please, you people stay back here itself. Don't want to go for breakout room. Other than those who joined here, please take a breakout room and you can join in track 2 or track 3. Let me list out once again. Ms. Priya Raj, Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Akshita, Prabanda, Mr. Venkatakrishnan, Mr. Srigan, Mr. Nagashai Kalya, Mr. Suresh Kumar, Mr. Deepak Anand, Mr. Srinivasa Rao. Sir, we will start the session, sir. Mr. Suraj? Mr. Suraj?
Yes, madam. Yes, ma'am. Unfortunately, my paper is also in second serial number 2, madam.
Okay.
But, I'm not going to present, I think.
Okay, sir. No problem. We will call next participant. Suraj will help you on that.
Yeah, okay. First participant, Deepak. And before that, I would like to invite my dean, sir, Dr. G. Devadas, sir, into the session. He is also session chair for this, madam, for this session.
Okay.
Also, I request one more session chair, Dr. S. Srinivasan, sir. Please welcome,
Okay.
sir. They have already joined. Please welcome, sir. Thank you.
Sir, good evening, sir. Srinivas Rao, sir, and Devdas, sir.
Good evening, ma'am.
Shall we start the session, sir?
Please start, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Okay. Now I'd like to call the first paper, Mr. Deepak Anand, to present his paper.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. You can share your screen.
Okay, thank you. Is it visible? Am I visible, ma'am?
Yeah, visible, please.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Sure. Okay, sir. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Respected dignitaries on the chair, very good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Deepak Anand, a research scholar, PhD research scholar, working under the supervision of Professor Rakesh Vaid in the Department of Electronics, University of Jammu. The topic of my presentation is fabrication and performance evaluation of metal polymer based triboelectric nanogenerators using gold nanoparticles for self-powered applications. First of all, I will be giving the basic abstract of my research work. In this research work, basically we present a very simple technique of fabricating a TENCH device, which is a triboelectric nanogenerator consisting of aluminium as a metal and polydimethyl-siloxane, which is a polymer layer, which is used to harvest the mechanical energy that is present in our surroundings. The proposed TENCH device, it is capable of generating electricity by the process of contact separation based triboelectrification between the anodic aluminium metal and the cathodic PDMS polymer layer. In order to improve the performance of the fabricated TENCH, we have sprayed the synthesized gold nanoparticles in order to increase the roughness. The various physical characterization techniques that we did during the experiment are FSM and the EDS. And with the application of static weights by applying force by the hand, an open circuit voltage of 169 millivolts, short circuit current of 120.4 microampere, and the maximum power output of 6.006 microwatts have been achieved for a Next, coming to basics, before proceeding further, I would like to give just a slight introduction about what is TENCH. So TENCH is basically triboelectric nanogenerator that are devices that utilizes the energy available in our vicinity, in our surrounding, that is available in the form of heat, mechanical, sound energy, or the energy because of present in the human actions in their day-to-day activities, to convert this energy into suitable electrical form with the use of suitable materials. Those materials have to be selected from a fixed triboelectric series containing various materials having positive charge as well as other materials that are having negatively charged. And the principle behind the working of TENCH is the triboelectric effect. In the triboelectric effect, it is basically a contact-induced electrification and a common physical effect in nature. Basically, when two materials are rubbed against each other or separated from each other, there will be the transfer of charge between the two surfaces of dissimilar material having dissimilar polarities, and electrical signal will be developed, voltage and current will be obtained. When the two surface contact occurs, charge may transfer from one material to the other. Further, the two material are positioned in the triboelectric series, the greater will be the charges that are transferred. This is basically the triboelectric series having the positively charged materials and the negatively charged materials. That more is the difference between the materials that are selected from this series, the more will be the output that is obtained. So in this we are using in our experiment aluminium and polydimethyl-siloxane. Now coming to basic modes of operation, there are basically 4 modes of operation of triboelectric nanogenerator, and in our experiment we are basically focusing on the vertical contact separation mode, in which the direct use of triboelectrification principle is used. In this type of mode, the two different films oppositely positioned with electrode on top or bottom surface, it composed a stack structure, and with the application of external force due to the vertical motion, the contact and separation results in the generation of charge, and hence the corresponding output voltage is obtained. So these are the basic modes, and the first one is the vertical contact separation mode that we are using in our experiment. The B is showing the sliding mode. The third one is showing the single electron mode, the C1, and the D1 is showing the freestanding triboelectric layer mode. Now, the device to fabricated works on the mechanism. The mechanism of generating the electricity involves the following steps. The figure first showing the A part, in which the original position is without external force applied. B part showing the external force makes ITU and PDMS layer come to contact with each other, and the part C showing reduced force bringing separation, and the D part showing the original state of the triboelectric charge or material. The E part showing the force causing contact and electrons movement of the electron. And this is basically the working mechanism of the triboelectric nanogenerators who fabricated. The device basically works on the principle of contact electrification and electrostatic induction. In the initial stage of the experiment, no charge is generated because the two surfaces are separated from each other with the use of a sponge of 1 millimeter in weight, separating the two layers. When an external weight is applied over the top layer, the two triboelectric layers basically comes in contact with each other, and because of the presence of the roughness of the gold nanoparticles, the charge will be transferred from one layer to another, and this results in the flow of the current between the bottom layer and the top layer. So as the voltage basically depends, and the current basically depends upon the amount of the force applied to the triboelectric nanogenerator. So with the contact, every contact and separation, the charge generation will take place. Now coming to the experimentation, this is the metallic layer, formation of the metallic layer, in which the deposition of titanium layer and aluminum layer is done by the thermal vapor deposition. First of all, the cleansing process is done, in which the substrate, which is the ITO coated glass of 1 inch by 1 inch shape, that is cleaned by using soap solution. After sonication is done for 15 minutes, and then it is dipped in the isopropyl alcohol solution for removing all the materials that are not required to us. So finally, the substrate becomes ready for deposition after the air drying, and the deposition is of the titanium layer, which is of 100 nanometer thickness, and the aluminum layer, which is the 120 nanometer thickness layer. These are deposited by the thermal vapor deposition unit that is available in our department. Now coming to the preparation of the PDMS layer. In order to prepare the PDMS layer, the Silgard 184 elastomer and its curing agent are mixed in the 10:1 proportion. In order to make the solution dilute, 1 ml of methyl chloride is added, and then the same solution is kept in vacuum in order to remove the air bubbles from the PDMS. The layers were deposited over the ITO coated glass is done by the spin coating technique. In order to obtain a 4 to 5 micrometer thickness of the PDMS layer, the spin coater is rotated at 4000 RPM for 40 seconds with an acceleration speed of 40 RPM per second. After this, the annealing of the sample is done in the muffle furnace at about 300 degrees centigrade for about 6 hours. Now the PDMS layer, which is the polymer layer, is also ready for its use. So coming to the various physical characterization that are done during the experimentation, first is the FSM of the metal layer, then FSM of the PDMS layer, EDS of the metallic layer, and EDS of the metal layer. This is the FSM of gold nanoparticles. The gold nanoparticles so used are spherical in shape. First, second, third, the fourth picture is clearly indicating the deposition of gold nanoparticles which are spherical in shape. These are the FSM images at different magnifications. Now this is the FSM image of the PDMS layer at different scales. Now coming to the EDS, EDS basically shows the elemental composition of the sample so prepared. So from the figure, it is clear that the titanium, aluminium, gold are deposited, and these are the quantities on which the material are deposited in the metallic layer. So this is the EDS of the PDMS layer. PDMS is basically a polymer comprising of carbon, oxygen, silicon, and hydrogen. But hydrogen is it is very difficult to get the same image EDS of hydrogen because it is the smallest element in the periodic table. So we are not getting the hydrogen, but carbon, oxygen, and silicon all available in the ADS of the PDMS layer. And the composition of the ADS of PDMS layer is as shown. Now, this is the basic structure on which the device fabrication is done. In the lower layer, IT-coated glass and the polymer layer is done. Then sponge is placed between the two layers as a separator. Then on the top layer, the circles that are shown, these are the gold nanoparticles over the aluminium layer deposited on the titanium layer, which is further deposited on the IT-coated glass substrate. And the force is applied over this whole structure that is bounding into a one material. Now, coming to the synthesis of gold nanoparticles. The gold nanoparticles are synthesis involving three basic steps: preparation of the seed solution, preparation of growth solution, and washing of the gold nanoparticles. In the preparation of the seed solution, 2.4 millimolar of gold chloride solution is mixed with 5 milliliter of distilled water. 2.4 millimolar is the concentration of the gold chloride solution. 2.4 millimolar of trisodium citrate and ice cold sodium borohydride are mixed together. Both the solutions are finally mixed and stayed in the magnetic stirrer for 10 minutes at around 200 RPM. The next step involves the preparation of the growth solution. In order to prepare the growth solution, 0.1 molar concentration of C-tab, which is safety trimethyl ammonium bromide, is added to 20 ml of distilled water. Again, 2.24 millimolar of gold chloride is added to C-tab already dissolved in distilled water. Now, the seed solution is prepared by stirring for 10 to 15 minutes in the magnetic stirrer. Then further next step is the washing of the gold nanoparticles. The last step is the configuration of the solution so prepared in order to remove the byproduct or the capping agent sodium citrate. Thus the gold nanoparticles so prepared can be used for further spray pyrolysis method on the surface of the aluminium layer. In the results, we basically calculated the open circuit voltage, the short circuit current, and the maximum power. So the open circuit voltage so obtained is of 169 millivolts, and the short circuit current is 120.4 microamperes. These are the graphs which are indicating the open circuit voltage, short circuit current as a function of the applied weight. And these are the values of voltage and current at different load resistances. And these are the power output graph with reference to the load resistances. Now, coming to the conclusion, in the nutshell, it can be said that we have successfully fabricated the gold nanoparticle based PDMS. The device so prepared, it is capable of harvesting the energy because of the application of force by the hands or the static weights. The surface roughness because of gold nanoparticles plays an important role in order to generate the maximum output power of 6.006 watts. So this application basically can be used in the wearable electronics, such as this device can be placed in the shoe soles or in the body of the human beings, where the energy from the body, the movement of the body is tracked throughout the day, and that power converts the energy into electrical form. So thank you so much.
Yeah, nice presentation, Anandji.
Thank you, sir.
One question from my end, that is, what is the cost of tank generator?
Sir, it is basically we have not done the various techniques like photolithography and many other costly techniques. We have simply done this device, prepared this device in our lab, which are having very just thermal vapor deposition structure and this washing facilities. So it's normal. We can say that it's about 700 to 800 rupees.
Yeah, okay. Could you please tell me some of the applications other than human body attachment?
Yes, sir. The device so prepared can be used in the on the roads also, where the vehicles are moving continuously, and in that case, the lateral sliding mode of configuration of the tanks is used basically, and basically we have worked on the vertical contact separation mode. So this finds application mostly in the shoe soles and in the human body. But other modes of operation of tanks that can be utilized in the roads also, in the moving vehicles also. so that the moving energy that can be utilized and that can be converted into the electrical form. So in that case, we will be using the what we called as the flexible type of triboelectric nanogenerators using polyethylene terephthalate (PET) as a substrate material, because we have worked on in our experiment we have worked basically on the I2 coated glass substrate, but in that cases we will be using the polyethylene terephthalate, which is a flexible polymer, so there will be no issue of breakage and maximum force can be applied on them.
Yeah, okay, sir. Is there any minimum weight required to generate the electricity from this generator?
So we have used the weight of from 1 kg to 5 kg.
Max of 5 kg or minimum?
Yes, sir. And minimum of 1 kg we have utilized. We haven't used less than 1 kg of weight, sir.
Okay, if it is shoe sole, then human weight maybe not up to 5 kg. Maybe it is more than 50.
Yeah, in that, yes, sir. That's why I'm saying that we are working on flexible tenge also, in which the weight is not an issue. Weight can go around 50 to 100 kgs, 200 kgs. In that case, that will be the case of flexible tenge that we are working on it, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. Devadas sir and Srinivas sir, please.
Thank you so much, sir.
Professor.
Any questions, sir?
Professor, does my voice is audible?
Yes, sir, audible. It's audible, sir. Please.
Yeah. After keeping two electrodes with a certain distance, charge is moving from one place to another place, one electrode to another electrode.
Sir, when they are separated, initially there will be no movement of the charge.
Okay.
Because no weight is applied.
What are the factors affecting this particular movement?
What are the, sorry, sir?
Factors affecting.
Factors, yes, sir, definitely, sir. The various factors affecting that will be the temperature of the surroundings. The various factors are humidity. This we have worked in the total air conditioned environments. The various other forces like sound and other parameters that should be avoided, so that they may not affect.
What is the main factor?
So main factor inside the room, you can say that it is the heat or the humidity that can affect the PDMS polymer.
Dielectric strength. Have you heard dielectric strength?
Yeah, sir.
Dielectric strength of the free space.
Sorry, sir. Dielectric strength?
I said dielectric strength of the free space is the main factor. Can you justify?
Sorry, sir.
Okay, carry on.
Okay, sir. Okay. Any questions, sir?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Srinivasan, sir.
Your voice is not audible, Srinivasan garu.
Srinivasan, sir. Sir, not audible, sir.
Voice is not audible.
Good afternoon, sir. Srinivas sir, Devadas sir.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Better Srinivas garu, make a call to him.
Yeah, okay, sir. Yes.
We'll switch over to next person.
Okay, sir. Shall I leave, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot, all.
Who is next participant?
Yeah. Next, BSH Suresh Kumar, sir, from CMR group of institutions. He is going to present on area, frequency, and tie-line power control of an intertied power system using STATCOM. Sir, Suresh sir. Suresh Kumar garu. Yeah, next I would like to call Mr. Dr. C.H. Nagasai Kalyan from VVIT.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He's going to present on implementation of a Falcon optimization algorithm for the study of automatic load frequency control. Sir, are you ready, sir?
Yes, sir. Is my screen visible to you?
Not yet, sir. Please share. It is.
Now, sir, is my screen visible?
Yeah, now it is visible, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon to the session chairs and organizing committee of this conference, and a special thanks to the CMR College for accepting my paper to present in this conference. Myself is Dr. C.H. Nagasai Kalyan. I'm an associate professor, Tribunal Department, Vasaredi Venkatadri Institute of Technology, Andhra Pradesh, India. And my paper title is Implementation of Falcon Optimization Algorithm for the Study of Automatic Load Frequency Control. Right. Coming to the main highlights of this work. So in this work, Falcon optimization algorithm based controller has been proposed as a secondary controller. So to assess the performance of this controller, I need to consider a test system model. Better to choose a multi-area power system model. So in this paper, 2-area hydrothermal system has been considered for the investigation, and the proposed controller is Falcon optimization algorithm based traditional PID controller, and the gains of the KD, that is gains of the PID controller, have been optimized with Falcon optimization algorithm subject to the performance index of integral square error. So implementation of this Falcon optimization algorithm to the power system control and optimization is the maiden attempt. Till now, if you see the literature, we can't find the work on implementation of this Falcon algorithm to power system operation and control. Right? This is the maiden attempt. Further, AC, DC tie lines have been employed in this work to boost up the performance of the system under the proposed controller only. Right? So coming to this power system model under investigation, this is the simple power system model which have been considered in this paper. It is of a 2-area hydrothermal system, which consisting of both hydro and thermal units in each area. So these 2 areas are having unique generation capacity, and this PID controller has been employed as a secondary regulator in both the areas. This is area 1, this is area 2. And the gains of this controller have been optimized with Falcon optimization algorithm. Later, apart from the AC tie line, a HVDC tie line has also been employed in parallel with the AC line to achieve the performance boost up. And later, if you see the simulation results, there we can see how far the HVDC link is been facilitated in enhancement the operation of a power system and all. Right. So here, for investigation purpose, the power system model have been laid with a disturbance of 10% step load perturbation in area 1. This indicates the step load perturbation in area 1, right? So coming to this
Falcon. To disturb Kalyan, sir.
Yes, sir.
I think your slides not moving. I am not able to see your slides.
Now, is it visible, sir? I'm in slide 4.
Could you please keep in slideshow mode, sir? If you don't mind.
Can I put in this mode or shall I put in full screen mode?
Full screen slideshow mode, sir. Slideshow, full screen mode, sir.
Till now, I have put my presentation in slideshow, but you people are not seeing me, so that's why I'm asking.
Yes.
Shall I go with this, right? Now the slides are changing. Are you able to see?
Yes, sir.
It's better to continue with this mode. Shall I continue?
Yeah, please.
So coming to this optimization algorithm, so Falcon optimization algorithm has been proposed by the researchers Segendu in the year 2019. So like all the optimization algorithm, this algorithm is also been emerged from nature-inspired optimization algorithm. Moreover, it is a population-based optimization algorithm. So this algorithm has been proposed based on the hunting behavior of the falcons. If you see how a falcon bird will look like, this is the picture of a falcon bird. So based on the hunting mechanism of the falcon, this falcon optimization algorithm has been emerged to solve engineering optimization problems and global optimization problems. So in this paper, this falcon optimization has been employed to optimize the parameters of classical PID controller subjected to the performance index of integral square error. This algorithm has been designed in .m file format, and the power system model which I have been shown you in the earlier case is been designed in Simulink platform in 2016A version. Right, this algorithm has been designed and has been employed in this work for 50 iterations and for 100 populations. So in this falcon optimization algorithm, so the main motto is the hunting behavior of the falcons. Falcon employs the hunting mechanism in 3 stages. One is seeking for the prey. This is the first stage, and second stage is it employs some logarithmic spiral movements in order to catch the prey while moving in the air or flight position. And third position is diving onto the prey when it is coming closer to the prey. So based on this mechanism, this falcon optimization algorithm is used to find the prey. Now this mechanism has been implemented in this work to find the optimal parameters of classical PID controller. How this falcon optimization algorithm is able to change its position and its velocity. For that, mathematical modeling has been given in detail in the paper. So that's why I'm not focusing here in the presentation. Coming to the simulation results. This is of the scenario 1, system responses with different control approaches. Right. So here, apart from this falcon optimization algorithm based PID controller, different controllers have been employed in this work to demonstrate the efficacy of the proposed controller. So the black color indicates the system responses with a classical PI, which have been optimized with genetic algorithm, and the pink indicates the classical PID with the hybrid fireplay algorithm and the pattern sense technique. And the blue color indicates the system responses with PID optimized with Siegel optimization algorithm, and the red color indicates the classical PID optimized with falcon optimization algorithm. If you see these dynamical responses of the system, the dynamical responses of the system has been analyzed in terms of frequency deviation in area 1, that is delta F1, tie-line power flow deviation, that is delta P tie 1 2, and the frequency deviations in area 2, delta F2. If you see, compared to the other controlling techniques, the dynamical behavior of the system under proposed controller, that is PID optimized with falcon optimization algorithm, has been more better compared to the other techniques, right? So if you see the diminution in the peak magnitudes, whether it be the peak overshoot or the peak undershoot, and if you see the oscillations, and if you see the settling time compared to the other techniques, the Siegel falcon optimization based PID controller yields the better results. Right? If you see the red color lines responses, definitely compared to the other techniques, these responses reaches the steady state in quick time, moreover with less number of oscillations and less peak undershoots. Right? So from this, we can say the falcon optimization algorithm based PID controller is more efficacy than other control techniques like PI tuned GA and PID optimized with HFA-PS that have been reported in literature. And one more is Siegel optimization algorithm, which is also a recently proposed algorithm. Compared to the Siegel, falcon optimization yields the much better results. That's what we have been revealed in this case. And coming to the second case, in earlier case, the responses have been observed with only AC tie line, but now as the falcon optimization algorithm based PID controller have been revealed as the best one, under this controller only we have employed the HVDC tie line in parallel with the existing AC line, and these are the simulation results. The light color line indicates the system responses with only AC line, and the dark color line indicates the system responses with AC DC line. If you observe, definitely while employing the AC DC line, the system responses are very greatly enhanced compared to the case of employing only AC tie line. Why? Because everyone know HVDC tie line is having a capability to transfer bulk power. So with this facility, definitely the oscillations that have been arise in tie-line power flow have been reduced, especially in the case of large load perturbations in the system. So with this HVDC tie line incorporation with the existing AC line in parallel, definitely there will be a boost up in the system performance. Right. So this is the proposed control strategy, that is a Falcon optimization algorithm based PID controller in coordination with the AC/DC tie lines. Right. So let me check the sensitivity analysis, whether the proposed control technique is robust enough or not. So normally the sensitivity analysis or robustness analysis have been done by targeting the system with different step load perturbations, or changing the system parameters to various values, or random load situations and all. Now in this case I have been chosen applying the load, different loads in different areas, right? So if you see, one is 1% step load perturbation in only area 1. Another one is step load perturbation in both the areas that have been represented with the blue color. And the red color indicates the system responses for 3% step load perturbations in both area 1 and the area 2. Right? If you see system responses under different load conditions, so definitely even though the system has been loaded with different loadings in different areas, that is means in only area 1 and in both the areas, we can hardly see the change in the system responses, right? So compared to the black case and the red case, 1% step load perturbation in only area 1, 3% step load in both the areas. Right? It is not a simple thing. Even though we loaded the system with 3% step load in both the areas, we can hardly see the deviations in system frequency and tie line power flow. Means this shows the robustness of the proposed control strategy, right? So why we are employing this secondary controller in load frequency control strategies or automatic generation control strategies is the secondary regulator will able to change the power system operating point, right? So by changing this power system operating point, the major parameter is to reduce the real power mismatch. Real power mismatch is the realistic parameter in this one, right? So if the real power mismatch is more, definitely the respective control area frequency deviations are more, which directly affects the stability of the interconnected power system, right? So as we already know, the load on the power system will continuously vary. So definitely the amount of power that have been generated by the generation stations will also be altered with respect to the existing load demand. Otherwise, there will be a gap in the real power mismatch, right? So the gap in the real power mismatch will be minimized by the secondary regulators. The secondary regulator which have been employed in this work is Falcon optimization algorithm based classical PID controller. That is the main motto of presenting this controller. The efficacy of the controller have been shown with different controllers which have been reported in the literature. Moreover, the performance of the system has been boosted up by implementing the additional HVDC tie line which have been operated in parallel with the existing AC tie line. And the robustness of the proposed control strategy have been revealed by conducting the sensitivity test. Now coming to this conclusion. So implementing this FOE algorithm to the load frequency control or automatic generation control strategies has been done successfully and is of a maiden attempt. Supremacy of the algorithm controller tuned with algorithm has been revealed with other techniques listed in literature. AC/DC lines have been enacted to further enhance the system performance. Sensitivity test has been carried to validate the robustness of the presented controller. And these are the references which have been gone so far to carry out this work. And thank you so much for giving this opportunity to present my work in this conference. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Sir, Devdas sir, please, any queries?
Sir.
Yes, sir.
You have added one more block to PID controller.
Yes.
What about stability?
Pardon, sir. Question is
What
not,
about stability? Will it be in stable manner or any disturbances occurs?
No, sir. No, sir. If you observe the simulation results,
Have you concentrated on the stability point of view?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. The system attains the stability.
You did touch stability point in your presentation. That's what I'm asking.
But minimizing the deviations in control area frequencies and tile and power itself addresses the stability, sir. So that's why.
Because that's not sufficient. No? You have to concentrate on stability also.
So
right? If system is stable, okay. Otherwise, no use.
Yeah.
Right?
But
you please include this point in the conclusions.
Better. But the work which have been done in the study of load frequency control will be done in two ways, sir. One is the state space analysis. Another one is by proposing a new secondary regulator. I have chosen the second method. One can also be done by making use of the state space analysis, but
dimension will increase now. In state space analysis also, complexity will increase.
Complexity will increase, but
it's a limitation. Actually, it's a drawback.
But sir, what are the proposed secondary controllers which we are proposing in this field of load frequency control is to change the power system operating point automatically. If you go through that state space analysis, finding the optimal parameters is a big task, right? So definitely it may take more time. So the system won't be wait to look at the optimal gains in order to maintain its stability. So I think state space analysis is no more a good research work nowadays. So researchers are still focusing on implementing this global optimization algorithm based controllers, or in this work I have only considered the traditional PID. You may also consider the degree of
Professor,
freedom.
One second.
Yeah.
How do you select KP and KI?
In range of 0 to 3, sir. In range of 0
That's
to
only
3.
I'm asking. How do you select? Based on which method you have selected KP and KI?
Based on the Falcon optimization algorithm, right? So the search space, if we give the search space to the Falcon optimization algorithm, in that search space, randomly the Falcon optimization algorithm allocates KP, K, and KD values to the PID controller, right? Subjected to the performance index, it will calculate the cost function.
Have you compared this Falcon application with the existing one?
Yes, sir.
What are the existing methods available?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Here I have shown you the. Are you able to see my screen? That what I am sharing now. Here I compared the Falcon optimization algorithm results with genetic algorithm and the hybrid Firefly algorithm and Patterson's
in selection of KP and KI, I'm asking. Ziegler-Nicholas method is available.
Janier-Nicholas method.
Have you compared this one?
No. Those are the primitive methods, sir. Those are the most classical methods. And this Falcon optimization is the most sophisticated optimization algorithm.
Professor, listen to me. For selection of KP and KI, Ziegler-Nicholas method is most fine method. Okay. Right? Have you compared your method with that particular method? That's why I'm asking.
No. I'm not compared my results with the Janier-Nicholas method. But moreover, I compared with these optimization algorithms in this work.
If possible, please concentrate on my points also in next session.
Yeah, definitely, sir. Sure. Thank you.
Sir, am I audible, sir? No?
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Sir, actually, your system is meant for maintaining the real power balancing system by means of controlling the frequency deviation. Am I right, sir?
Sure, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Sir, have you validated your system by means of any numerical analysis?
Numerical analysis means what, sir? In terms of settling time, peak deviations and all.
Yes, sir. Actually, in your just one suggestion, sir, from my side.
Okay, sir.
In your presentation, we can able to see only that is graphical representations.
Yeah.
Some numerical values means we can able to understand what way it is superior than the previous ones.
Yes, sir. Numerical values have been presented in the paper, but in the presentation guidelines, you people asked me to prepare in 10 slides, so that's why I have been omitted those tables.
Okay,
Otherwise,
sir.
I have been
Okay. Okay, sir. If it is the case, we can able to understand the things, sir.
Yeah. But I thought, it may violate the rules, so that's why I have been omitted in the presentation. If you
Why
go
you
through my
have selected this optimization method, sir?
it is Falcon optimization algorithm is a recent optimization algorithm, sir.
Yeah, 2019 only. Yeah, it was convenient,
Yes, sir. So I would like to implement a newest optimization algorithm which has not been reported in the literature in LX study. So that is the purpose why I have been chosen this Falcon. Moreover,
what are the drawbacks you observed with this algorithm, sir?
So drawbacks that have been observed in this algorithm is not only this Falcon, sir. Every optimization algorithm has its own drawbacks and own benefits. So because of this only, whatever be the algorithm that have been proposed day by day finds its application to the engineering optimization problems, right? So the velocity and the particle position upgradation phenomena is similar to that of a particle swarm optimization. There, the chances of getting trapped into local minima is very low in this, but the chances of getting trapped into local minima is 10% have been seen in this Falcon optimization algorithm. But whereas if you consider the particle swarm optimization or genetic algorithms, the chance may go up to 30%. So that is the drawback I have been seen in this Falcon algorithm.
Okay, sir. Nice, sir. Nice, sir. Sir Srinivas, sir, do you have any questions? Please, sir.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, audible, sir.
Yeah, actually, while choosing these any optimization techniques, so how can we decide whether we have to go with the Falcon optimization or maybe GA or maybe PSO like that? Is there any thing that you have observed, sir?
Yes, sir.
What is the factor that finds
As far as
best?
Okay, sir. So as far as my analysis has been concerned, I usually test the optimization algorithm on standard benchmark functions like Hemmelbloss function, Bayes function, McCormick's functions, and all. After getting better results only, I will apply to the my power system model for optimization. So these kind of parameters that have been chosen before implementing any optimization algorithms to the power system, sir.
Yeah, okay, sir. I think in your slides, object function is missing.
Objective function is this ISC function. This objective function is this ISC only, sir. Integral square error index. Here the integral square error index time domain based objective function has been considered. Apart from this ISC, there will be ITSE is there, IAE is there, ITAE is there. Mostly researchers have been focused on implementing this ITAE and ISE, but as far as my experience has been concerned, ISE is more superior than ITAE. So that's why ISE has been considered in this work, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Nice presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, we will move to the next presentation by K. Srikanth Garu on implementation of transformer-less inverter photovoltaic system. Sir, Srikanth, sir.
Hello, sir. I am audible.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay, sir. I have screen sharing. Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. My name is.
Yeah, good evening. Please proceed.
My name is Srikanth, sir. PG Day Scholar in CMR College of Engineering and Technology. My title name is Implementation of the Transformerless Inverter for Photovolt System, sir. Abstract. Transformerless DC buck boost converter is proposed in this paper to regulate the performance of the PV system. The PV system gain of the proposed conversion system is higher than to the traditional buck and buck boost converters, and it's achieving the duty cycles. It is a literature of the power switch. Yes, sir.
Please change your slides, so it is not changing.
And what, sir?
Just move your slides. Now you are talking about your abstract, no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please go to the abstract page. Abstract slide. It is not moving, ma.
Okay, sir.
Try to keep in slideshow.
Okay, sir. Abstract.
No, ma, now again it is only in the first slide only. That is title slide. Srikanth?
Okay. Yes, sir. Abstract, sir. Okay, sir.
Please resume your slideshow. Yeah.
Slide shades are slideshow.
Keep it in slideshow mode, please.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, proceed, ma. Proceed.
Okay. Abstracts are a transformerless DC buck boost converter is proposed in this paper to regulate the performance of the PV system. The voltage gain of the proposed converter is higher than to the higher than to the buck boost converter. It is a duty cycle. The literature of the voltage, the power switch, the resultant is a lower on state of the resistance of the power switch can be choose the reducing the conductivity losses and increasing the efficiency. In this, the photovolt system can be used to the such as a converter. It's improving the efficiencies. Introduction in this paper, in this discussion about the fuel and pollution and problems in nowadays, sir. So the overcome the problems in car companies introduce the electrical vehicles, but the cost and weight of the batteries are not solved. So battery can be provided the power in the peak stage of the transient stability. There's some server problems for the batteries. Such capacitors and fuel cell can be used in the overcome the problems in the batteries. Either batteries are fuel cell or hydroelectric vehicles environmentally in this the more efficiently comparing with the comparing the vehicles. The presented in the PV system is morely used. Problem formation. the problem formation means that the reliability of the power electronic systems in a increasing the important in a many applications, industries or transportations or electrical power in the systems. It's operated to the directly and security and stability of the systems. The buck and buck boost converter is a simple and high efficiency circuit. The buck boost converter is a simple and high efficiency. It has the drawback is a limited voltage gain and a negative output, power switches and discontinue input and output currents. Photovolt system. The photovolt cell is a semiconductor device such as converts the lightning to electrical energy by the photovolt effect. The photovolt system can be used with batteries only, storage, and it's varying the charging part. The main application of the PV system either standardization along with the systems. PV system with the power converter and MMPT converters. The below figure is a the above figure is a line diagram of the PV system with the computer. computers. The PV panel is series and parallelly connected of the PV panel is increasing the voltage and current. MPPT means that the maximum power point traction. The MMPTC is controlling to the batteries. It is used to the solar systems. It is based on the power. The MMPT based on the buck converter is implementation of the solar system. Modeling of the PV system. The figure is the electrical equivalent circuit of the PV. The supply to the DC supply into the circuit. The current is flowing to the ID and ISH. The output of the voltage is low. The expression of the current is I is equal to I phase minus ID minus I shift. I phase is equal to I phase minus IS. Expression V by V NF VT minus 1 minus V plus IR RT V RSH. It is the PV system power is calculated from the PV current and voltage. Transformerless buck boost converter. The above figure is a proposed architecture of the transformerless DC to DC converter. The buck boost converter is such as the voltage gain coordinating of the standard buck boost converter along with to the operate the overcome the ranging of the voltage output voltages. It's achieving the high and low voltage gain without signified the duty cycle. The transformerless buck boost converter is output is a common ground input and output voltages. It is input and output polarities are similar to the circuit. Simulation circuit for the PV phase DC to DC converter. In this circuit, the circuit of the PV system based on the transformerless buck boost converter is conformed to the analysis, which implementation of the proposed PV system. Transformer is DC to DC buck boost converter with the DC source voltage. DC source voltage to obtain the constant output voltage varying the load conditions. It is a feedback network in the system. Output waveforms of the in the system. The output voltage of the PV system as shown in figure 5. Here the number of PV systems is connected to the two series or two parallel circuits in this connection. So the output of the voltage will be increased. Varying the load. The figure 6 is a simulation waveform of the induction current one. The current will be two inductions L1 and L2. It's the PV based transformer less buck boost converter operation in the step up mode with duty cycle 0.6. Step up mode with the 0.06 volts. The figure 7 is the simulation waveform of the output voltage. The output voltage is this output voltage is a time domain waveform of the output voltage in PV based transformerless buck boost converter. With the duty cycle is 0.6 volts. The figure 8 is the simulation waveform of the capacitor voltage. The time domain waveform of the charging in pump capacitor voltage, increasing the capacitor efficiency. Conclusion. In this paper is a novel transformerless buck boost converter DC to DC is presented. In this structure of the presented in buck boost converter is a simple in this proposed converter only for the one of the switch. The transformerless buck boost converter is a DC to DC provided in the study. The given buck boost converter is a simple circuit structure. Only one of the switches used to the proposed converter. The resultant of the voltage is regulated is required to maintain the output voltage to regulate the DC linkage voltages. A transformerless buck boost converter DC to DC is presented. The converter is a input repulse in yellow. It makes ideal for the applications which are low inputs and low output currents. Reference. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good, Srikanth. Nice presentation. Sir, Devadas sir, please ask some question. Hello, sir.
Srinivasan garu.
Yes, sir.
Proceed, Srinivasan garu.
Okay, sir. Srikanth.
Yes, sir.
Actually, you are talking about this what you call transformerless inverter, right?
Yes, sir.
And then in your problem formulation slide, what is the problem you have identified, and in what way you have formulated those things? That has to be presented, ma'am. These are my observations, right? Just running script, you are discussing something.
Okay.
What is the identified problem? In what way you have formulated that one, right? That has to be presented. And then you are talking about the output voltage and then output current and all. Once you are talking about current, means you are what is the load you have connected here to your system?
The load is any lightning, sir. And any load.
No, that is the thing repeatedly I am saying. You have to talk about what is your input, some numerical data, some numerical tabular column like that you have to present. Then only that is the panel members can able to understand. This is our input, and this is a load we have connected, and this is the output voltage, this is the current. So in what way it is superior than the existing one, like that some comparative status you have to give. Just by means of graphical representation, no one can able to understand.
Okay, sir.
Right? The remaining things are very nice. And then one more suggestion, as it is a PowerPoint presentation, some powerful points you have to represent in your slide rather than reading the content. Right?
Okay. Okay.
Okay, ma. Okay, nice.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma. Sir, Srinivas, sir, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Srikanth, what is the efficiency of your transformerless inverter?
70 to 80%.
How much efficient it is?
Yeah, what, sir?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Efficiency of your inverter.
Efficiency of the inverter 60%.
Generally, transformers are highly efficient devices. You are removing that highly efficient device and you are going with the DC to DC converter means. What about efficiency? Whether we are meeting same efficiency or not, we should see. And also, what is maximum duty cycle of your buck boost converter?
0.6, sir.
0.6.
Yes.
Please once again check, Srikanth. Why? Because we will see the 0.5 or 0.48 is the maximum, I think, in practical. Please once again verify that value also. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we will move to the next presentation. I would like to call Dr. P. Venkatakrishnan, sir. He is going to present from CMRTC. He is going to present on study of electric vehicle speed and in arrival patterns by fuel vehicles using signal processing techniques, a wavelet approach. Welcome you, sir. Please take over session.
Yes, sir. Very good evening to all.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
It's visible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank management principal and head of the department, organizing committee of this conference, and session chairs, Devadasu sir, Srinivasan sir, and Srinivasa Rao sir, Bhanumati sir, providing this wonderful opportunity to ascendiate the information about our analytic study of electric vehicle speed profile and its traffic regularity using new domain wavelet transform through signal processing approach. This is the content we are going to ascendiate the information. So what about electric vehicle? Now recent days, all the transportations industries, they are going to transfer or change their modality to convert their transportation to for green efficient to avoid the air pollutions. Due to that, electric vehicle and in terms of battery related vehicles are much more important. Under these, our Department of Science and Technology, our Indian government enacted technology platform electric mobility in 5 years back to get the information from all the education institutes and manufacturing industries to provide the support, the salient informations, how we can perform. And under these, we analyzed, we got information through some mathematical concepts, Lipschitz exponent measurement. It's helped us to find the electric vehicle speed profile and its traffic density. Why? Because 2030, we are going to transform all our transportation vehicles maximum battery related. So due to that, and with the help of wavelet transform modulus maxima, we are going to get these informations. And little bit the pilot study of this electric vehicle. We want to drive the vehicle without fuels. Through these fuels, we are going to change our environment. At the same time, we want to get the air pollutions to avoid much more. So due to that, all our throughout the world, the people are given much more importance in transportations. Why? Because in air pollutions, 23 to 32% of air pollution is contaminated from fuel when you are going to burn fuels. In that case, traffic and transportation of transportation under this domain, when we are using fuels, simple, we are looking electric vehicles as the way to alternate to reduce the pollutions. At the same time, how we are going to change at present the electric mobility will be changed, how we are going to convert from simple, we want to need the power supply or battery power charges in specific stations whenever the traffic, whenever the electric vehicle will be get down, I mean charge is down. In that aspect, how we are going to analyze the vehicle speed profile about the electric vehicle. Under this, the team from technology platform from electric mobility, the organized from Department of Science and Technology in 2015, and further the informations got through this scheme. We submitted one proposals and very interesting one to learn the specific informations about the electric vehicle movement from one source to destinations. So just look at specific traffic density in A, B, C, D road through this with the help of Poisson distribution. Yes, through with the help of Poisson distributions, we are going to measure the electric vehicle arrival patterns. Particularly, we could assume based on the simulations and the help of MATLABs, Poisson distributions are wonderful distributions to help us to find the lambda value, how much electric vehicles. We stood some students to in near Secunderabad signal and Suchitra signal. We are enumerated some points about the electric vehicle movement and its speed profile within 5 minutes or 10 minutes time seconds time profile. We are going to record at the speed of that vehicles, even though that hectic traffic density, how the speed profile of the vehicle movement. So based on these alpha patterns, alpha lambda value we are going to get. And further, one more mathematical concept, wavelet transform modulus maxima, is a wonderful mathematical transformation techniques. We are going to convert time domain samples into frequency domain. And further, in year 1992, this transformations helpfully utilized by Mallet and Hawang successfully to analyze the regularity of the time samples. So due to that, this microscope of mathematical concept is very much helpful to analyze the speed profile of our electric vehicle and its traffic density in particular peak time. Also, it helps us. Under this mathematical information, it gives minute information about the data samples after conversion from time domain to frequency domain. So under this, just look at this figure. Four more our batch students have stood in front of Paradise and Sujitra signal. They took some data samples about the electric vehicle movement speed profiles. And further, we enacted to find with help of Poisson distributions lambda values with respect to low traffic and high traffic. So based on that lambda value, we generated the assumption of A to B, B to C, C to D, the four roads connections. We generated the data time samples, and further we substituted wavelet transform modulus maxima. Through this formula, we are going to find the Lipschitz exponent values alpha. So this Lipschitz exponent values is a simple slope formula, y2 minus y1 divided by x2 minus x1. We are going to get the wavelet transform coefficients. We want to make it plot logarithmic plots. X-axis also logarithmic scales, y-axis also logarithmic scales. Then further we want to find the slope of each curve. We will get this LE values. So this is the left-hand side, the Lipschitz exponent value density with respect to low traffic and high traffic. This is the valid information. It's helpful to find the traffic density between peak hours and non-peak hours. And the same, just look at these four variations. It's help with the help of principal component analysis to analyze the variability of the data and with respect to peak hours and non-peak hours, normal vehicles and electric vehicles. So in that case, anyhow, electric vehicle speed is somewhat limited by throughput. How we are going to efficient to reach the speed profile more than 50 kilometers, like anyhow traffic, anyhow the vehicle speed is somewhat low compared to as much as fuel vehicles. So that further how we are going to change this these informations to realistic study with the help of industrial manufacturing companies. And further, we would like to thank Mr. Nadraj, Vice President, HBL Hyderabad Battery Limited, providing this wonderful information about the battery related activities. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, very nice presentation, sir. Excellent. Sir Devadas, sir, please.
Sir, the way you have presented is very nice, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, very excellent information we received about this electric vehicles and all.
Electric vehicle speed profile.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. With your supports, Devadas sir supports, we are submitting these proposals. We already have submitted and we get some few points to change, and then we are going to resubmit again into Science Engineering Research Board.
All the best, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And now this we are working in air pollution related activities.
Okay.
That.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, sir. Devadas sir.
Venkatakrishna sir, nice presentation, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Your support, your blessings, your wishings.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
sir. Sir, I think we may proceed to the next participant, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Sir, maybe busy, I think so.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, next I would like to call Prabandha, Miss Prabandha from CMR set on improved control algorithm for grid connected PV system using a asymmetric cascaded H-bridge multi-level inverter. Yeah, share your screen more and then proceed.
My title name is Improved Grid Connected PV System using Asymmetric Cascaded H-bridge Multi-Level Inverter. My name is Prabandha under the guidance of
Hello. Hello, ma'am. Prabandha, are you there?
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Now audible. Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Sorry, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My title name is Improved Control Algorithm for a Grid Connected PV System using Asymmetric Cascaded H-bridge Multi-Level Inverter. My name is Prabandha under the guidance of Professor K. Saujanya ma'am. Abstract is it presents a single-phase grid cascaded H-bridge multi-level inverter for grid-connected PV system. In this, the output of PV array is regulated to track the maximum power from the MPPT technique, and that maximum power will fed to the grid voltage and current. In order to track the maximum power from MPPT, here PSO algorithm is used. This PSO algorithm is fed to the PV array and PI controller to get the faster response and accuracy to the output of the grid. Motivation, one of the major problem in the power sector is the day-to-day increasing power demand. In order to meet that power demand, here renewable energy, that is solar PV system is used. The input of solar PV array is converts solar energy into the electrical energy. This electrical energy is delivered to the grid. Objectives. The main objective is to get the fast response and accuracy by using PSO algorithm. Here 17 level inverter is used. By increasing the levels, the maximum power and efficiency will get the more. After reviewing the literature survey, I concluded that PNO algorithm is PSO algorithm has better response other than algorithms. Here PNO algorithm cannot operate the maximum power from PV due to the slow trial and error process, and PNO algorithm does not get fast response and accuracy due to oscillations. Introduction. Here the input of PV array is used to convert solar energy into electrical energy. The output of PV array is fed to the boost converter and MPPT technique. The MPPT technique of PSO algorithm is used to track the maximum power from PV system. This PSO algorithm has PSO algorithm means particle swarm optimization with a variable step size in order to prevent steady state oscillations. This PSO algorithm of MPPT technique was always able to reach the maximum power to get accuracy and faster response to the grid, allowing the increase of the PV system efficiency. And this output of PV array is fed to the boost converter also. This boost converter is used to step up the voltage of PV array. This boost converter is used to is fed to the inverter. That inverter is used to convert DC to AC. This boost output of inverter is fed to the filter. That filter is used to eliminate the harmonics, and that output of filter is fed to the grid. This is my block diagram. The input of PV array is converts solar energy into electrical energy, that is fed to the boost converter and PSO MPPT algorithm. And MPPT algorithm will give the maximum power point without oscillations, and by using the PSO algorithm that gets the output of voltage and current, accuracy and fast response. This output of PV array is fed to the boost converter. This boost converter is step up the voltage and fed to the inverter. 17 level inverter is used. This output of 17 level inverter is AC. That AC is fed to the filter. This filter is used to eliminate the harmonics, some of the inverter harmonics, and this output of filter is fed to the grid. Here that PI controller and PWM is used to reduce the errors from the maximum power MPPT and a boost converter and inverter. After the process, the pure AC and maximum power will provide in the grid. This is my simulation diagram. Here 4 5-level inverters are used. This is in cascaded. This 4 5-level inverter is connected in cascade. This is my results inverter. First one is reference voltage, and second one is inverter voltage. This is grid voltage, first one. Second one is grid current. This is my comparison. For using an existing PNO algorithm has low accuracy and slow response. In PSO algorithm, accuracy is more and fast response. This is the outputs results differences. My conclusion is here PSO algorithm is used, and 17 level inverter also used. due to the PSO algorithm, there is better than better performance than other algorithms. PSO algorithm has many advantages. It has tracking more high tracking efficiency and speed also. Convergence speed and performance is better, and simple structure, easy implementation. So that's why PSO algorithm is used by using the 17 level inverter to increase the grid power. This is my references. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good presentation, Prabandha.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, how do you choose your objective function for PSO?
Objective, sir.
Objective function of PSO.
Sir, PSO will give the accuracy and fast response, sir, without step-by-step process, sir.
Yeah, good. Which type of MPPT algorithm you have used?
Which type of MPPT?
Algorithm you have chosen in this project, in this paper?
PSO, sir, particle swarm algorithm optimization.
Okay. Sir, Srinivasan, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, can I ask a small doubt, sir?
Sir, please, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Amma,
sir.
Prabandha, what is the reason Amma, you are selected only 70 level? Is there any specific reason? What about above more levels? Is there any problems? Is there any specific reason? Why did you select only 17 levels only? Is there any specific reason? Why not more levels, more than 17?
To increase the voltage level, sir, to get the maximum power.
Maximum power, okay. I am asking levels, Amma. You are selected only 17 level, na? Is there any specific reason?
If levels increases, what will happen?
Voltage and current will be increases, no, sir.
We'll get more quality.
Sorry, sir.
We'll get more quality. If levels increases, quality outputs, we'll get the quality outputs. Is it correct or not?
Yes, sir. By increasing the voltage, only power also increases, no, sir. That's why increasing the power quality.
Quality of the power will increase, Nana.
Yes,
what about complexity of the circuit? Will it increase or decrease?
Increases, sir.
Is it a drawback or advantage? Okay, Srinivas, switch over to other presentation.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir. Next presentation by K. Akshita from CMR set on ANN based sliding mode controller for DFIZ wind energy conversion system. Akshita?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, share your screen and take over session.
Sir, it is visible.
Yes, it is visible. Please close that zoom or minimize that zoom slide. Yeah. Open your slides.
Yes, sir. I open, but it is wait, sir, 1 minute.
No. First of all, you have to share.
Yes, sir. I shared, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Now go to
It is
slideshow.
visible, sir.
Yeah, slideshow. Keep slideshow.
Sir, it is
Go ahead.
visible.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes. Good evening, everybody. My topic is on ANN-based sliding mode control for DFIG wind energy conversion system under the guidance of Professor Dr. S. Muthubalaji. Yeah, here we know that wind energy system is a conventional energy source, and it can be used everywhere whenever it is necessary because it is available freely. So to regulate that wind energy, we are using a double fed induction generator so that maximum energy can be taken. So here I am using DFIG with sliding mode control, but in sliding mode control, we are getting some fluctuations in the output. So to avoid that, ANN controller along with sliding mode is used so that the output can be clear, so that the produced energy can be utilized more effectively. So here we are using ANN with sliding mode for DFIG so that there will be no loss of energy. In this, we are connecting two converters. One is for grid side and another for stator side. I mean, grid side one converter will be there and rotor side converter will be there. By converting, we can get maximum power so that we can utilize it efficiently. Coming to introduction, sliding mode is a non-linear system that can be subjected to uncertainties so that parameter mismatches and external disturbances can be written. By using of sliding mode, we can get in previous days we are using PI controller. By using of PI controller, we are getting errors in the output. So to reduce that error, sliding mode controller is used so that it provides better performance because it can be used to manifold surfaces and it depends upon the sliding area of the circuit. And DFIGs are having advantages of it can be used for double supply. So DFIGs can be used so that we can get accurate power and we can control the powers of reactive and active power so that losses can be reduced. And coming to my problem definition, by using of this sliding mode, we are getting chattering effect. Means it includes the finite oscillations of amplitude and frequency. So if we give that differences oscillations, that motor can get damaged. The DFIG can get damaged. So to avoid that, we are using ANN controller so that the fluctuations will be reduced and the output can be clear and exact. This is my Simulink diagram. Here we are using two converters and we are using source. We are using voltage measurement circuits. Coming here, we are using B1. This is voltage measurement, which is used to measure the source voltage and current. And this B2 is this is three-phase voltage measurement. It is used to measure the grid side converter voltages and current. This R is used to measure the voltage and currents of the rotor circuit. And this B3, which is used to measure the stator voltages and currents. And when we give a supply, the voltage will be given to the sub, depending upon the wind variations, and the voltage and currents can be produced. Due to that, the maximum power will be generated. The operation can be performed in three ways: by maintaining constant DC-link voltage. DC-link voltage maintaining constant, the variations of current, rotor currents, and ID and IQ will be differ, and the rotor speed is maintained constant. Next, in second condition, we are maintaining DC-link voltage as variable. Means we should check that the motor can be the generator can be operated at variable voltages or not. Means the performance can be checked by applying variable voltage. In that conditions, the rotor currents will become constant. Next, in third conditions, we are maintaining variable speed so that the voltage will be constant and the rotor currents also will be constant. Here shows in first case we are using DQ currents. DQ currents will be variable depending upon the variations of the rotor speed. The current will be increased. First, the current will be increased starting from 0 and it will be increases in the step-by-step manner. And after a certain time, depending upon the variation of wind, the currents will be decreased. There will be difference in DQ currents. DC-link voltage will be maintained constant. That it is first we are applying 280 volts. it is applied maintain constant. Depending upon the constant voltage, the currents will be changed. And this second includes the variable DC voltage. Variable DC voltage is applied in steps in order to verify that whether the parameters are changing or not. When variable DC link voltage is variable voltage is applied, the current rotor currents are maintained constant. First they increased from 0 to, and they maintained at a certain level. Depending upon the if the variations are more, also it maintains only constant value. These are the powers, stator power and rotor powers obtained from when voltage is applied. Grid power, and these currents are stator and rotor currents. These are changing according to the variations of the voltage applied to the system, and depending upon the wind variations, there will be control. When in third conditions, we apply speed, the variable speed. In variable speed applied, whether the speed is changed also, the DC link voltage and the rotor currents are maintained constant. We calculated the THD values for rotor current and stator current. For rotor current, it is 0.95, and for stator current, it is 0.16. For comparison, we are in existing system, we are using sliding mode technique. So in sliding, because due to the sliding mode technique, we are getting fluctuations in the output. They are changing according to the variation of speed and voltage. But by using ANN controller, the fluctuations are reduced, and they are providing some smooth control, so that we are getting smooth control of the machine. And harmonic or total harmonic distortion is also less compared to the only sliding mode, and we are getting better performance when compared with the existing system. ANN provides good control for the system, so that it is used. ANN can be modeled for complex patterns, so that we are getting smooth output and the fluctuations are removed. And ANN can be used to drive the turbine to exact maximum power, so that the wind regulations can be adjusted, and the controller will continuously monitor, so that the values, if the values are swing beyond the limit, they can be adjusted, so that there will not be any loss of any damage to the machine. And the robustness of the system is also improved by using this ANN based controller. These are some of the differences. Thank you.
Yeah, good presentation, Mo. Akshita, one question from my side. What are the parameters that you have chosen for modeling ANN?
Sir, voltage and current, sir. That ANN modeling can be used we are providing input voltage and current and wind speed. So depending upon the wind speed, the variations can be obtained. If the wind speed is more, we can get more output. If the wind speed is less, we can get less output. So depending upon the conditions, we can get the output.
Which algorithm you have chosen for that?
No, sir, no algorithm is used, sir.
Then how do you model ANN without any algorithm, whether back propagation algorithm or forward algorithm?
No, I did not remember algorithm name, sir.
Yeah, okay, nice. You told that in comparison of results, sliding mode having less, sliding mode is THD is more, whereas ANN based sliding mode is less. How much percentage is with the sliding mode control?
Yes, it is providing 3.3, sir. For for rotor it is providing 3.3%, sir. For stator it is providing 2.9, sir.
Okay, those two are within the IEEE limitations. No? Then why should we reduce further?
Yeah, but more fluctuations are getting in output now, sir.
What are the IEEE ranges, Amma? THD ranges?
Yeah, below 5%, sir.
Okay, below 5% means that the THD is also very nice.
Yes, sir, it is good, sir. But to improve some, we are getting fluctuations, sir. The chattering effect is more in sliding mode, sir.
What is the difference between good and best?
Good means it is
You have written good results, best results, something. Fourth
Yes,
point.
sir. Good results and best. Good means it is another limit, but best means it provided improved the good.
Any numerical values, performance, good performance, best performance.
Yes, sir. But depending upon.
You just specify at the numerical values, Nana, better.
Okay. Yes.
Have you heard weightages?
Sir?
Have you heard weightages? Srinivas, please continue. Sorry.
Sir,
Srinivas, yours is over?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Over, sir. Please go ahead.
Have you heard weightages?
No, sir.
Have you heard 3 layers? Hidden layer, input layer, output layer?
Yeah, sir. I heard that layer, sir.
So you don't know weightages, but you know the layers.
Yes, sir. Layers I heard, sir.
You concentrate more on A and Nama.
Yes,
Better. Your presentation is absolutely nice, but more knowledge is required. I think so.
Yes, sir. Sure.
How do we compare?
Sir, what?
In case of the neural networks,
okay,
whether we are getting the appropriate answer or not, appropriate response or not, how do we compare?
No, sir, I'm not having more idea about it.
Anyway, nice, Nana. Your
Thank
presentation is absolutely nice. In that, undoubtedly.
Thank you,
Sir, Srinivasan Garu or some other faculty have any
yes,
questions, please?
What is the wind velocity range, ma? What is the range you have chosen? What is the maximum wind velocity? What is the minimal wind velocity? In what way your AN controller will respond to that velocity?
The wind speed is taken 12, base wind speed is 12, sir, 12.
In your system, I'm asking about in your system.
Yes, sir, in my system.
What is the maximum velocity?
Maximum velocity is 12 only, sir.
Okay, minimum?
Minimum, it can be started from 0.
Yeah, as our Devdas rightly pointed out, numerical values are very, very important while giving any of the presentation. Just only with the graphical representation, no one can able to understand. Right?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Right. Next, we will go on to the next presentation by E. Rajesh Kumar from CMR set. He is going to present on EV charger power quality improved with the bridgeless cuck converter using fuzzy logic controller. Rajesh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Share your screen and start presentation.
Okay, sir.
Please stick to your timings better. Why? Because we are running out of time.
Okay, sir. Sir, can you see my screen, sir?
Yeah, it is visible.
Good evening, everyone. My project is on electric vehicle charger power quality improvement, and I'm very delighted to be participating in this conference. And I would really like to thank D. Bhanumurthy sir and Dr. G. Srinivasa Rao sir for continuous support they have provided me in completing this project. And coming to my project title, the title is Electric Vehicle Charger Power Quality Improved with Bridgeless Cuck Converter using Fuzzy Logic Controller. And when it comes to introduction, nowadays we know that the transportation is mostly transforming towards the electric transmission because of increase in the carbon emissions with the use of conventional fuels. Most of the governments or international organizations are promoting the electrical vehicles for transportation so that the carbon emissions decreases and the effect of global warming decreases effect of global warming decreases, and it is helping our human beings and all the natural habitats in this world. And the main the important factor in this electric vehicle charging is the efficiency of charging the battery. So in my project, using the fuzzy logic controller and the bridgeless cut converter, we are trying to charge the battery more efficiently and bringing the total harmonic distortions within the specified limits, that is less than 5%. So this is the proposed methodology. So we can see here, we can see the bridgeless cut converter here and the flyback converter here, and the output voltage here, the output voltage of the cut converter is controlled by using a fuzzy logic converter, and the output voltage at the battery is controlled by using a PI controller here. So in the existing system, they used to use a PI controller for the cut converter, but instead we are going with the fuzzy logic converter here. When it comes to operation of the circuit, during the positive half cycle of the input supply, the inductor Li1 is conducting and it is charging, and the switch S1 is triggered, so that the inductor Li1 is charging through DP, diode DP, and the capacitor C1 is discharging through the S1 switch through the capacitor C cut, and from this the current is transferred to this flyback converter, and by using the PI controller, the switch is controlled and the output voltage is provided to the battery. And so in the next mode of operation, when the switch is turned off, it is triggered. When it's triggered off, the charged inductor, as it gets charged in the previous mode, the polarities gets reversed and the switch S1 is reverse biased. So the switch is off now. So the charged inductor is discharged through this diode DO1, as it is forward biased because of LO1 polarities. DO1 is forward biased. So the charged inductor is discharged through this diode, and this charged inductor also discharges through this diode, so that the capacitor connected here gets charged every time, and there is a continuous supply is provided to the flyback converter. The use of flyback converter here is to provide the electrical isolation between the cut converter and the flyback converter. And the output of the flyback converter is connected to the battery as shown here. And this is the simulation diagram. And here we can see that the bridgeless cut converter and the flyback converter and the battery. And here is the fuzzy logic controller and the PI controller. When it comes to the simulation results, here we can see this is the supply input voltage and the supply input current, and this is the battery voltage and this is the battery current. And we can see that THD with respect to the supply current, it is 1.93% we have got for 50 Hz frequency. This is for this is when there is a situation voltage swell. Whenever a voltage swell occurs, in such situations, the THD we have got is 1.93%, and this is the results we have got for when there is a situation of voltage swag conditions. Here we can see the supply voltage and the supply current and battery voltage and battery current. Here we have got 1.35% of THD with respect to the supply current. And when we compare the results with the existing system, where we have used the PI controller for controlling the switches of, for triggering the switches of bridgeless cut converter, here we can see these are the results with when we have used the PI controller, and these are the results we have obtained when we are using the fuzzy logic controller. So here we can clearly see that the THD is reduced from 4.69% to 1.93%. This is the situation with respect to voltage swell condition, when there is a voltage swell. And these are the results obtained with respect to voltage swag condition, when there is a sudden drop in the voltage. When we use the PI controller, the THD we have got is 3.28%, and when we use the fuzzy logic controller, we have got 1.35% of THD with respect to supply current. And so we can conclude from these results that as we know that the THD plays a major role with respect to the efficiency and the heating effect, conduction losses, all these are related to are dependent on the THD value. So as the THD value is being reduced, the conduction losses and the heating effect also reduces, thereby improving the efficiency of charging the battery. So the harmonics are less, and that's it. We can improve the efficiency of charging the electric vehicles using this proposed method, sir. And these are the references. And thank you for this opportunity, sir.
Yeah, good presentation, Rajesh.
Thank you, sir.
You are saying that voltage swell, voltage sag, and all.
Yes, sir.
Right. How do you control sag and swell in your project?
Yes, sir. By using the fuzzy logic controller, sir, what we do is actually we create in this by using the MATLAB. What we are creating the situation of voltage sag and voltage swell, sir. So whenever we write an algorithm by using the fuzzy logic control in the fuzzy logic, and we check for
what
the
are
results.
the parameters that you have taken into consideration for FLC?
Parameters, sir. THD values, that supply current, sir.
No.
Supply current and supply voltage, sir.
Modeling fuzzy logic controller, what are the parameters that you have considered?
Okay, sir. Parameters, we have taken the converter output voltage and the input voltage. What is the reference voltage we are giving, sir?
Okay. What is the maximum duty ratio of flyback converter that you have used?
Sorry, sir. I have no idea.
What is the type of PWM generator you are using?
PWM generator, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Sine wave PWM.
Sine wave PWM. You are not confident on that. You have multiple PWM generators, no? What is the type of PWM? Sinusoidal PWM.
Half wave, full wave, and sine wave pulse width modulation.
I think there is no half wave PWM, full wave PWM. Please get it clarified.
Okay,
and then one more question. Actually, this fuzzy logic controller is assumption based controller. No, why you have chosen that one?
Sir, I just thought of changing the controller and check for the results. That's why I have chosen.
Okay, your presentation is so nice, ma.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, Devadas, sir.
What is certification?
What, sir?
What is certification?
Certification. When there is a sudden rapid rise of voltage, we consider it as a surge, sir.
No. Fuzzification. Sorry,
I'm asking fuzzification.
Fuzzification. Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry, sir. Sorry. No idea, sir. Sorry.
Any fuzzy rules you have implemented here?
Fuzzy rules? No, sir.
No truth table, nothing. Defuzzification. No truth table is associated.
Actually, there, sir, but due to as the SARS have said, to limit the number of slides, I have not included here, sir.
NB stands for?
What, sir?
NB.
NB. Negative branch.
Okay. Concentrate on fuzzification, Nana. Fuzzification and fuzzy rules.
Okay,
through fuzzification, fuzzy rules only, we can change, we can alter, we can modify the system parameters according to the requirement.
Okay.
Right? This is very important. Right?
Okay, sir. Okay,
through
sir.
fuzzification, defuzzification, and by using fuzzy rules only,
okay,
we can apply or we can keep the power at quality level. Okay.
Okay.
Nice presentation, Anand.
Thank you, sir.
Srinivas, switch over to next.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, next, Miss Priya Raj from CMR set. She is going to present on modeling and designing of renewable energy resource-based electric vehicle charging station. Yeah, Priya Raj, are you ready, ma?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now you can take over, share your screen and present.
Okay. Good evening, sir. Good evening, one and all. And myself, CH Priyaraj. I'm a PG scholar in CMR set, CMR College of Engineering and Technology. My project title is Modeling and Designing of Renewable Energy Resources Based Electric Vehicle Charging Station under the guidance of Dr. G. Srinivas Rao, sir. I would like to thank Devadas sir and Principal sir for making it so possible. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to present my project in this conference. And I would like to thank my guide G. Srinivas Rao sir and also project coordinator Mutubala sir for their constant support. Yeah, coming to my project. My project is based on the electric vehicle charging station. Nowadays, the world is turning towards the electric vehicles as it is high efficiency and low noise and no pollution. So nowadays there is a great development electric vehicle production. The main thing to use this electric vehicle charging electric vehicles means due to their no pollution, as it is zero emission. The use of the renewable energy resources for electric generation is also an environment friendly and also eliminates emission by reducing the use of fossil fuels. The most promising clean energy resources are solar, wind, and thermal. Now, here I used fuel cells because it has the high efficiency and faster response and zero emissions. And the main motive behind selecting this concept is due to its use of the renewable energy resources based electric vehicle charging station. As it is so sustainable, the electrical energy produced from the renewable energy is so sustainable and zero emission. So and the system performance is also improved with the use of this. Then coming to the abstract, recently the electric vehicles are gaining so much attention, and the widespread adoption of the electric vehicles can also be beneficial for the environmental and for the society also, because of the less carbon emission. Owing to the environmental benefits, because here we are not using the fossil fuels. This because of not using this, the pollution is also reduced. And nowadays, due to this fact of the less carbon emission, EVs are expanding more and more, and there is also a chance to expand in the future. Coming to this paper, in this paper, a solar PV, a battery, and a fuel cell, and a grid and a fuel cell is also used in this to provide a continuous charging in different modes. Initially, this charging station is designed to use the solar power from the PV array and also a battery to charge the electric vehicle charging station. In case of the availability of the solar power and the battery, it will switch to the other power sources, so that the power supply is not interrupted. And this EV charging station also performs vehicle to grid and the vehicle to home and the vehicle to vehicle power transfer. And so the power is not wasted. Instead, we can use it for the home appliances and the to charge the other vehicles also. And this is my block diagram. When you see this in this proposed system, fuel cell, solar panel, EV2, fuel cell and the solar panel and the voltage source converter and the grid is used as the power sources. In this and initially it takes the power from the solar panel and it gets charged with the solar panel and the battery. When this power gets reduced as the solar power is not present whole day, when solar power reduces, it takes power from the battery which is charged by the solar power. When this power is not available or not sufficient, it takes power from the grid side through the voltage source converter. Here, when you see this, here initially this EV vehicle gets charged from the charged by the solar panel. And this battery also gets charged with the solar power. When the power from the solar panel is reduced, it takes the power from the battery. When this power is not also available or not sufficient, it takes power from the grid side. And this power is not available whole day. When this power is not available, it takes power from the fuel cell. Mostly it uses the it gets charged by the solar panel and the battery. And this voltage source converter converts this power to this power, and this switch connects whenever this power is available or this power is available for the charging station. When this power is discharged or completed, it connects to this fuel cell. From this charging station gets charged. And these are the simulation results. These are the simulation results of the project. Coming to the simulation results, here this waveform shows the output current waveforms of the electric vehicle 1 and the load current across the grid or the fuel cell. The electric vehicle EV2 current waveforms is DC, and because it is connected across the solar PV and the battery. Here these are the EV1 output waveforms, current waveforms, and these are the load current waveforms, and this is the EV2 current waveforms. And this figure shows the output current waveforms of the solar PV and the battery. When the solar power decreases, automatically this battery gives the power to the charging station to avoid discontinuous of the power. Coming to this waveform, this is the after the energy completely discharges in the battery, the controller connects the charging station to the grid. And this at that time it draws the power from the grid due to the limited availability of the grid, because power is not available whole day. The charging station connects to the fuel cell generation, so the power is transferred to the electric vehicles without any interruption. This charging station changes the mode automatically depending on the need of the power to the electric vehicles. When compared to the existing system, instead of here we used fuel cell in existing system, they used diesel generator. Because of the diesel generator, there are few disadvantages. They get harmonics, and efficiency is also less, and the cost of implementation is high. So when here we use the fuel cell and the fuzzy controller. Due to this, THD is reduced so that the harmonics are reduced compared to the existing system, and the system performance is also improved. With the use of the controller, the system response is fast, and it
it gives the high efficiency. This controller role is to connect the power supply to one source of power to the other source of power depending upon the demand of the EVs. So we conclude that in this paper we use different types of source of power to charge the electric vehicle. To avoid the discontinuous power, here automatic mode switching logic is used, so that power is not is provided continuously without any interruption. The controller role is to decide the amount of power to be exchanged within the modes. When one mode is not available, it will switch to the another mode. This fuel cell has a similar characteristics like battery, so it can be able to charge functioning according to the battery charging requirements. When the power is not available at the grid side, it automatically connects to the fuel cell, and fuel cells provide the power. When compared to the existing system, the THD values are improved, and the harmonics also reduced. And it has the ability. This charging station has the ability to use the various energy sources very efficiently, so that the performance and the efficiency of the charging station is also improved. And these are my references.
Yeah, good presentation, Ma.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Switch out to validate.
Sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, with this present, Srinivasan, sir.
Please stop sharing, Nana. Students.
Hi, sir.
Yeah, Priyaraj, please stop sharing.
Okay, sir.
Yes, nice presentation. Right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, ma. Thank you, ma.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I think all are presented from our track. Suresh sir, I think he is busy with some other work like that. That's why he didn't came to presentation. All remaining have been presented, whatever it is there in track 1. Thank you, sir. Hello, madam.
Yes, sir.
Balaji, sir. Yes,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please take over the session, sir.
Bomari, madam.
Yes, sir.
Okay, madam. Conclude this session, madam. And then we'll go
Yes,
for
yes. With this, we are concluding the technical session 5. Within few minutes, we will start the valedictory session. So I request all the participants to. So within few minutes, within another 2 minutes, we will start the valedictory session.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you all the participants and our Dr. G. Devadas sir, Dean P&D, and thank you Srinivasan sir for the session track 1. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you all participants.
I would like to thank the jury members of this session, Dr. G. Devadas, Dean Planning and Development, Dr. S. Srinivasan, Associate Professor from CMRSET, and also Dr. Srinivas Rao, Associate Professor from CMRSET. I would like to thank you all, sir, for your time and patience judgment.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you,
sir.
sir. Thank you.
And some faculty enthusiastic manner they have attended. And, big thanks to remaining faculty members also, Bhanumurthy garu, Shankar sir, any other faculty, Srinivas garu, Dr. Srinivas garu.
Sir, in our track, Bhanumurthy sir and then Shankar sir.
Only Bhanumurthy garu and Shankar garu. Remaining faculty also, very enthusiastic manner they have attended.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I would like to say congratulations to all students who presented their version and all faculty members who presented their version. Presenting itself is a winning. Test paper, not test paper or normal paper. There is no question of such type of things. All are good papers. Srinivas sir, what is next program?
Next is valedictory, sir. Please stay for a few minutes, sir. They are preparing for the valedictory.
Okay. So, remaining procedure, you please look after Srinivas garu, Balaji garu.
Sure, sir.
Papers
Sure.
and other things. Srinivas Rao garu also.
Congratulations, Devadas garu.
Thank you, Ravi garu. And, your role also most precious.
Thank you, sir.
And, can we call Principal garu for valedictory?
Okay, sir. Then okay, sir. We'll see, sir, what their agenda. If they okay, sir.
If any participants wants to speak something about program, please come forward. Please raise your hand and speak. It's a participant's turn. Venkat Krishnan garu. Any participants wants to speak something about program, please.
Yes, we welcome open feedback sessions now. If any feedbacks, you can share here.
Sir, shall we start valedictory session? Muthubalaji, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Shall we start valedictory session?
1 minute, madam, 1 minute.
Yes.
Sir, shall we start, sir? Okay, okay. Woman, madam, start, madam.
Okay, thus we came to the end of ICPST 2022. I would like to call Mr. Devadas sir and Mr. Muthubalaji sir to announce about the winners of papers and this paper presentations. Day 1 winners will be announced by Devadas sir. Devadas sir, I would like to speak few words and announce the best paper and best paper presentation awards.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. And I would like to give some feedback again. I would like to give some feedback on your organization, madam.
It's a pleasure, sir. Please.
Your way of organizing is very, very nice, madam. Pre-planning and time to conducting, planning, implementation, and sometimes you're a bit strict for conducting program in smooth manner. That sort of things also very nice, madam. I would say big thanks to your organization, madam. EPR, I think. Okay, ma'am. Big thanks to your organization, madam. First of all, and first day winners are from H&S department. Aarti Sarosh, Dr. V. Ramanathan, that is best paper 1, and Dr. Gaddamadu Gayatri, track 1 best papers, these two. Then track 2 best papers are from H&S, Dr. Vijayanath paper and Mr. Chandrasekhar Reddy's paper, Dr. M. Chandrasekhar Reddy's paper. These papers from track 1 and track 2 of H&S department, best papers. And in first day, we have conducted 2 tracks on EC of EC department also. Best paper is the P. Kumar Sanju, Dr. Lokesh Rao sir's paper. And second best paper is Neha Jadhav, Pratyush Shah paper from track 1. From track 2, best paper is B. Chakradhar paper, design of elliptical shaped filtering. These are papers from ECE department and the first day best papers. Balaji sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The second day, the presenter departments are EEE, Civil and Mechanical. Each department has the 2 tracks. Based on that, here we are going to announce the best paper. Best paper, automated immersion water heater, Suresh Kumar, K. Raju, Rahul Sar, Ranganathan. And the second one is characteristics of elements for coating to improve mechanical behavior, Ravi Kumar Pandangai, Santosh Kulkarni, and that others, co-authors. Others, best paper presentation is performance of thermoset powder spray coating on mild steel and aluminium. That is Santosh Kulkarni, P. Ravi Kumar, Jitendra Tiwari, and co-authors. The track 2, SVM and Gaussian process modeling of WDM of mnemonic 105, Somyu Singh 9 and Kanuj Kumar Sehal. Next best paper presentation award goes to effect of evaporator temperature on closed loop pulsating heat pipe, N. Sandhi Sri, NVVS Sudhir and Brahmara. Track 3 best paper, study of theory of constraint in context of Production Planning and Control. Authors, that is Dr. Vijay Kumar Vani, Dr. Dignitaries, Dia, and other co-authors. And the next best paper presentation award goes to an analytical study of buying behavior of policyholders of life. Authors Poonam Ingale, Dr. Shinde Priyanka Patel. Now, pass on to civil engineering, track 1, best paper, performance of geopolymer concrete beam with hollow spacing for conduits. The authors are Kavya PV and Santosh Kumar G. The next best paper presentation award goes to experimental investigation of self-compacting concrete incorporating waste foundry sand, authored by B. Pooja and Dr. K. Bhaskar. Track 2 best paper for civil, experimental study on the performance of previous concrete using viscosity modifying agent, super absorbent polymer and SBR latex. Mohammad Irshadi and Yamini. The best paper presentation, assessing the potential of reed bed technology in sewage treatment plant with treatment wastewater. K. Hima Bindu and co-author. Track 3, best paper, soil biotechnology system of wastewater recycling treatment plant capacity 2.50. Author Dr. Arjuna Mahajan. Best paper presentation, comparative study between the composting and implementation on vermicomposting. Author Professor Samriti Silwale and their co-authors. Now we pass on to the Department of EEE. Track 1. Best paper, implementation of Falcon optimization algorithm for the study of automatic load frequency control. CH Naga Sai Kalia. Best paper presentation, study of electric vehicle speed and its patterns by fuel vehicle using signal processing techniques, a wavelet approach. Yes, Sangeela. Track 2 best paper, dual battery energy storage for hybrid electric vehicle using fuzzy logic controller based bidirectional DC to DC converter, authored by Prabhakar R. Shirisha and K. Lavanya. Best paper presentation in track 2, hybrid circuit for electric vehicle onboard battery charger and battery management system, that is guided by Dr. G. Srinivasa Rao. Track 3, best paper, design and implementation of UAV with compact system, Kavya Santoshi. Valve switching in BLDC motor for electric vehicle application, author Naga Chaitanya. So here I conclude the best paper and best paper presentation award. And I would like to share some words to the participants. There is no post paper, best paper. You are losing you are winning at your hairline only. So don't worry about this one. Participation is the first. If you are participating means your participation is the, equal to the winning. So don't worry about the other all are having and have given the good presentation, and also all papers are the best papers only. Okay, thank you. And before conclude my speech, I want to convey my thanks to our Dean Planning and Development, Devadas sir, and all the department coordinators. That is Department for Mechanical, from Mechanical Somir Singh, Dr. Somir Singh, from H&S, Dr. Neelima Patnaik, from EEE, Dr. Vijay Shanti, from Civil, Prasad, Dr. Prasad and Dr. K. Bohan Das, and from ECE, Dr. Sudha. So I would like to thank all these department coordinators, those who have been last 1 month, they have been worked with me without any hesitation. By their tireless work, it can be, now it is possible. And the second, I want to thank the overall coordinator from the Iferp, Gomadi madam. He has given me, whenever I send the message, immediately will respond for any doubt and queries. Even though in between 2 times, some harsh conversation also between myself and Gomadi madam. Madam, don't take it in the another way. These are all in the game. Okay, thank you one and all. Those who have worked with me directly and indirectly to bring this conference to a best level of success. Thank you. And I would like to thank all the deans.
I would add 2 points. I would like to say thanks to management of CMR set and Principal Garu. They have given us a chance to conduct conference. And second one is I would like to say a big thanks to all HODs, all department HODs. Because of their support only, coordinators are acted in a proper manner and desired manner. We should say thanks to HODs and management also, Balaji. Please continue, Balaji, sir.
Yes, sir. Next, I would like to thank all the head of the department and the deans and top level management of CMR set, those who have given the opportunity me to act as a single point contact for this ICPST 2022. So I hope that we'll again we will hands together do the another project without any hassle. I think so. Thank you, one and all.
And I am announcing one more point. May or June month. These 2 months are international conference months for CMR set. I have taken permission from management yesterday. May month or June month. These are the international conference of all departments except computer science. For computer science, December month is the international conference. This assurance also I have taken. This particular thing will continue next year and next year also. We'll see sequels also.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Again, I conclude my speech with big thanks to all. Thank you. Over to Gomadi, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Actually, we came to end of ICPST. It's end of the conference. I extend my congrats to all the winners, participants, those who worked on this Sunday without any hesitation. And I would like to convey my sincere attributions to our session chairs who took special effort in acting as a jury today. And I am grateful to our co-host, CMR CET Hyderabad and VOGC Maharashtra, and our beloved IFERP management, keynote speakers, Mr. Muthupalaji sir from CMR CET, Dr. Maniar from VOGCE, and committee members who supported this conference and make the grand success. So I take this opportunity to express my warm gratitude to all our team members and to all our management, our co-hosts, and our team members for sincere support and cooperation. I thank one and all our ICPST 2022 organizing committee members, session chairs, participants, and technical team who support us to make this conference as a grand success. Thank you so much. And one more announcement. Certificates and proceedings will be emailed on or before 28 May. So we request participants to share their valuable feedback. Feedback link will be emailed to everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Session is over.
Yes, sir. Over, sir.
Okay. Thank you, one and all. Please leave, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I will leave.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Ravikumar, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Balaji, sir. Congratulations
Thanks, sir. Thanks.
for successful completion.
Wonderful background, Ravi Garu.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Balaji, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.